The Karen Show. The Karen Show. The Karen Show. Let's go. Let's go. The Karen Show.
Hello. Howdy, howdy, howdy. Yes, Fats. What a funny old fellow is Humphrey indeed. Right, there we go. Sorry, that popped up. Hi, Laura. Hello. Yeah, I just thought I was going through some of my old stuff and having a bit of a like, oh my God moment. And then I thought, you know what, why don't I put it all together? And just if anybody's bored or whatever, they can pop in and just watch some of the older stuff that I've done. Mainly the interviews. So the first one, I'm not sure which one is first. I think actually it's The Shape, when The Shape was on my show. And then there's when I started doing the 5 haunting questions. And so there's a few there. And I just thought, watch it, and I'll be lurking in the background because I am going away. As most of you know, I'm leaving tomorrow actually for Vietnam, and I will not be back for 3 weeks. So while I'm away, I can't promise anything, but I'm going to try and do a few things, and it, you know, if I can go live I will, but if not, I'm definitely will be working on some, well, I already am. I'm working on a couple of little videos to put out, so we'll see how we go with that. But yeah, so I just thought I'd do this. So this is a bit of test for me. I did ask Crow one day, how do you do your marathons? Because sometimes he does that and he puts on a marathon of things and people are just all in the chat keeping themselves company. And he told me to do it this way. So I hope it works. I'll get whoever's watching, Laura or Fats, if you can just tell me once I hit the play button if you can hear the sound, because that's going to be embarrassing if that doesn't work. But yeah, yes, Fats, and I'll be here in the chat, so I'll talk to people in the chat. I might slip out every now and then to go and make myself some breakfast. It's 10 o'clock here and I haven't had anything yet, but yeah, we'll see how we go, because I've never done this before. So I will hit with the first one and see how it works, see if it does what it's supposed to do. I've had a little look at some of these and like thought, oh my God, what was I thinking? So remember, some of them are old. But yeah, so we'll see how this works. Let me know, give me a thumbs up if you would, just to let me know you can hear it. So let me see, I'll present it now, and I've just got to make sure no, that one. Let me know. So if I share it, there's the screen. I'll get out of the way once we work out if it's working. All right, so give me a sec. My camera's on. I can see me in the StreamYard thing on my computer. But you have a picture. All right, bear with me. You must be able to see me now, yeah? Yeah, you can see me okay? It's a good thing I came on early and ironed out all of these issues before the Shape jumps on. Yay, I fixed it. I've even put on all my special. I put on my crown. I put on my jewels. It is a Shape after all. We've got to impress. Hey, Octagon, thank you for subscribing to me. I saw your name pop up before. Excellent. I hope I don't disappoint. Oh, Heather, you're in there too. Hello, Heather. Come hither with Heather. Hey, and guys, if you have a channel and you want to drop a link, you can do that in my chat by doing hashtag and then just write share. So hashtag, no gap, just I'll show you. I'll do it now. And then you just do that. I think it'll work for me. You just do that, hashtag share, and then the next box that comes up should be your channel and the link to it. So I'm happy for other people to do that if it's helpful to you. Oh, thank you, Ellie. I do try. I think Jason could be lurking, although I should really read his message, shouldn't I?
but I don't like reading messages when I'm on a live. Give me a second and let's see. Jason's very kindly made a oh, there we go. He's lurking. Thank you, Jason. He's there somewhere. There he is. Yeah, what was I saying? I don't know. But anyway, I think the shape is also leaving. That's my understanding. And he will pop his head in any moment now. I think he just wants to check I'm not a nut job first. Although looking at me, you know, I'm here to hang out a little. How are you? I was telling everybody, Jason has done, firstly, he's had a haircut and has trimmed his beard. And what else have you done, Jason? He built a fire pit and sent me a picture of the fire pit already getting used. So it's been christened, which means it works, which means that I can sit around it and know it's not going to, you know, explode or anything. No, I don't know. It should. Let's have a look. Mine came up. Sometimes I've noticed it can be a little bit slow in sharing, but we'll see. It's supposed to do it. Someone else try it. Other people must have channels, but it should work. It sometimes takes a while. Yeah, Black Cat, cheer up. We can't have suki lalas. You got to be. Everything will be fine. Okay. Just double checking. Yes, do hit the like button and share because the shape. It's not just me. The shape is coming. Oh, I hope he is. I hope he doesn't let me down, but I'm sure he won't. I thought I haven't told Shape this, but I thought when he comes on, you know, Jason was supposed to be doing the 5 haunting questions with me, but he has declined to do so until such a time as I am in person with him. So that's okay. But you know, I've done the 5 haunting questions, so I just thought I'll ask the Shape my 5 haunting questions. And if anyone wants to throw out a silly question for me to ask him, because you know I usually always ask a silly question. You know, sometimes I'm not quite sure what's silly enough. Oh, good on you, Heather. You know, I was going to go for walks. I had full intention of going for a good 2.5 kilometre walk every day until I got to America. It lasted 3 days. I'm a shocker. I just get too busy. I've got the gardening to do. I've got animals to look after. You can hear the dog in the back. So, yeah. Did it work for you, Beth? Let's have a look. Yep, it worked for Beth, so I'm not sure. Try again, Jason. I don't know why yours didn't pop up unless... yeah, I did. But anyway, there you go. But yeah, so I think... what was that? Have a silly question. Just slippery. Is slippery in nipple a drink, Heather? It is, isn't it? And the other one, yeah. I don't even know what's in that. Maybe you can give me the recipe. Yes, I decided to go and pamper myself. So now, no offense to anybody, but now I feel like I could honestly do a drag show. What do you reckon, Heather? Could I? I reckon I could go down the big lipstick. I thought I'll go shout myself. I'll go shout myself and have a bit of a pamper. And my friend Cassie, hey Dee, my friend Cassie has sometimes, I'm not giving away secrets. Cassie will wear the little false eyelashes. Hello, Crow, I love you. She'll wear the false eyelashes and they always look so pretty. And I thought, I'll go and do it, but they're glued on, so I can't just take them off. So now I'm not sure. I can always trim them up later if you all think they look silly. Yes, the crown is special for, well, you know, I wear a crown anyway, but I can see someone really, really handsome in the background. I'm going to ignore you all while I fangirl, okay? So hold on. Say g'day to the Shape. Hey.
Howdy.
Hello. I told you I'd fangirl for about 5 minutes because I've got you on. But I tried to get it out of my system a little bit by saying hello to everybody before I got you up. So there you go.
Fantastic. Let me brighten this. Trying to get the lighting set up here. Can you hear me good?
I can hear you good. Yep. And,
Awesome.
yeah, and you look fine. And you're wearing your blue mask today. I like it.
Oh, yeah.
Oh dear. Adventures with Beth says hello. Everyone's going, yay, hello. Raquel says hello. Rick and Havoc's giving you a heart. They're all here for you. Crow's here.
Crow Judas in there. I see him. Cemetery
Yeah.
Road's in there.
Yeah. Good.
Allie and D.
Yeah. Yeah.
Raquel. D.
Yeah.
Rick and Havoc. She's awesome.
She is good value. So there
Yeah.
you go. Yeah, I was just telling everybody, I thought I might just hit you with some silly questions today, but just a chat.
Oh, yeah.
But I have this other thing where I ask people stupid questions. Oh, they're not stupid questions, they're interesting questions, but I'll usually throw in a stupid one. You know how it goes.
I like stupid questions anyway. Everybody knows everything about me anyway, pretty much, all my back stuff anyway. So
that's right.
Yeah.
So I don't really need to. Everyone that's in here now knows what you do on your channel, so I don't have to say, hey, Shape, tell us about your channel and what you do. So I don't even really need to ask you that because everybody knows. I don't think, is there anybody here that does not know what Shape does? And if there is, shame on you. Hey, Maiko. Hi. And everybody, I'm really sorry. I asked one of my children, when the Chihuahua starts to bark, can you please go and get him and keep him quiet? Yes, Mum, not a problem. So forgive me, because in the background there is a Chihuahua barking. So I can't help it, because that would mean I'd have to get up and move and strangle him.
Yeah, my mom loves Chihuahuas. She's owned one ever since I've been born. She's had like them little teacup Chihuahuas that think they're like pit bulls, and they sit there shaking, looking at you, and act like they're real bad and scary. And you know, you could flip one, and their eyeballs would pop out of their head. A little.
Tell me,
we got little rats.
Yes, like a rat. Dan Tex says hello. Hi.
Oh, Dan Tex. Maiko's in there. I see him.
Yeah.
Black Cat, I see you too. Come, Hitler and Heather. Come Hither and Heather. I actually said come Hitler.
Oh,
whoopsies.
No, we don't want Hitler here. Thank you very much. Oh, geez. Goodness me.
Yeah, I went to that haunted location today too. I just went there to look around. That house is spooky of the daytime. That supposed to be haunted. It's right near. It's right near where I live. Actually, it's a 2-story house they're renovating to move the family in there pretty soon. But it's supposedly a lot of history with that house, and a lot of people supposedly seen a lot of stuff. So I figure, you know what, I might as well investigate it. A lot of people said I haven't investigated enough, which I never catch anything. I mean, but I'll do it. You know, it's an easy video.
So did you catch anything, Shape?
Not yet. I mean, I haven't actually went there to investigate, but I've heard everything from a ghost of a soldier. Now the basement's creepy. The basement looks like a big coffin.
Yep.
Yeah, I was down there. I was waiting. It reminded me of that movie Fright Night. It was gives you a creepy feeling, but we'll see.
Crow's asking you a question. What's your question, Crow? Shape. Would you ever consider getting spinning wheels for your show?
Spinning wheels for my show. I will just for you, buddy.
You'd have to give out prizes or something.
Yeah, I've still got a lot of stuff to mail out too. It's ever since I did that cyber yard sale, it's a lot of that stuff went faster than I thought it would.
Oh, but that's good. I did feel. I'll tell everybody. I think I've told a few people how stupid I am. What's the name of that movie Cotton and Candy come from, Shape?
Killer Clowns from Outer Space.
Right. I know what movie you're talking about, but I wasn't really familiar with it. So when Shape said he was having his yard sale, I saw Cotton and Candy, and I love Cotton and Candy. When you would bring Cotton and Candy out on one of your shows, I'd be like, "Oh, it's Cotton and Candy." So I sent the Shape a message, and I said, "Oh, I'll buy those from you," because I thought you'd made them yourself. I thought I was little cute. He made these little puppets, and he called them Cotton and Candy. So once he told me what they were, I thought, "Oh yeah, no, I can't."
Yeah, I ain't that skilled. I made a well, I had help making a sock puppet, but no, I don't have the skills to make puppets and stuff.
Hi, Tanya. Yes, I'm the fairy queen today. I'm wearing
Tanya.
yeah. Watch how you say it. She can get evil. It's
There's
Tanya.
Vol Lady 2001. She's awesome. I see her in all my. There's Rudy Marie. I see you too.
Oh, hey, Rudy Marie. Yeah, no, so I felt a little bit silly, but that's okay. The Shape forgave me. Crow forgives me all the time. Shape forgave me because I didn't really know. But yeah, so there you go. That's me. Hey, Rob Dog. So because everybody does know who you are and what you do, but I don't really know why you started doing it. You've probably told everybody. I know you do it, and you started a channel and stuff, but it was just that something got under your skin and made it sort of like freaking sick of all these fakers.
Yeah, well, I can tell you exactly what caused it. I was just watching YouTube, looking for some pretty spooky videos, and every time I'd click on one, whether it was Mo Sargi or whoever, I was like, okay, this, I didn't know that these were staged when I first clicked on them, and I was watching them, and I was like, these are, they're faking it. I could tell like right away that they were faking it. I was like, man, and the way they acted like they were scared, I don't know, it just struck a nerve with me. I was like, man, and I was going to make a couple of videos just, to kind of say my piece, and the videos did better than what I thought they would. And I said, well, there's other people out there that think the same way I do, so might as well just make videos.
Yep.
And I kept going.
And look at you now.
Yeah, not far from 20,000 subs. It's about 600 people.
Well,
and we'll be there.
Yeah, you'll get there. No worries. No worries at all. What's that? Adventures with Beth. There's a faker live right now. Did I say that out loud? What? Who? Where? Not me. Not a shame. None of us fake. Oh, I've got nothing to fake anyway.
You and me both.
Yeah.
Invite them on. They're, if they're live, come on over this side.
Yeah, send them a message. Say the Shape would like to talk to them. I was watching the one, I watch all of your videos, but the one with was it yesterday you put it out? The one with Omar?
Yeah, it was yesterday.
Yeah. Oh, I laugh. I just sort of think when they're doing it, really bad acting too. Like
that. Oh yeah, that kills me. It's and plus they made their videos longer. They used to be like 15 minutes long, 20 minutes long. All the boring stuff, they at least cut it out. But now you got to sit through 2 hours. I could watch the Titanic faster than watching one of their videos. And you got to cut all that boring stuff out of them. Go, hey, look at this light switch. It's spooky. Ooh, look at that chair over there. That's scary. That's a strange looking. My dude, shut your face. It really eats my nerves.
It is like once you pointed out too, like sometimes I'm just as guilty. I watch things and I think, oh, not anymore, but I used to watch things and go, geez, why is this not on the news? Like if that's real, oh my God, where's the news report? Where's the scientists trying to get to the bottom of it?
That's what I say. It happens every day. You can operate a 2 YouTube channels and a TikTok with all the paranormal stuff that you have. So you should be able to bring a scientist to your house and say, "Hey, there's a portal to hell right here on my wall. You do your thing, and maybe we can advance technology or something. I don't know, but
I
no,
know.
they don't. They don't do that.
And even who said Mominator 7. Hello, Shape, wanted to come in for a quick
Mominator.
hello. Yeah.
Oh, she's awesome. Mominator. She is a she. I think. Yeah, she's a she. Sometimes I've actually called people, because the profile picture, or not the picture, but the profile name sometimes is not man or woman or whatever you call yourself. And sometimes I'll say, "That's awesome, dude." They're like, "I'm a woman." I'm like, "Oh, what?" And I'm like, "Hey, lady," and they're like, "Oh no, I'm a dude." I'm like, but yeah, Mominator, yeah, that would be that would be a lady. Okay,
So long as you say hello. Hey, Joe. Joe
She's
from
awesome.
Antidepressants just popped in. Come here.
Lab
with it.
15, I see you.
Or who else? Or I'm glad you're onto it as well. Oh yeah, there you are. Hi, Lab 15. Heather says, "I love the way you go through evidence as well, because some of the fakes are elaborate, and you have some amazing skills to pull the editing apart."
Yeah. It's and I'm learning as I go too. It's not like I had it all figured out. I watched so many behind the scenes of actual movie making and horror films and all that. I learned a lot, but when I started YouTube, I had to learn how to apply it, not just know it by what they're telling me, but I had to learn how to do it with editing software. And that right there, it took a little while, but I finally learned how to I could recreate anything they make. I mean, anything they do now, I can recreate it. But they're getting smarter. I'll give them that. They're starting to learn, because they see what all the debunkers are catching them on, and they're like, "Well, they're catching us, so we're going to have to figure out a more creative way to do it." But when they do it, sometimes they make more mistakes, like Omar's legs in a video of him laying in the floor like an idiot.
Yeah, that was
yeah.
that was a good one.
I was like, wow.
Yeah, clear as day. There's his legs, and off comes the thing off the shelf. Oh yeah. I just some of them are some of them are obvious, but then sometimes you've got to be quick. If the way they edit it is, if you just pay attention to the fact that they're saying, "Oh, look at that over there," and you look at what they're saying, you could miss the other bit. But that's where you do what you do and you pick them up on it, which is good.
Anybody in the comments could could tell you it. Oh my goodness, it's bad. Lord, sometimes I'll be sitting there, I'll be editing a video, and I'll get like halfway through it, and you just feel like pulling your hair out. You're just they drive me insane when they get there and they start acting, and it just, because I know what they're doing, and you just want to jump through the screen. That's what I do. Maybe I got a temper problem or something, but yeah.
No, some of them. Raquel is asking you, do you think that AI is going to make it a little bit harder to debunk?
It's possible. I don't know that much about AI, but hey, if they can apply it, I guarantee it. I mean, look how easy visual effects are now. Now you don't have to be a professional to do a visual effect. It's one button push away, and there you go. It's that easy. And but as that happens, the tools that the bunkers can use is it's advancing as well. So the more that advances, you're going to catch up. But the thing about it is, they always make mistakes. No matter how good they are, they're going to make that one mistake, because you can only lie and deceive so much before you accidentally leave an edit in.
Yep.
The fam, he's bad. I mean, I know he's blind, and I think he edits his own video, so that's why he left Omar's legs in the video. He didn't see him. But
I shouldn't laugh, but that's Australian humour. Heather will know where I'm going. Sometimes you just laugh at people's bad luck.
Well, I mean, honestly though, he says he's blind, but is he really? Is he really blind? Because he edits from his phone, so, and that's a small screen. So if he's editing from his phone, he has to have some kind of vision. And he's stumbling around through the dark. He's acting possessed. He's walking up these steps. I'd
Yeah.
fall and kill myself, and I got 20/20 vision. So I don't see how blind he is.
And that one you did with the little boy that was possessed, and that just all I could think, and I commented on that one. All I could think was that poor child being, quite obviously he's moving things, and that was easy to see. But the very fact that the child is being
Oh yeah.
encouraged to do that's so sad. So that he's at an age where he'll think, oh
Mm,
well, mum or grandma told me to do it, so I'll do it. But
yeah.
yeah, but like you said, who was it that was investigating that one?
That was Foreman Four brothers, I believe.
Yeah, and I mean they picked up on it, which was good. Instead of,
Yeah, I was pretty pumped about that. Oh, and they
yeah,
did send me. They sent me the footage that I asked for, the camera angle that they never showed. Uh, but when I went to retrieve the footage, it had already expired, and I was like, I guess you got a time limit on when they send you something, you go to get it. But
yep.
yeah, they did send me the camera angle, so I
Oh
have
well,
a
that was
gut feeling they're probably telling the truth. So
yeah,
yeah, so
Well,
good
that's all
on 'em.
right. Yeah. And I was going to ask you, because sometimes you're completely not about ghost debunking or anything, but how many pets do you have? I know you've got cats.
Yeah, I got one I call Fats. Fatz. He's just a chubby cat that just happened to wander at the house outside one day and never left. And Brat, the inside cat, and Stripe.
Oh, so you've got 3. Crow's
Yeah.
got 8. I've got 3. I don't think any of mine. Oh, mine are asleep on some boxes over there, not going to make a
Crow's
appearance.
got 8 cats.
Crow does have 8 cats. I don't. He definitely didn't start with 8, but he does now.
I could make a joke, Crow, but I'm going to be bigger than that, and I ain't going to do it, but I could.
I'm sure he wouldn't care. Unless he's fallen asleep. Have you fallen asleep, Crow, or are you still there, mate? He's cheeky like that. I'll be talking to him sometimes and he'll be in alive, and then the poor little bugger goes off for a little nana nap. But there you
Oh,
go.
yeah. I know all about his napping. He's messaged me about it. I'll just keep that on the down low. But yeah, I know all about his napping. But hey, good for him. Good on him. He needs
He needs his
needs
rest.
that rest, and he needs that help.
Yes,
He's a good
he does.
guy.
He is a good boy. Tom Skalenka. Shape, have you ever seen a ghost or have had paranormal activity happen?
One time, and I think I told it in that one live stream. But hey, a lot of these might not have heard it. I'll tell it real quick though. I was like 10 years old. I was with my cousin, and we was in my papa's old house. He had done moved out. My mama had passed away recently, and it was like 1993, 92. I was about 11, maybe 12, somewhere in that early 90s. And we were in this back room. We were having a seance. We'd watched a movie that had these people holding candles and holding hands, just doing crazy stuff. And we decided to do it and lit candles. We was in that back room, and there's steps like right on the wall there. And we were acting goofy, going, show yourself, make yourself known, all this other stuff. And all of a sudden, we heard these heavy footsteps just stomping down the steps. Sounded like it weighed 500 pounds. Sounded like Bigfoot in cowboy boots. It was huge, whatever it was. So we hear it, and we're pretty scared. We take off, run to the door. He grabs the doorknob, turns, pulls, and the doorknob comes out in his hand.
Oh.
And I'm behind him, and we hear this thing beating on the door to the cellar because it's locked from the outside. And it's got a padlock, and you can hear the padlock. Every time it hit the door, the padlock will go pa-ching, pa-ching, pa-ching. I'm glad that lock was on there, or whatever it was. And he finally got the doorknob back in, and we took off. But yeah, that really happened. It was but that's the only thing that's ever happened. I don't know what did that. I don't know what it was, but that happened.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Did you got out? You took off. It was all right.
Oh yeah. Well, I was gone. I would if he hadn't got that doorknob back in, I would have made a new door. Whatever it was, it sounded huge. It really did sound like a bear. But the thing, like I said, the padlock was on the outside of the door, so nobody can get access to the attic. So whatever's in the attic, I don't know how it got there.
A raccoon in cowboy boots? I've got a
Yes.
thing. I've
Yeah,
got a
well,
thing. It's all right.
hey,
No.
it could have. If it was an animal, it was a bear. That's all I can say. If it was an animal,
Wow.
it was huge. But
Wow.
yeah, it very well could have. It could have been it could have been a bear that my uncle got drunk and locked it up in the attic by accident. I don't know, but I just know what I heard. It was spooky.
I stayed when I went to Virginia City last year. I stayed in the miners' cabin,
Uh-huh.
and that place rattles around. And it was a real windy night. One night that I was in there was really windy. But they've got a pussycat that lives in the hotel, and the pussycat, I tried to kidnap it so it'd come in and sleep with me because I didn't really like being there by myself. I won't do
Right.
that again. I didn't see any ghosts. I just
Well,
yeah. So there
yeah.
you go.
So you've never had no like actual paranormal like real happen to you or what?
Well, paranormal stuff, yeah, happened, but not like I had one time again band camp.
I love that
this-
movie.
yeah, I know it's a good one. Well, I did. My father-in-law passed away by. I've got to be careful what you say on YouTube, don't I? Let's just say he had an argument with the rope, and the rope won. And I went that day to the home where it happened, and was
Yeah.
sleeping in a room that night where his wife had slept the night before.
Uh-huh.
They'd had words, and she said, "I don't want to listen to you whinge anymore. I'm going to the spare room," and that's where I spent the next night. So the evening of the morning that he did that.
Right.
And I wasn't asleep. I swear to God. And everyone says, "Oh, it might have been it could have been my imagination."
Right.
Maybe I did fall asleep and I just don't remember.
Yeah.
But I know I thought my son had woken up and was looking at me because I could feel someone looking at me, but I knew it wasn't my son because I looked at his cot and he wasn't standing up looking at me, and I slowly raised my eyes to sort of my face level, and the person who had done that to himself was standing there in stripy pajamas and leant down and basically yelled at me like "Rah," like that, which is really weird. I screamed, shook my husband, and I was sure I was awake. And I didn't know what he had passed away in, what he was wearing, but apparently he didn't get dressed. Apparently he was wearing he had blue striped pajamas.
Right.
So could have been my imagination, could have been a ghost, but I will never swear on it. But it was just awful timing.
Right. Yeah.
But yes, so that's probably about it. Oh,
Yeah.
bye, Dee. Go back to work. All you Aussies, back to work. Go on.
Bye, Dee. Thank you for
yeah.
dropping by as well.
Yeah, Dee's off. Oh, golly. But yeah, no. And then when I was with Jason and Cassie in the Washoe Club, I finally, you know, when everyone says shape that they get the goosebumps and the chills and things.
Uh-huh. Oh yeah.
I always kind of thought that was just you've got a like you got cold. It's
Right.
cold and you got
Yeah.
goosebumps. But I did have my very first experience of that with Jason in the Washoe Club. We could smell a really strong. For me, it was like a pipe, like a very sweet smelling smell, and then with
Right.
that like electricity on my arms and all over my body. So I've never felt, and I'm old, so I've never felt anything like that. But that's
Right.
I've never seen a ghost. I've never seen a shadow person. I've never seen or spoken to a demon. There's a first time for everything, of course, but
Oh yeah. Yeah.
yeah, so far, no. So that's that's kind of what I just find it all very fascinating, though. Lots of things can happen sometimes, and you just can't explain what it is.
Yeah. Yeah.
But when I watch some of the things that like with what you do, like that glass sliding along the It was well done, but that was
Oh yeah.
no way. And there is no way that if a glass actually did that, slid across the bench, again, like we said before, you would be, oh my God, lights would be put on, you'd be walking around.
Exactly.
You wouldn't just go, oh, isn't that interesting, and then head to the next room.
Yeah, exactly. And they always have the camera right there, perfect for
Yeah.
the shot every time. So, oh, look at them dolls up there. Not the glass that we got the camera aimed at. I'm talking about the dolls up there. Don't worry about the glass that's about to move. Just look at those dolls. We didn't see them last time. Like, come on, dude.
I know, and it's just a little bit too much. But I do appreciate what you do. I know I can't even remember how I started watching what you do. I think it was Crow. I think Crow said go on over and watch Shape. And then I know you may I love your animations. I just love the animations. Whenever I tune in to watch, I know I want to watch what you've debunked, but most of all, like when you did the little one the other night with the dog, and gave it little red eyes.
Oh yeah, yeah. No, I love the dog. That's the best part of the video.
but that other guy, that one a few weeks ago spooked me out, where he was staring at his wife, and the dog was beginning, you could tell the dog was beginning to get worried, like, what are you doing, dude? And come over, and then he didn't like he's
Yeah.
and then wasn't there a noise, and that put him off, so he had this stare, and then there's something, a noise moved, and he went, oh, what was that?
I just look at it from the dog's point of view, like what the dog sees on a daily basis. A dude running around in his underwear and a t-shirt, throwing strings over this, shooting lasers, and hitting the wall, and then running over to his camera. And I'm like, that poor dog. Come on now.
And what gets me is his wife sleeps through it all. I'm assuming it's his wife. I don't know.
Somebody better check her pulse. Might not be asleep.
And then I'm just like, oh my goodness. So that's what I mean. I watch you do stuff like that, and I laugh, like I'm just laughing now. I just laugh, and I just think that is so hilarious. And I reckon you should do more of them. But I especially love the one you did months and months ago. What, last year? The one. The one where all of the cartoon creators meet in a haunted house. I think you had it as.
Oh yeah, the old YouTube slasher deal. Yeah.
Oh my God, I couldn't stop. I watched that a few times. I just laughed, and the noises. But anyway, that's me fangirling again.
No,
Anybody else? Anybody else?
You'll like my new one, because I got a new one that's like new and improved, better animations and everything. I just few finishing touches, that thing would be ready to go.
Oh, excellent. I'll be looking for it. I hop on a plane to come to America on Sunday my time, and I arrive in America on Monday morning 9:30. I'm pretty sure Jason's probably still lurking. I did look on a map. I thought, oh, I wonder how far Virginia City is from where I'll be. It says 7 hours. I'm like, 7 hours. But
Virginia,
there you go.
I ain't sure. Virginia City is that in Virginia?
No, you're in Virginia.
Yeah.
It's a pity you're not in Virginia City. I'd buy you lunch. But there you go. But I will be in Virginia City for a whole week. I like it there. Have you been there, Shape?
I don't know. I don't think in fact, I've only been to like a few other states besides Virginia itself. I've been like Tennessee. I've been to North Carolina, South Carolina. Pretty much everything on the eastern side, up and down, pretty far both ways, above Virginia, below Virginia on the East Coast. I've never been like the West Coast or Midwest or out in that area. Like to.
I reckon you'd like Virginia City. I like it because everyone there's friendly. Well, I found them to be really friendly, but it's really just, you go into Virginia City and it's honestly like just stepping back in time. Like, yeah, there's cars in the street, but all the buildings and the mountains are just there. And everyone in here knows I love the wild horses. There's wild horses that wander around. So I do not feed the wild horses carrots. I do not. I do not. But yeah, so I'm looking forward to going there. I've got, I bought myself a ticket to go to the Sutro Tunnel. I think that's what it's called, Sutro
Uh-huh.
Tunnel, which is in Virginia City. And that's on Mother's Day. And I figure I'm a mum. That's my Mother's Day present.
Right. Right.
Joe from NTD7 says you don't live too far from where he lives.
Yeah. Me
Let's
and
see.
old Joe, I got plans with him coming hopefully pretty soon.
Yeah, he mentioned somewhere up. Sorry, Joe, I didn't flash it up, but something about going to investigate with him or something.
Yeah.
Was
Yeah.
that you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh no, Ali, I don't give any carrots at all to the Mustangs. No.
There's Rob Dog and Black Cat and Miss General. Hello. Adventures with Beth. Hello. Tom, I see you.
He's lurking. Yeah, I was going to say to Jason, hey Jason, how far is the shape from where we've got to go? But I'm
There's
not gonna ask.
Loz. Hello, Loz.
Yeah, Loz popped in. It's because it's what day is it, guys? Thursday. It's Thursday here in Australia, and it's just it's 2:38 in the afternoon. So I know Loz, the bobblehead queen, Loz is at work, and Tanya is in New Zealand, and you're a couple of hours ahead of me, Tanya. Yes, so it would be 3:30, 4:30 or so there. Yes, I like making my bobbleheads, but I'm nowhere in the vicinity of the shapes creativity with animation. But I'm learning. That's the important.
Hi, Angel Dawn. I see you too. Oh well, my animations. I had to learn those hitting the ground running too. But that's my favorite part of doing any video is
an animation.
Animations. Yeah, people seem to like them. That's why I put more in them than what I used to. I'd put like one little animation at the beginning, and that was it. But now people like them so much. Now I have to do one in the middle, 5, 6 animations here.
Oh no, sorry, Tape. But I do. They make me laugh. I laugh out loud every time, and I can go back and watch them again. If I'm feeling a bit down, I go and find one, especially the slasher one. I go find that, and I just crack up.
Yeah.
I just think, yes.
Yeah, and plus, I mean, it's therapeutic for me. I mean, like, if I don't like this particular YouTuber that much, I can like drop a chandelier on his head. I feel better about the whole thing. I don't know why. Maybe I got a little bit of something wrong with it. I don't know, but yeah, just I love it. That helps me. It makes me feel better, if that makes sense. It's just like, oh, look at him. He just got hit by a Toyota truck. And then it blew up. And I'm like, oh, I feel better.
Oh, no. Yes, it's good therapy. Oh, golly. Oh, there you go. Tanya just said it is 4:39 p.m. in New Zealand, where she is.
4:39 p.m.
Yep.
It's 12:40 in the morning here, or midnight after midnight here.
So, what time do you go to bed, Shape, or are you going to work soon?
Well, usually I go to bed about 2 in the morning most times. Sometimes a little later, sometimes a little earlier. It just depends on what kind of day I'm having. But I get up early.
So. Yeah, I'm an early riser as well. Hey, I should ask you, because I ask everybody else, do you believe in aliens from outer space?
Yes, 100%. Yep, I sure do. And I ain't talking about the little green men type. I'm talking about like life on other planets. I know for a fact there is. It's mathematically certain that there is, but I don't know that we'll ever see them or find them. They might be too far away, but I know there's life somewhere. There's just too many planets, too many stars, too many solar systems, too many too many solar systems, just too many for not one planet to be livable besides Earth. It's just
absolutely. We'd be very, very up ourselves if we thought we were the only. I don't know if we're really intelligent, but anyway, I think there's a lot of other animals on the planet that are smarter than us. But yeah, I do too. I know Crow's right into the aliens, and every person I've asked that question has all said yes. No one said nah, not true. But I believe it to be the case. I want to see one though. I've never seen one. Just like I've never really seen a ghost. Not that I think I have. I want to see an alien.
Yeah, well, I tell you what, you may have already and just don't know it. Could
Wow.
have been
Who
talking to
knows?
one and not know it. Never know.
Who knows? You never know. Maybe Crow's like Crow won't let anyone see him, so you never know. Maybe Crow really is, and maybe the cats in the background, they're not really his pets; they're his dinner.
I wouldn't put it past him at all. Is that right, Crow? Hi, Kim. Kim, I see you. Kim Fitzgerald.
Oh dear. Well, someone asked a question, and I don't know who. Dayston, Dayston said, "Shape, what's your take on Smug Puppy coming back to YouTube? Firstly, who's Smug Puppy?
Oh,
A faker."
well, yeah, probably the worst kind, to be honest. But they're pretty popular on TikTok, and when they came to YouTube, a couple of debunkers made a video on them. They got butthurt about it, took videos down, and then I guess a few people said, "Oh, they did that because they were getting bullied by the people that you sent, all this other stuff." But I'd have to see it to believe it. I don't see anybody's channel, but yeah, they can come back. They can make all the fake videos they want to make. It doesn't bother me none, but they will wind up in one of my videos. So that's the way I look at it.
Rudy Marie says, "Shape is an alien." Confirmed. How did you confirm that? He's not an alien.
Rudy Marie would know. I am an alien. Well, I'm wearing a mask. It's why Crow is. We're trying to take
Yeah, I
over. He's trying to take over Florida. I'm trying to take over Virginia.
Okay.
That's what we're doing.
Well, does that mean you can both, do something and make me one as well? I'll take over Australia.
Yeah, we'll just plant people all over the place. We'll take over
That's
this area.
Oh well,
A
if you
world,
talk to,
entire world of debunkers. The earth
Yeah.
filled with debunkers.
World.
That's what
Yeah.
That's what we're doing.
Volady. Some names are a mouthful. Volady.
Yeah.
Volady says that if you were to bunker, it just gives us more content to debunk people.
There you
So,
go. But
okay,
best thing about it though is people learn. They watch the videos and they learn what to look out for themselves, and that helps a lot because I'll have people that email me a clip that's got a really awesome debunk in it, and that helps out a lot because you know that they're learning what to look for as well. So that makes me happy. That way people know what to look for. That way people ain't deceived. Like I said, I'm not trying to pull their subs away from them. I'm just trying to learn people before they get to that channel what to look for. That way they'll know themselves. I ain't worried about them unsubbing or anything. That's not what I'm after. I'm just educating people on, hey, this is what's happening here, and I want you to know. And if you want to go sub after that, at least you'll know what to look for, and you can be your own judge.
Yep. Well, I know a lot of people. Well, I'm one of them. I started to watch this sort of content. I'd always watched it. I watched the Ghost Hunters and all that sort of stuff years ago.
Right.
But I think I've told you before. But so my son was killed in a car accident, and something strange happened to me then that I didn't tell you before. But something strange happened to me then, and after that, I started to just to help not go crazy. I started to watch things, and I started to think, whoa, if that's real, then that means that maybe he can hear me or whatever. So I'm okay now. I'm not loopy now, but I was pretty loopy. So if people can watch that sort of, those people make that content and be in a grieving state and believe that what they're showing is real, it's quite cruel.
Yeah.
It's cruel. Like, show the truth. I prefer to watch someone just sitting there and nothing's happening.
Exactly.
And nothing's happening, but they might sort of say, "Oh, that was a bit strange," or "Well, that was a bit weird." But when you see things like Omar and all them doing all them fake things, you think, you know what? I'm reasonably positive if there was something there, it would have a lot more better things to do with its energy than throw a glass across.
That's another thing I can't make any sense out of. If I'm a person and I pass away and my spirit's walking the earth. I mean, the only thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to pick this up and, oh, look at that! I threw that. Did you see it? Why would I do that? Why would I do that? I
Exactly.
would use that energy for something that a human being would use it for, maybe to get my message out or something like that. You know, I'm not going to
Yeah.
sit there playing in cupboards all night long and rattling chains and running up
Yep.
all over the place and throwing stuff. Why would I do that? That makes no sense.
No, I think, and that's the thing. I guess we don't know what we're gonna do when we go. But yeah, if you have that much energy, you're not going to do something stupid like that. I mean, I wouldn't think so. I think if you've
No.
got a little bit of brains about you when you're alive, surely when you're dead,
Yeah,
surely
you would
something like
think
that
you,
stays
yeah.
with you. Yeah. So, like, if you have the energy to pick up a heavy cup or a glass,
Uh,
find a piece of chalk and write a message.
there you go. Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, because that's a lot lighter than the glass you're going to throw across the room. Or,
Yeah,
you know,
yeah, exactly. It don't make no sense to me. And the worst part for me about it is the YouTuber I can't stand more than all the rest of them are the kind that, like, if a celebrity passes away, they're right on it. Like the very next day they got a video on it. You know, I'm talking to whoever, you know,
yeah,
and
yeah,
right, like a day after, they don't even give the family time to grieve or anything, and that's what aggravates me more than anything. Cannot
yeah,
stand those people. Can't relate. Can't stand them.
yeah. And I think for me personally, that's what aggravates me the most when these people do these things, because if those people have lost someone close to them that they love, I can't imagine for a minute, unless they're not very good people, why they would think that was funny or interesting to do, to pretend that they were talking to the dead and give, because I can't talk for anyone in the chat because I don't know, but anyone who has lost a child or a love, like a husband, or even your mum or your dad,
Yeah.
the last thing you want to do is think that someone is making a mockery
Mhm.
of that. So look, I watch it all because I hope that one day someone will find something, and probably never will, but geez,
Mm.
it'd be great, like, and get on the news. Look, uh, the ghost of Abraham Lincoln.
Yeah.
He said to do this. Oh yes, or Rudy Marie. Oh, they've caught
Rudy
Michael Jackson.
Marie.
Yeah, she
Yeah.
says they've caught Michael Jackson going hee hee.
Hee-hoo. Man, I love it.
Uh,
There's old Tom. I see you there, buddy.
yeah,
I
there's
see.
a lot of good people in here.
Oh
Oh,
yeah, it's the best.
yeah. And look, I want to say thank you to everybody for coming in the chat today, because I know it's late in America,
Oh yeah,
and
yeah.
yeah, and I know that a lot of my Australian people, it's a work day, so, but it doesn't matter because this will be fine. They can always rewatch, and
Exactly.
if
Exactly.
I would be totally amazed if there's anyone in here who is not subscribed to U-Shape. But should there be a rare person in here that has not subscribed to Shape, 600 more, and he's got how many? 20.
20K. Yeah. Yeah.
That'd be awesome. And he's a good man. Like, there might be people out there who don't like him, and that's because they've faked things and they've been called out. And obviously, they're not going to enjoy being called out. But I've never personally seen the Shape be really mean or horrible to anybody, even to really the people you call out. You're never really
Yeah.
horrible to them. You just say, "Hey, well."
Yeah. I guess. Yeah. I'm a bit
Definitely
sarcastic, but I don't.
sarcastic. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. I don't. I
But
don't get there. I don't call them, like, just blatantly calling them names and all that other stuff. And
no,
but,
and
yeah.
and actually, do they ever threaten you? Apart from the copyright things, do you ever get little nasty nasties?
Oh yeah. Yeah. I've had email after email of people that hate my guts, you know, everything from death threats. You
Let
name
me
it,
at 'em.
I've had it.
Let me
You
at 'em.
name it. But hey, you know, I don't know, you know, how things work where they're from, you know, but hey, come see me.
Yeah, yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, if they're going to go and see you, I'll come and help you. I might be a girl, but a woman. I'm not a girl anymore. But I'll tell you what. Ask Jason. I'll have a go.
Mate,
I
I
mean,
heard that, people over your area is pretty tough from what I hear, just like us Southern
that's right.
boys over in the United States.
Yeah, a little bit like that. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, we're just, like, yeah, and Tanya will be able to tell you people from New Zealand, the Maori people. You don't want to mess with the Maori, do you, Tanya? They're awesome and they're funny. And yeah, bring a group of Maoris with me, and
That's what I'm saying. Hey,
yeah, and then let these people have a go. They're doing the wrong thing. They've done the wrong thing. Just swallow it and deal with it and be kind. But
exactly.
I personally think what you're doing is helping people like myself, anybody who has suffered a loss and thinks
Yeah.
that they're watching these people and that they're real,
Yeah.
like, no, there are real ones out there. And yes, they'll be bloody boring because they may not be catching anything, but they're trying.
Right.
So
Yeah.
that's what you should want to watch. Like, don't watch the ones where all of a sudden something, bounces across the floor and hits someone in the head, or
Yeah, exactly. And as far as like Hope Paranormal, that one that has a tendency to do that a lot, I got a little undercover going on right now for him. And I can't wait to put this video out as well. It's going to be a banger, that's for sure.
Well, when's it coming out? Shape? When?
That one will be a couple of weeks because I got to get it. I got to get all the undercover material ready. Got to edit around it to keep it kind of anonymous. But yeah, I sent somebody undercover, and well, they volunteered. I didn't send them. They volunteered, and I was like, oh, okay, that's cool, do it. And can't give any more than that away. But yeah,
this is
it's gonna be awesome.
This could be huge.
Yeah, it's gonna show just how full of it Hope is.
Who said Joe is in the gutter again? Why is Joe in the gutter? Joe said Karen just said swallow it. LOL. Okay, yeah, Joe's in the gutter. It's usually Crow. I'm sure Crow must have fallen asleep, because how Crow could not bite at something like that, I don't know.
You figure Crow would have jumped all on that one.
Now, Joe from Entity 7 Paranormal. So Karen don't like baby showers. What does that mean, Joe? What did I miss? He can tell me later. Well, Crow, if you are in there, it's your time to say hello and goodbye to the Shape, because I know the Shape has stuff to do, and well, frankly, so do I, because it's only the afternoon. It's 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I might go for a walk. The sun's out. What are you going to do, Shape?
Me, I'll probably do probably about 30 minutes hour of editing, and then I'm going to probably crash. Today was a bit more busy than usual. It was went to a birthday party, and I don't know if you know how much energy a 2-year-old kid has, but they got a lot, and
I had 6 babies. I had 6 babies as I put up 5. I had 6 babies, so I know exactly how much energy they take.
Yeah, but yeah, I was sweating bullets. Then she puked. Then she puked all over me. I had to take 2 showers today. The first one got like real sweaty, and then turn her around and she got gagged up or something. She puked from my shoulder all the way down to my shoes. I was like, oh my goodness. Yeah, but it was fun. It was awesome.
Oh, geez. Well, I'm glad you had an awesome time being vomited on.
Yeah, it was. It was. Ooh. And
All
there
right,
is Kim Fitzgerald. She's awesome. She's I like Kim. She's I think she's a rock fam. She's one of the most supportive people I've probably ever met too. She's real supportive. I see you, girl.
Yeah, she's subscribed to my channel, and she's always got a kind word. So have the rest of you. But yeah,
everybody in this chat's awesome.
Yeah,
I
no.
recognize these names and profile pictures just like that right there. So if I don't care if I got 2 million subs, it's the first few that you get you program into your
Remember.
brain because you remember
Uh-huh.
you remember those people.
And it's the ones that stay with you from the
Yeah,
beginning and give you encouragement, and
yeah,
like,
yeah,
"Hey, guys, what do you think of that? Was that okay? Or what do you reckon? Like, can I change something?
yeah.
Were you happy with that?" And because it's like we have, well, I'm speaking for you, beg your pardon, I won't speak for you. I love doing what I do because it's creative, it's
Uh,
fun to make it,
yep.
and it's just I enjoy doing it. It's like a hobby. And then that fact that I put it on the YouTube and people look at it and go, "Oh, that was funny," or "Oh, I like that," or "Oh, really?" I think,
Right.
"Oh, cool. Well, that's good." So
Uh-huh.
I someone else likes what I do, much like what you say that's you started to do it, people liked it, and so you continue to do it. So
Yeah.
well,
Yep.
I hope in a couple of weeks' time you've got the 20,000 subscriptions.
Yeah.
Um, and I think
Honestly,
you'll,
if I get to 20K, I hope I never get one past it. I hope I keep the community I got now. That's all I want. I could care less if another sub came along ever, and that's no lie. I love the ones I got. That's all I want. I ain't worried about. I wish there's a way you could turn it off after you get to the amount you want. But a lot of people
it's
just want them to keep coming. Not me. I want the ones I got. That's it.
because it's like a family.
Yeah.
It is.
Exactly.
And I did hear a big YouTuber, some young boy who's got something stupid like 10 million 10 million. And he was in a little live that was sort of off the radar a bit. And he said, "I miss this." He said, "I used to know all of my subscribers by name." He said,
Uh,
"Now I can't. There's too many."
exactly.
And I thought, yeah, like he's got lots of money. I mean,
Yeah. Yeah. For sure.
that's great. But at the end of the day, it's nice to look in and see a familiar name. And especially if you're not feeling so great yourself, you can look at your comments or whatever. And anyone that says
Yeah,
something horrible,
that
yeah,
that's another thing. I'll be having a bad day, like a real bad day, depressed, whatever, and I'll go through my comments and just some of the nicest, awesomest comments, and it boosts you right up. You just feel a lot better.
yep,
That's
it does.
awesome.
It does.
But yeah, and it's like I don't know if you know some of these big YouTube gamers like Markiplier and
Yeah,
Jacksepticeye, but you can go
yeah,
back and watch their older videos, like 12 years ago or older, and you see them in the comments and they're engaging with all their subs and
yeah.
all this, and then you look at it now, you won't see a heart in the comments. But and that I've noticed that over the years, like bigger YouTubers, some of them just can't get to everybody. I understand that, but some of them just quit trying. But you go back in the early days and you look and you see
That's
how
yeah.
just how happy they are. They're in the comments, they're having fun and all that, and it kind of makes you feel bad for them in a way, but also that's one thing I ain't ever gonna do.
Mm,
Like I said, once I get to 20K, that's my goal. That's it. I'll never ask for another sub. I'm just gonna, hey, if you want to sub, good. Don't whatever. I'm happy with what I got, and the ones I got, that's the ones that's programmed in here, and that's all I want.
yep. And that's the same. Like, I mean, it says me. Oh, I've got 180 subscribers. But to me, when I first started and I had 20 people, I thought, "Oh my God, 20 people are looking at this." Like it was a bit
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
"Oh my God, 20
It ain't
people."
all about views anyway. It's about making
It's
stuff that makes somebody happy. For
yeah.
people say
And
your content helps me through my day. That's the
yeah.
ultimate comment for me. That makes my whole day.
And
I love it.
that's what I mean. Now that I see a few more people like what I'm doing, and that's what I'm getting told. Yeah, like, "Oh, gee, thanks, Karen. That was funny," or whatever. And I'm always shouting out to other people because I think that's important.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
if someone says something, or I don't know, and I don't like fibbers, so wouldn't know how to debunk, but that's not what I mean. I look more into researching places and think, where'd that stupid story come from? That's not true. Like,
Right.
this is true. This is what the truth is. So I don't know. I like it. I like talking to
Yeah,
people.
yeah, it's me too. I love it.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
yeah, and but I live by, like I said, Mr. Beast. Everybody knows who he is, and I tell everybody that one piece of advice is real. Is
Yep.
Every time you make a video, try to make that video just 1% better than your last one.
Yeah.
Every
just-
video. And after
Yeah.
100 videos, you're going to notice a big difference.
Yeah.
It,
And he's
it
a good
really does
example.
work.
He's
Yeah,
a good
yeah. He's biggest YouTuber on the planet right now. I mean, not as far as subs, he's not, because there's corporations above him right now. But like these big old channels that's got a whole corporation behind them. But as far as he's the fastest growing and the most viewed, and he knows what he's talking about, I'd say.
Yeah.
But
And the
it
thing
does
I
work.
Yeah, and the thing I like about him too is he just goes out and does nice things for people.
Exactly.
You know,
Exactly.
gives them money. What? You're homeless on the street? No, here you go. Here's a place to go and like he does really nice things. But
Yeah.
there you go.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to end the live, Shape, but don't run away. I'll say goodbye to everybody, and then I want to say goodbye to you. So,
All right.
it's just specials. So hey everybody, I'm going, and on Sunday I'm leaving for America. So every now and then I'll probably have to get Jason to show me how to do it. I do have Instagram. I haven't got the foggiest idea how to use the stupid thing. I'll work it out. But there'll be little lives and stuff. So look out for that. And please go, if you're not familiar with the Shapes channel, please go and check it out because you'll love it. You'll laugh. Like you'll also see some truths, but what I mean is, most importantly, you'll laugh. That's why I watch the Shape.
I'm crazy.
So
I'm
okay, bye.
crazy.
Bye everybody.
Bye, guys. I appreciate you.
Bye. Hey everybody, welcome to this week's episode of My 5 Haunting Questions. This week we have Dave Schrader with us, and I'm super excited because, of course, you guys might know him from the Holzer Files, Devil's Perch. He's been on tons of ghost adventure programs, Paranormal State. He's been in a show with Jack Osborne and the Ghost Brothers called Fright Club. He's been in a lot of things, okay? He's just recently written his first book, so we're going to talk to him about that. And I guess he's been doing this since he was a little boy, because when he was a little boy, he lived in a haunted house, and he says he saw his grandpa and grandma's spirits, and he's seen Bigfoot, and he's seen a UFO at Lake Trout. That's a funny name, isn't it? I guess it's full of trout. I don't know. But anyway, I digress. Let's get on to it and let's talk to Dave. Let's let him in. Hey, Dave. Thank you. Thanks for being here. I've just introed you to everybody, so I don't have to rehash all those old questions you probably get. But I do want to know one thing.
Sure.
In reading your bio, basically, I noted that, you did grow up in a haunted house and you have seen things when you were little. But not everybody grows up as a kid and says, one day I want to be a paranormal investigator. Normally it's mum and dad want you to be a doctor, a lawyer, a dentist, something that'll make them, oh, my son's rich. I know I grew up wanting to be either a vet or a nurse, so I became a nurse. What kind of thing did you want to be when you grew up? I mean, or did you want to be a paranormal investigator?
Well, it's a funny blend because when I was a child, I used to love radio, and I would call very famous local radio personalities in the Chicagoland area, and they would take my call, and I would leave my name and number, and they would call me at home. My mom would get this phone call, and all of a sudden she'd be like, Dave, Larry Lujak is on the phone for you. And he was like our #1 morning guy. And I come out and he just talked to me for an hour, and they let me pick their brains about radio and interviewing. And some of them actually invited me into studio to watch them do their craft. And I loved radio. So I believe I had been setting intentions and manifesting since I was a child. I used to practice signing my autograph and always kind of plotted out my book sales and when I'm going to appear on TV. Never knew to what degree or what I would actually be doing it for. But as my life progressed, and I've always been kind of steeped in the supernatural and have had weird things around me, and a mom and aunt who were very nurturing in that, and were never shying away from answering questions, and a dad who loved horror movies. So I was always kind of allowed to just be weird. And I used to go on ghost tours in Chicago with Richard Crowe, and I got to investigate. He was a very famous local legend in Chicago. And we got to investigate the Biograph Theater on the night of the anniversary of John Dillinger's death.
Oh,
And
wow.
when I was a teenager, and I just was like, this is so cool. And I always knew I wanted to do something with the paranormal, maybe someday lead my own tours. And I just never knew what it was. And I went off to college, Winona State, Minnesota. Something paranormal brought me to that radio station, and ended up meeting my friend Tim there. We became buddies, and lo and behold, 20 years later, when he was working in radio still, he reached out and said, "Hey man, I have an opening on Sunday nights at 11 to midnight. Do you want to do a radio show together?" And I said, "Yeah." He goes, "What topic?" And I said, "Let's do the paranormal. We both like the paranormal. Let's do this." And he said, "Okay." And we launched, and that was 18 years ago. So I've been in paranormal radio now for 18 years of my life, 18 of the best years of my life, I would say. Aside from being a dad, that is my second favorite thing that I've ever been able to do. So is to do radio and the paranormal. So I got to marry those two. And, you know, my parents were great, because this has never made me rich, but it paid my bills. And my parents were just happy that I had something in my life that paid the bills. And I was never meant to be a doctor or a lawyer.
A lawyer.
Yeah, I mean, I play doctor, and I like to think I could, you know, go to court and fight my way out of a ticket, because I've watched CSI and Blues and LA Law all my life. So, but yeah, so it just all kind of came together, and there's been these cool little synchronistic paranormal things that just brought me into this world and have held on to me and kept me here.
It's pretty cool. I was smiling before when you were saying, as a kid, you would ring up the radio stations and you had that interest. Just as a side note, when I was a little girl, I always watched the Dinah Shore show, which
Sure.
was a talk show, and drive my mother crazy when she went out to go to the store. I'd rearrange the furniture the same way Dinah had her lounge suites, so that I
Sure.
could pretend interview movie stars, and I would pretend getting an Oscar, and I would pretend signing autographs, and it just made me smile that you did a very similar thing. I never became a movie star or a talk show host, but
Wait, what are
there
you
go.
doing right now? You're hosting
Oh, well,
a chat show with
now I am
one of
with
the most you know,
famous
celebrated
people.
personalities
Yeah.
in the paranormal field. If I might say so myself, Golden Telly Award winning international TV sensation Dave Schrader. So it's all coming to fruition for you.
Oh no, who'd have thought? Oh gosh. Look, I was going to ask you too. I had I did see that you said when you were a little boy, 12-year-old, and I know you probably talked about this, but I haven't heard this story. So were you camping, or were you with the Boy Scouts, or what happened that you were somewhere where you saw a Bigfoot? And did you see him from a distance, or did he walk right in front of you? Like, please tell me that story, because I'm fascinated. I'd love to see one.
Let me show you on this doll where he touched me. No, it was I wasn't camping. I'm an avid indoorsman. I don't like the out of doors too much. But I was a kid, and my grandparents owned 40 acres in Foley, Alabama, and only about 10 of those acres were livable. The rest was just wild brush and woods and creepy, snaky, alligatory things. So we never really went out that way. But my grandfather tended a pond, and it was filled with fish. We used to fish in the pond all the time. So the big exciting thing for the day was my cousins and I would go down and fish, or hang out, or play Planet of the Apes, and, you know, run around like goofballs. And one day my cousin Rob and I were down by the pond fishing, and we could hear something big stomping around. And again, it never really dawned on me that it would be a Bigfoot, because Bigfoot wasn't a thing. I mean, it was like 1977, so I was about 10 years old. And obviously Bigfoot had been on In Search Of and a few of those things, but he wasn't part of the regular conversation. So I just figured there was something walking around back there, wolf or bear or something. And it kept getting louder. And the pond was maybe 50 yards from one side to the other. And there were these tall bushes at the end of the pond. And all of a sudden we heard the rustling, and this hairy hand came and pushed the top of the bush down. And I could see this thing from about the tip of the nose up. And it looked like a Bigfoot to me. I don't, but it had the kind of dark grayish black mane of hair
Mm.
and was very, very strange looking. And it just stared at my cousin and I. And your brain at any age, just kind of, when you see something that extraordinary, I just kind of froze and looked. And your brain's trying to figure out, what am I looking at? And I remember turning to my cousin, and he was littler than I was, and he looked up at me, and we just kind of looked back at this thing, and it was still standing there staring. And it didn't growl at us. It wasn't threatening. It wasn't, but we just knew we shouldn't be there. And we hightailed it up to the house, half expecting that by the time we got up there, we would find out it was one of our idiot dads dressed in a gorilla suit trying to scare us. When we got in the house, everybody was there. Our dads, our grandfathers, our uncles, our cousins, and we were wound up enough about it that they grabbed their guns and went out looking. But nobody was
Oh.
thinking, look for footprints. Nobody was thinking, look for hair. I really wish I had access to that property now, just to go back and re-examine it and get full measurements. But it was really a cool moment. Now, again, this is colored through the lens
Hindsight.
of my youth. So there is a chance that I'm misremembering it. And maybe it was, the face was very dark and inset. It could have been perhaps a homeless man that was living in the woods back there and just had a wild, unkempt head of hair and a dark inset face. But it didn't feel human. It felt animal-like when I saw it. But again, as a kid trying to perceive this thing that you're seeing, it's hard for me to say. I never got to look at his feet, so I don't know if they were big or small or medium,
Yeah, and at least you're analytical about it. You're not saying it definitely was. You're saying that through the eyes of a child and from your memory, that's what you believe you saw.
Yeah.
Sure, there could be another explanation, but I prefer to actually go with your reasoning. I think it would be magical if that was what it was. I always say I hope nobody ever really finds one and captures it or anything like that, because the
I
poor
would-
thing.
Actually, I hope that we do find one at some point, so that we could prove it, because I think there's something to learn from these beings. Like we both know what science would do to it.
That's what I mean. Yeah.
I hope that it would be something very public, so that there would be no way that they could just squirrel it away. But I think that's already happened. I think they've already uncovered and found a Bigfoot and know what they're dealing with.
You reckon? Could be.
Yeah.
Well, look, I mean, like you say, that was on your grandparents' property. So someone else owns that property now. You just don't know. If somebody actually shot one, God forbid, but say they did, who are they going to call? The police, I guess, or someone, and then someone comes in, takes the body, whatnot, and it's all shh. We don't
Right.
want anyone to know
And
about
what if
this.
you find out the thing is humanistic in nature? Are you then up for murder charges? Because I don't
Exactly.
know. It's very strange.
It's done. I kind of believe in them. I just, And now that I've talked to you, I kind of believe in them that little bit more. So I'd like to. Harry and the Hendersons was a favourite movie.
Right.
The other thing I wanted to talk to you about, obviously, were aliens, but I wondered what your take is on it. I kind of think that UFOs are a definite thing, because unexplained or unidentified flying object, we see them all the time. You've seen them. So to say that there's no such thing as UFOs is silly, because obviously
Right.
there are. But aliens, I do believe, but I wonder what you think. Do you think firstly, do you think aliens are real? But second, do you think they're here already, that they don't technically come in from anywhere else? Do you think they're just here and
I'm
always
starting to
been?
I'm starting to believe that they've always existed here and that they're in our water, that they're in our oceans, and
Yep.
that, you know, I mean, we know that dolphins were once land mammals that moved to the water for whatever
Mhm.
purpose or reason. So it very well could be that these beings felt threatened as well. Maybe it was during an ice age, so they went to
Yeah.
the water. Maybe it was during volcanic activity, or they knew that these meteor strikes were coming, these asteroid strikes, so they went down. I don't know how it all works, but I do believe that they've always existed, and I do believe
Yeah.
that they've always been there to, you know, kind of exist amongst us. There's just too much in the way of ancient proof to me
Yeah.
that they've
Yeah.
existed.
I feel the same way. I tend to think, I think if they were visiting from out of space, by now someone would have picked up, well, they probably have, but you know, by now even the average Joe with a telescope could have possibly got some really good footage of something
Right.
coming into the atmosphere. But if they're coming up from the oceans, which are
But we have captured video footage. We have
well,
captured amazing
the-
footage of showing things coming into our atmosphere and doing this, but it doesn't mean that they're not out, you know, running
yeah,
to Mars for a carton of milk or something. You know, we don't know where they're off to or what
know
they're
where
doing.
they're
For an
going.
exchange student,
Yeah.
they've got to get to work over on Venus. You know,
And I just think too what they say about how they look, that they're grey or green and they're slender, big eyes, little mouth. No. I sort of think, well, if you're living underwater or in a dark place, by over time through evolution, you're going to change. So that's probably why they've got big eyes, so
well,
that they can see in the dark. I don't know.
something to consider is dolphins in their fins have phalanges. They have finger bones, right? Very long, extended finger bones. And if you look at a dolphin head on, it's gray with huge black eyes and a slit for a mouth. So you're right. It could be adaptability. They're extremely intelligent creatures. Maybe they were part of that race that almost, in a sense, de-evolved.
Yep.
Or maybe this is their evolution. I don't know. It's fascinating and exciting to consider and talk about, though.
Oh, it is. It is. There's so many different ways you can look at it, but yeah. I had to laugh at where you saw the name of Trout Lake, where you saw your UFOs. I
Mhm.
thought, oh, must be lots of trout in it, obviously.
Well, that would be my guess. Yeah, Trout Lake, Washington. Yeah.
Now look, this leads me to, I ask this question every time I speak with a male. I ask a separate one if I talk to a lady.
Okay. It's
but,
boxer briefs. Boxer
Yeah, the
briefs.
boxer briefs. You knew what
Yeah.
was coming, didn't you? So boxers, briefs, boxer briefs,
Uh-huh.
commando, or I actually learned a new one the other day. Apparently, the elephant thong. Just thought,
That's not
okay.
me. Nope.
So, which do you prefer, Dave?
Boxer briefs. I like it
Yeah.
comfortable. Yeah.
Snug, comfortable, not
Mhm.
sweaty, not
No,
hanging around.
that's
Very
right.
good. There
Yeah.
you go. At
Thank you.
least now I know that I could probably buy a huge box of random sorts of boxer briefs and give out plenty of Christmas presents just using those, because just about everyone I've asked, boxer
Yeah.
briefs.
Well, I live
So
in
there you go.
Minnesota, so I like the freeness of boxers, but I like the warmth of the boxer brief holding things a little closer. So
So there you go. Question answered, guys.
Yeah.
Now, you've written a book,
Yeah.
and I am going to wait until I get to Virginia City and
Mhm.
see you, because I'm going to get you to sign my copy to your
Sure.
best friend from Australia. But tell us
Don't
a
tell my
little bit.
friends. Don't tell my friends Ann and Renata that I just nodded when you said that. So
I won't say
because they're
anything.
from Australia and they'll get very bent out of shape.
Oh, nah, they'll be right. They'll be right. Us Aussies are pretty easygoing. What? Because this is kind of not well, this is late in your career to write a
Mhm.
book, but what led you to decide to do this? Like, what made
Well,
you think?
first
I'm
of all,
gonna-
why is it late in my career? I'm only 56. I plan on living to 118, so I'm only at the midway point of my
Oh,
life.
well, I'm
Uh,
older than you, all right. So you're
uh,
all right. You're
I
still
wrote
a baby.
I co-wrote a book about 10 years ago called The Other Side, A Guide to Ghost Hunting and the Paranormal. And it was a teens guide to teach them how. And I hate that it says teens guide because it's really for anybody. And
Mhm.
I think it's even good for seasoned paranormal investigators because it kind of gives some insights into things we lose touch with, things that we did in the
Mhm.
beginning that we lost. But I co-wrote that book 10 years ago. I've waited. Part of it is I deal with something called imposter syndrome.
Mhm.
So I have a hard time. I've typed and written many books or the beginnings of many books, and then I don't release them because I get this sense of well, who's going to want to read this? Why am I
Yeah.
putting this out there? And it's just a very self-destructive way to go and thinking. So I had all these stories that I'd written for our Theater of the Mind segments, and some that I'd never released. And I thought, this would be a good time to get those stories out, take them from the script form I'd written them in, recraft them into short stories, and release them because they're some of my favorite weird supernatural stories. And I just wanted to get them out there and give people a chance to have, I call it good bathroom reading. My original title for the book, I wanted to call it was Stories to Scare the Beep Out of You.
Dave,
What?
guys, it's my dogs. I'm going to leave this in, guys. I'm not going to edit this out. This is true reporting in the raw.
Is that a wallaby? What was that? A wallaby?
Where is he? There he is.
Yeah.
A Chihuahua and a Rottweiler. Muffin, the Rottweiler. Muffin, come, sit. Thank you for alerting me the postman came. Sorry, Dave.
No worries.
Sorry, guys. But there you go. Yeah, look, I reckon it's really good that you've done it. I'm certainly looking. I was going to buy it the other day, and I thought, no, I don't want to travel with it to America. I'll wait till I get there, and I'll see you, and I'll get one from you straight up and get you to sign it. So, yeah, because chihuahuas. But yeah, I do find it fascinating. And of course, Janice Oberding, another lovely
course.
lady and author.
Yes.
So did she ever give you any handy hints for writing books, or did you
No,
not?
I didn't. I don't like to bother people, so I didn't reach out to any of the authors. Well, I shouldn't say that. I reached out to Richard Estep and Jeff Belanger, two of my buddies that are authors, just to kind of get a little kick in the butt, and give me some direction on what to do with the stories. So once they kind of weighed in, I just went at it, and within about 10 days of really hard focused writing, I had the first book done. I'm well through the second book, hoping to have that out by maybe June this year. I'd like to release all 4 books this year because I've got about 4
cool.
books. Yeah. So I'm hoping to get those done, but I'm also in the midst of making them available for digital, for like Kindle, electronic ebooks. And I'm going to be recording
I was just going to ask.
the stories
Yeah.
in audiobook form. And then with the audiobook, I'll also add a little bit of flavor. So aside from just the story, I might give you some other background regarding the story or concepts as to what this is or what I believe is going on. So just kind of a fun little extra for the audiobook.
Yeah, and I like audiobooks. I love to read, but sometimes I'm multitasking, so I like to listen to things while I multitask. So that'd be pretty cool. Now, I was watching your podcast yesterday. For those of you who are unsure, Dave does have a podcast, The Paranormal 60. I was watching it yesterday. I was listening to you read some of the listeners' stories, and you might not want to answer this, but sometimes when you get listeners' stories, do you ever think to yourself, oh gosh, did they just get let out of an asylum? Like sometimes I think, oh my goodness. But having said that, you don't have to answer that. That's just how I think sometimes.
Oh, sure. No, of course. You hear some of the stories, you read some of the stories, and you're thinking, what nutbag wrote this? But then I learned early in my career on radio that, people were always back in the day, why don't you guys do the live video camera and live streaming? And that was, 12 years ago when people were just starting that. And I thought, well, who wants to look at two old bald guys reading stories? I thought it was kind of weird, but people love it. But I'm glad we didn't, because we used to roll our eyes at each other when we'd hear some of these weird stories and stuff. But I started to realize something important, and
Okay.
it stopped me from being dismissive. Just because an experience didn't happen to me does not mean that it didn't happen, and it's not very real to the people that did have the experience. And that, we had some stories that took place where people would write in and say, I like your show. I like the paranormal. I have never had my own experiences except for this one time. And it would be some random, crazy sounding story. And we would share it and just let it live. And we'd
Yeah.
go on. And then all of a sudden I'd start getting emails. And it might have been a story that, perfect example. This guy wrote to us about this like 3 to 4 foot tall frog creature that would stay outside of his bedroom door and kind of stand there like a sentinel. And if he tried to approach it, it would kind of yell at him, go back to bed, go away, things like that. Well, it just sounds ridiculous, right? Kermit the Frog with a sore throat yelling at you. And it was so stupid sounding. And I don't mean that to be dismissive, but that was what was going through my head. Oh, yeah, you're right. That is terrifying, a giant frog. And it was just so silly. But I just let it be. And then I started getting emails from people around the world that said, Dave, and a couple of them were specific. Dave, I have been suicidal because I thought I was crazy for seeing these frog creatures. And now,
wow.
Other people have. That makes me feel so much better. I'm not crazy. I'm not mental. I'm not having a breakdown. And all of this, when you start getting letters from people around the world that have had similar experiences, it made me realize I can't sit in judgment. It may sound crazy to me, but let's face it, there's a lot of things that sound crazy, like the concept of virtual reality glasses. Oh yeah, like we're going to be able to be inside a video game. That's so stupid. You guys are lunatic. We can be, and now here we are.
And now, yep, there.
Yeah.
Actually, yeah, you're right. You've put me back in my place. You're right. Because there's so much that goes on in anybody's life that who are we to say it didn't really happen?
Right.
And when you get other letters from other people like you've just described, then it's like, oh, okay, I won't, as you say, I won't be so dismissive. It's interesting to me too, because I had an experience. I was in bed. I thought I was awake. I still think I was awake. I had an experience. I got a fright. I saw a dead father-in-law, screamed and said, "Ooh," and then I dismissed it myself because I thought, was I dreaming? Like, was I awake? And you often hear people say, I was in bed, it was late, I heard a noise. I woke up too and saw someone standing at the end of my bed. While I was in bed, we were all asleep. It often comes around that sleeping time. And that's where I often think, because of my experience, were you really awake? Or were you asleep and dreaming and it just happened to be very vivid? I don't know. What are your thoughts on the dreaming and seeing things type thing?
Well, science can kind of push a lot of these things away. I had a dream visitation with my grandfather after he died. Part of me sits back and goes, well, Dave, you were destroyed by your grandfather's death. This is part of the grieving process. And you were left with questions and felt like you never got to say goodbye. This was your brain trying to figure that out. However, there were different elements, like the fact that, and I still, even having had that experience, still question what did I really experience. However, I came back with information I never knew. And I mentioned it to my mom in passing. I'm like, yeah, so I had a dream about grandpa and this is what happened. And she's like, you do know that's real, right? That did happen. Not the dream, but the bit of information that he gave me. And I was like, no, I had no clue. So it's interesting that in a lot of these facets, we can bring something back from that visitation or from that moment. When I had it, when my grandfather said goodbye to me in the dream, and I started to wake up in bed, when I opened my eyes, I could see his face fade into the darkness. And I was like, oh, this is a dream. And I just, that hypnopompic states where dream and reality kind of blend for a few seconds, until my girlfriend rolled over and she goes, go close the closet door. I can smell your grandfather's musty clothes.
Oh,
And I looked over and the closet door was closed. When my grandfather passed away, I took some of his favorite
yeah.
smoking jackets and a couple of cool items, and I kept them in my closet. And he didn't smell, but he, it was definitely like that
He
old
had a smell about him. He
yeah,
had a,
that old people clothes smell.
yeah.
And she could smell it. And as he faded away, she rolled over to me and said, go close the closet door. I can smell your grandfather's clothes. So it was something that then became a shared experience. So it's hard to say, but I'm also, I'm not 100% sure that we're really dealing with discarnate souls. Are these projections from within our own mind? Do we have the capabilities of, during the grieving process, did I release something to have this experience? And because it was a fully fleshed out, realized moment, I emitted a smell, I emitted a sound, I emitted something that was akin to what my grandfather would have been, so that my girlfriend wasn't smelling him. He was smelling the representation of whatever the scent musk was, because we know we put off a musk scent in different points, in danger and in pain, and your body does release these deals. So if your body is capable of that, how do we know that we're not doing other
capable of
things?
doing something like that. Yeah.
So
yeah.
I just think it's fascinating. I think a lot of the paranormal might be time slip phenomena. I think it might be interdimensional. So that the ghosts we think we're encountering are really mirror universes of us having similar experiences, and maybe those bumps in the night you hear is yourself on the other side of that mirror, living a life. I just think there's so much to this. We can't pigeonhole and just say this is what this is what that is. I think there are so many different elements to it, and that's what keeps me excited about this field, is always looking into the possibilities of what else could be there, what else could be a rationale or reasoning. And when science throws me an answer, I like that answer, and I like that it's linked into science. But how can that science also apply to the supernatural? Because you have to remember, magic is now what we call science. Right?
Yeah.
The elixirs that the witches put together, the things that they put together in their pots with their little pestles and mortars, are what we now take as aspirin, or we take, so it's all perspective. And
all about vitamins and things like that. That's all stuff, plant derived things that back in the day you would have been burnt at the stake for even
right
mixing up in your little pot.
Well, you would have been you'd have been fine as long as you were helping out from a distance. It's when I suddenly decided that I needed your property and then would point a finger and call you a witch that it became a problem. So right, that's the whole thing. So we have such a skewed perspective, and even science today does not get things right. I always liken it to this. I love this little analogy. Like 30, 40 years ago, there was a doctor who was at a giant symposium, and this is real. And he said, I believe that I've broken the code on ulcers. It is a bacteria that we can treat with antibiotics.
Mm-hmm.
And he was laughed off stage, laughed out of this deal, this symposium. His career was reduced to ruins. They mocked him. They scoffed at him. 2 years later, it's found out that it truly is a bacteria that can be helped with antibiotics. Did this guy get a redemption? No, he was already done. He was already crushed under the heel of science. But look, this guy was just ahead of the curve. So maybe not throw things out so quickly because it doesn't fit your paradigm yet, until you can prove to me it's not a bacteria. 100%. Until you can prove to me that these things don't exist, we can't just summarily dismiss it and throw it away because it doesn't fit your paradigm. Listen, a skeptic is just a believer who has yet to have his own experience. There are many non-religious people that have no belief in it, that suddenly change during a near-death experience when they see the face of God or the light and heaven and heavenly choruses. Suddenly they go from being a non-believer to a believer because they had the experience. To me, that's a very powerful element to this entire experience. Is I like to go on faith. I like to go on the fact that, yes, I believe that you may have had this. I believe that there are people that have mental disturbances
Mhm.
that are hallucinating things. But isn't it interesting that unbeknownst to them, there are 2 million other people that have hallucinated the exact same phenomena?
Mm. And that's the thing. One one thing I used to think in regard to mental illness, and I'm not making light of mental illness. It's quite just terrible, but um, sometimes I've seen stories where people that have murdered families, like murdered loved ones, where they say, I'd been hearing voices. It was telling me to do it. I don't understand. I loved my family. I loved whatever. And I sometimes think to myself, are you mentally disturbed, or is there something that's actually making you do that, that has a
Or
bit of
both.
fun with you? Or,
Maybe
oh, yeah,
because
or both.
because you are vulnerable, it's easier for them to get to you because
Yeah, yeah,
they know that they can push you because doctors are just going to put it off as though you're sick and
yep,
psychotic. And
yeah,
but in the interim, something turns you and does horrible things. It's
yeah,
impossible to say. There's a lot of cases of serial killers where people have encountered them and been eyewitness to strange phenomena. In the TV series The Bundy Tapes, one of
mhm,
the attorneys goes on to say how there were times, Ted had the bluest, clearest of eyes, but sometimes as he would go into a rage, his entire eyes would turn black.
yes, yes,
So,
and that was a fascinating thing about that particular man, in that even himself in interviews said that at times he honestly didn't. He knew it was wrong, but he had no control over it. It was as if something else overtook
mhm,
him, and in no way on this earth am I condoning Mr.
right,
Bundy and his
right.
actions. I'm just saying that it is interesting that some people, who knows what goes on in our minds and what causes all of this to happen, how it
Right.
happens, and all that sort of thing, and near death experience. And being a nurse, I've told my viewers this before, I've been with many people when they've passed away. I've been the one that's there because their family couldn't get there in time or whatnot, held their hands. I've seen varying things. I've seen things where they just are in a coma and don't wake up, they just go. And then I've seen things where they're talking to someone who's in the room and there's no one there. But the minute they start doing that, I know it's soon.
Mhm,
So
mhm.
the mind and the energy that's within our bodies, and it is energy, who knows? It's a fascinating. I mean, I could talk about this for hours. I don't have hours, but it's just, to me, everything's fascinating. Like,
Mhm.
I'm skeptical of some things, and healthy skepticism, I'd call it. I won't fall for everything, so to speak, but I'm still very open to everything. Like you say, back it up if you can a little bit with more information and all that sort of thing. And
Right.
and I'm, because in my lifetime I've experienced things I can't explain, and still can't explain. But I've not seen a ghost yet, though, Dave. I've not seen a ghost.
Well,
I
then
want to.
I wouldn't turn around right now if I were you, because that might change.
But yeah, I did go. Actually, I did go to Waverly Hills Sanatorium. Have you been there? I'm sure you
I have.
have.
Yeah, numerous times.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. And I went down with some friends. There was 4 of us all together. We went down the death chute. Went down to the bottom. Nothing extraordinary happened. It's just very dark, and I got very exhausted walking back up.
Mhm.
Um, and nothing terribly interesting had happened. It was fun. It was awesome to be in that place that I've only ever seen on TV. Uh,
Right.
but when I was walking up, I had my handy dandy phone with me, and I thought, I'll just film walking from the bottom of the chute to the top and let people in real time know how long it takes. Halfway up, maybe I start humming, whatever. And then I shut up because I was out of breath. And a few moments later, not an echo later, like a few moments later, I hear singing. And I thought it was actually my friend Cassie. I thought, oh, she must be singing. And I asked her, I said, oh, you singing? And she went, no. And then I thought, I dismissed it in the moment. Biggest mistake. Dismissed it in the moment. Months later, I decided I'll have a look at the footage I got. Maybe I did get something. Sure enough, I stopped singing and boom, it's on. So I heard it with my ears and it picked up on the phone. Now, as a skeptic, can I say it was exactly like a singing ghost in the tunnel? No, because although my friend said not me, I thought there might have been that moment of slip where maybe she did, but she forgot she did it. I don't know. But to me, at that time, I was about to go, oh, there's no such thing. Waverley's not even haunted, And then when I listened back to that, I thought, oh, I caught something. And oh my goodness, it was real. What caused it, I still don't know, but I'd love to go back there one day, go back down and sing again. Because but that's about it, really. That
I had a similar experience in the death tunnel where I had to go all the way down to the bottom to shut that gate and make sure that none of my attendees were out there. And I was coming up those stairs pretty fast by myself, and I got winded about halfway up, and I stopped. And when I stopped, footsteps continued to come up behind me, and then it stopped behind me. And again, it wasn't just echoes of footfalls.
No.
It was something running up the stairs behind me. So it was very, whoa, what the hell was that? So kind of a cool deal that you had a similar deal with whistling or humming, singing.
Humming,
that's the
humming.
same deal.
And like when you think about what that tunnel was used for too, it's primarily just transport, like bringing in supply. It was the entrance tunnel for the workers. And yes, they shipped the bodies out down that way to the hearses and all that sort of thing. But it was a very busy thoroughfare back in the day. So it doesn't mean that you necessarily, like the footsteps coming up behind you, like residual at the time, who knows? But that's the sort of activity that would have been there. And even somebody singing on their way to work, who knows? But that's about all.
Maybe the ghost was down there with me when I took off running up the stairs. The ghost thought, oh, hell, what did he see? And it was running with me because it was afraid too. I don't know.
That could have been. But I love that place. It's super exciting. Well, just was awesome being in a building with such history. That's how I saw it. So, let's see. I think I've asked you everything, and we've spoken about your book, which I think is very important. So I'll put links to where people can buy that down in my description. I'll put links to everything. All right. And but just in regard to things that are coming up for you in the next couple of weeks or so, I was going to ask you your podcast, the Paranormal 60. Is that
you're kind of a squirrel? You're all over the place with.
Oh, I always am. People are used to me. Yeah, I do this all the time. Don't worry. They're used to me. They love me. The Paranormal 60, that's 2 nights a week, isn't it? Or 2 days a week?
Well, my podcast is a video podcast on here in the United States, Monday night and Wednesday night live.
Yep.
And then if you like to subscribe to Paranormal Podcasts, I have the Paranormal 60 Network. So when you subscribe to my Paranormal 60 audio podcast, there's 5 different shows. There's New England Legends with Jeff Belanger and Ray Auger. There is the Paranormal 60, which is me doing an interview the next day. Wednesday is the Monsters Lounge with Tressa and Jenny. Thursday is the Paranormal 60 News, and Friday is True Hauntings Podcast from Australia. It's Anna and Renata sharing their examples in there. So 5 days worth of paranormal programming. So you can subscribe. It's free. So wherever you listen to podcasts, you can check it out and subscribe for the show.
Oh, cool. Well, I'll definitely put that link in, and I'll do that myself. I didn't realize that. I'm on the YouTube for your channel, but I didn't realize that. So I'm not very good at research, am I?
And if you want to look at this old man face interviewing people, you can go to my YouTube channel, The Paranormal 60, and subscribe. Hit that little bell so that you don't miss any of the upcoming episodes. And I talk to experts and real life experiencers from around the world on all facets of the strange and supernatural.
Yeah, really, and sometimes really, really strange. It's pretty cool, actually. I enjoy watching it. And for those interested as well, Dave does, I don't even know when you're ever home, actually, Dave. Dave does plenty of public appearances, you know, at events and all that sort of thing. So if you go to his page, if you do all that, he alerts you to what he's doing in upcoming weeks, months, etc., so that you can go and catch him and buy one of his books and get it personally signed by Dave. He's only got one best friend in Australia, so he can't
That's
write
right.
that on the book.
But the books, I believe, are available over in Australia. I think you can find them on Amazon.
Yeah, they are.
So
Yep,
you can order it directly from Amazon and save shipping. I know I've had people reach out to me from Australia and around the world asking if they can order direct from me, but the shipping and handling is more
huge.
expensive than the book. So just buy it through Amazon, and hopefully we'll get a chance to meet in the future, and I can sign them for you. But the book is called Theater of the Mind: Tales from the Darkness, and it's ghosts and monsters and other supernatural scary tales. So I hope people will check it out. Theater of the Mind: Tales from the Darkness.
All right, and there will be a link in the description, guys. And also, for anybody interested, I am having an event in Virginia City, July 12th to 14th, and Dave is coming. So I'm super excited. I'll be able to meet him in person, get my book signed. So if you all are around in that area in those dates, come and see Dave, and Dustin Parry will be there as well, and my lovely friend Janice Oberding, a cast of thousands, not really, but it'll be a great jam-packed weekend, fun things to do, and
Excellent.
Dave will be there. So thank you, Dave. Thank you so much. This has been
Thank you for
awesome.
having me.
Yeah, and I could actually speak to you for hours, maybe another day.
Well, when we see
will.
each other in July, we will speak
Yes.
for hours.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thanks for that, and goodbye to everybody watching. See you next time. Bye.
Welcome to 5 Haunting Questions.
Hey guys, welcome in. This is 5 Haunting Questions. This episode, we're going to talk to the Ouija brothers. They have kindly agreed to do my 5 haunting questions. So let's welcome in Steve and Griff. Boys, thank you very much, Stu and Griff, for coming along to do my 5 haunting questions. They're not terribly haunting, really, but they're a bit of fun. And I guess most people are very familiar with who you are because your channel is very popular. But for those people watching, and there could be a few that do not know who you are or what you do, how would you describe your channel?
Jace?
I love that. It was going.
I could go off on one, but
Yeah.
I think I'm passing it over to Griff.
We're basically a YouTube ghost hunting channel from the Midlands in England, and we go around haunted locations and just see if we can find anything paranormal. And me and Steve have been best mates for how many years?
Jesus,
Loads of years, anyway.
20 odd years.
So it just makes everything a little bit more entertaining, a little bit more fun. So you basically come on our journeys on these YouTube videos and just enjoy the time with us, and hopefully we catch something paranormal.
Yeah. The thing is, like, we started this with absolute pure intentions of, we watched a lot of YouTube and we believed a lot of stuff, and we thought the paranormal was creepy, was scary, and was active. And we started to go out there, and we've had like some amazing experience. Like when we first started, it popped off, it went crazy. And then after time, it was like, you know what, shall we go and film this? Shall we document and show the world all this stuff? Because it's so funny and it's so amazing and fascinating. So we started to go out, we started to film, we started to record. And then the reality of, whoa, actually, this isn't as active as we once thought. And then we started to learn a hell of a lot more by doing the paranormal, because we had that, when we first went to a 30 East Drive, it was my first ever paranormal investigation. It was kind of like an episode of Ghost Adventures and Mouse Haunted. It was actually that explosive. And then we went there a second time. It weren't anywhere near as bad, but there was still a few good little things. And then we went again, and he was still kicking off.
Yeah.
And it was as soon as we got the cameras, things just took a dive. And we was like, whoa, how are we going to show this? You know, like, what do we actually have to show people? So we had two choices. We don't make a channel, or we show people what we capture on the night. And if it's us just having a laugh or having a joke and they're very much of nothing happening, that's better than just kind of going out and just not releasing a video of that entire investigation, because that's not a true representation. So that's how the Ouija Brothers kind of started, because I had big fears when we first started of, I don't think this channel is ever going to work because of we're not capturing anything. We're capturing very, very little.
And everybody else is.
But then we was like, well, maybe this could be something that the paranormal field needs, of showing, listen, it's not as scary, it's not as creepy, and it's nowhere near as active as it is. And I think that's what the Ouija Brothers represents.
It was a facelift for the paranormal community in comedy, in us being us.
Because there was no one like us to start with.
There was no one.
Everyone was dead serious. Dead serious.
Everyone in circles holding hands. And I'm not against any of that. But the thing is that we brought... But them all there in circles, holding hands, relaxing, saying, "Is there anybody here?" Everyone's dead quiet, and then it was like we just brought this new way of.
It was like a natural side.
Yeah, it was like more of me and Steve going to Ghost Hunt rather than Ghost Hunt coming to us.
Yeah.
So like we're attacking it from our personalities,
and I think that's what the Ouija Brothers is about, just to show. Like, we've got loads of video, like nearly like
370.
Like, I think it could be 270 or 300. I could get the figures up.
It is 370. It's over 300.
It's too many. But we don't want to like kind of hide our older back catalogue. We'd rather show still people of what that location represented that night.
Yep.
And and all through the years, you know, all our investigations are still up. So I think that's what the Ouija Brothers is all about, is just showing and documenting what happened that night. With I like to call ourselves like the alternative paranormal channel, because there's a lot of, like, if you look at pop music or pop paranormal, it's popping off. And us, we show an alternative side of a different explanation. And listen, actually, it's not as creepy, it's not as scary, and it's not as explosive as these other channels. And it can be like a bit of a culture shock to these people who watch us. Because I'm like, whoa, what is this? This isn't. No, I'm going back to Twin Paranormal, or I'm going back to whoever. You know what I mean? And it's like, this isn't the paranormal. This is boring. And I'm like, unfortunately, yeah.
That is what.
I mean, the paranormal is boring when nothing happens, but when something does happen, that's when it's fascinating.
And I think that's what people need to realise, and that's what your channel brings to the forefront. When they watch people like, you know, well, I don't watch the Twin Paranormal, but, you know, when you watch programs like that it's all, hype. That's exactly what it is. That's exactly who it's aimed for. It's aimed at people that probably, honestly, really don't care if ghosts are real. Because if they did, they would gravitate more to your kind of content. I think it's those kind of channels are aimed at the younger generation, the ones that have got a short span of attention and need things popping all the time to keep them engaged with the content.
I think for me,
I don't watch it.
Do you watch it?
Yeah.
Well, because my daughter likes to watch it, so it is exactly how you said. It's like how you like engage a child into watching something. It's really fast-paced, cut, screaming, everyone's shouting. So it really addicts them into watching it, because it's so different. Because we live in a world where it's a 12-second video and everyone's just swiping up. So these kind of videos,
the TikTok culture,
like the time frame for the mind is a 12-second time frame. So these children are like fast cut. So they feel like they're watching a different video. So that's why it keeps them engaged. And with all of the screaming and all of the shouting and the dramatics, it keeps children involved as well, because that's what they love that as well. I believe that those paranormal channels that you're talking about are aimed solely towards children, and the majority of their viewership is anywhere from the ages of 8 up until 16, 17. And then when they do, if they do have like a little bit of a interest into the paranormal, you'll see them swaying over to other channels, maybe not channels like ours, but maybe channels with a little less explosiveness. And then once that explosiveness from that's gone, they might travel over to ours with time. It's just one of those, you know, it's the attention span of children nowadays.
I was going to ask you both, if you, either of you or both of you, both answer the question, had a personal experience, like a very personal experience regarding someone that you loved passing on. Have you ever had an experience on a paranormal level that you've not quite been able to work out what the hell was that, how or why did that happen? And if so, is that possibly something that led you into looking into the paranormal field more so?
I think one example that comes to mind is we spent 4 nights at 30 East Drive. And this was before we was the Ouija brothers or anything like that. And we went there, we had no equipment, we had nothing. And we did call out. We went there, we took a Christmas tree, we set up like we was living there basically, weren't we, for 4 days.
Yeah, it was really good.
We was going out, I took my PlayStation 4, took VR, we was playing games, and we was going out for breakfast, we was going out for teas and dinners and stuff like that. And there's one specific moment that really caught me off guard, where I was standing in one of the bedrooms, Philip's bedroom, and because we had some like really good stuff during those 4 nights, and we weren't calling out whatsoever. Like we was calling out very little. And I remember once I was standing in Philip's bedroom, and there's history of 2 girls who haunt the location, Emma and Emily. So I started just calling out to these 2 girls, like Emma and Emily, and I was like, do not be afraid, all this and all that. I was like, come towards me, I've got children myself, I'm not going to harm you or anything like that. And I could feel like, like when a bus or a train goes past and you feel that breeze and that suction push and whatever. It's very, very strong. I was like, whoa. I remember Griff and Dave and my brother, he was behind me. And I was like, man, I can feel I can feel something running past me or going through me, or I can't, it was such a weird explanation. I was like, whoa, this is crazy. And then I said, Emma or Emily, whichever one you are, I said, come and hold my hand. Please don't be afraid. Come close to me. I'll hold your hand. I'll protect you. And then out of nowhere, I felt something started to grip my hand, and I could feel this cramp going all up my arm, and I was like, oh my God, this is the most surreal thing I've ever experienced. And then I said, if that's you, can you do my other arm now, please? And then it started to happen to my other arm. And the funny thing is after that entire experience, because this happened for about 5-10 minutes, it weren't just like a quick flash in the pan, it was happening. I could feel the pain. And I tried to message my partner and whatever, later that night. And my arm, I couldn't do it. My arm was all hurt and bruised from whatever it's squeezed it. That's the only time I can kind of think of that I've had such a personal connection with whatever was there. Because that is pretty amazing.
That's huge. And
it's
again, it's a
insane.
personal. Yeah, it's a personal experience. So
because how do you capture that on camera? How do I capture? Oh, someone's grabbed my arms. We had no cameras to even go out and say, oh yeah. So what's my narrative? My narrative, to try and feel Griff. Oh, Griff, someone fucked up my hands.
I was saying, were we saying anything? I was telling him it was nothing.
It was like, it's nothing. I was like, but man, I can't even text Laura because I'm in so much pain.
That's why you don't get it.
So I was like, where's the payoff from this?
Yeah.
There's no payoff because it's just between. I don't even think I've even shared that story online.
Yeah. No, it's just an exclusive, to be fair, because Steve doesn't mention that one at all, really, Steve. But I remember the same night, was that the night that I saw that girl?
Yeah, you saw the girl, yeah.
So on that very night, I was in that same room, and I was saying, Dave and Steve was on the floor, and I was in the bed, and I was looking at the bottom of the bed, and I saw this girl with brown hair, like all down, standing there. And I was just said, Steve, can you see this? And he was like, no, I can't see anything. So I'm looking at something that they can't see, and I'm awake and I'm talking to him. You remember it, do you? Because some part of me feels like I was dreaming.
Yeah.
And so I was looking at it.
It was the bottom of our bed.
I was like the bottom of the bed, and I was like, can you see this guy? She's right there. This little girl's right there. She's there. And anyway, we told them. They said they couldn't see her. I was like,
black eyes.
I was like, forget it, whatever. I went to bed. And most people wouldn't be able to sleep after that, but I went to sleep. That's how numb we become over the paranormal. But the next day, we went to Carol's next door, and we saw a photo.
She got like photos that she had with her kids, and she was like, "Look at this photo. There's a child that weren't even there, but that's there that we've caught on the camera."
And I didn't know which one this child was.
Yeah.
And I says, "That's the girl I saw last night."
Yeah.
And she was in that picture.
She was like, "Look,
amazing.
Look at the spirit. Look at the. Can you see how black in her eyes are?" And Griff was like, "Oh my god." He said, "Steve, Dave, what did I say yesterday?" And it was like, "Well, you was talking about a kid that you seen at the end of the bed with big black eyes at the bottom with these features." And then Carol was showing us a picture that she had captured inside her house
of the same thing,
of the same kind of thing.
So that was quite amazing for Steve to have that feeling on that night, and then also me to see something, and then to get a verification from someone next door.
We actually seen a photograph.
And remember, we the thing is that people can be saying to them, "Oh, whatever." Can we swear on this channel?
Absolutely.
So people could be sitting there going, "What bullshit, fucking wankers!" They ain't catching up. At this time, we didn't have cameras. We didn't have nothing. We was there for our own benefit, our own personal belief,
for our own personal experiences.
So we got those experiences. We've no way to document them. So there would be no reason for us to sit here and try and fool anybody in the sense because those things just happened, and they happened raw. And we haven't had stuff like that since we started
that
recording.
happened nearly 8 years ago.
I know, nearly 8
and we
years.
still hold on to those moments more than anything we've documented. The things before we even started the Ouija Brothers, we still remember the things that were undocumented like it was yesterday, because that is the thing that makes us still believe in the paranormal. A lot of people think, "Oh, you're skeptical, you're just out there to disprove and to debunk." I was like, no, we actually fully believe that there is something. What the paranormal is, that's a totally different question. Is it ghosts? Is it when you die? Is it like the loved ones? I don't know. I'm not 100% confident in saying
but there's
yes.
something weird.
But there is something going on, whatever that is.
There's something we're trying to figure out. Something we're trying to investigate. That's the whole point of investigating. This is what we're here to do.
And that kind of leads me into, we were going to discuss it earlier, but in regard, again, to emphasize to people watching that go, "Oh, but they use apps and they use this." A lot of people do. And one of the main reasons, in my opinion, that people do is because when you go to investigate at any of these places, it can be bloody boring. And actually, you brought up a good point in your last live, in that do people just want us to do that? Just go in, film us sitting still for 20 minutes saying nothing? You wouldn't watch.
No,
you just wouldn't. They wouldn't watch. So when it's boring, when it's, geez, crikey, it's 3 a.m, I'm getting a bit tired. Oh, let's whack out one of those devices and have a bit of fun. Never know what you might get. It doesn't prove anything, but it doesn't disprove anything. And sure, they made
it's kind of like it's like a shot of adrenaline into you that you need. When you're falling asleep, it's like, oh,
get it on now.
Demon. Oh, what you are? Was that a demon? It kind of just gives you a bit of a lift, because, I mean, this is what I always say to people. Okay, yeah, we've got an app
He
up.
just stands there and looks at him.
We got a K2 up. We got an app up. We got a tripwire. We got the mail rem. Perfect. The night is sorted. If poltergeist activity was kicking off behind us, things were being launched at us, a door was slamming, people being dragged, do you really think we're going to go, "Wait there, ghost, I've got mail rem action going on here. I've got a word that's just come up saying, be careful"? Do you really think that we're going to take priority over the devices and the apps? Or do you think we're going to go, "Okay, then, guys, we've got something serious going on behind us right now"?
Forget them.
And that is going to take major priority over anything. But the sad reality is we've never been dragged. We've never had anything thrown at us. not that I can really remember, but we've had like little things
like rock or something.
like a rock. But then
maybe.
even then, what we said,
We just don't know.
was it just the plaster falling? You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
something
We come with an explanation. So when we get these devices and these apps, that's just to try and save us from boredom and maybe even possibly quitting the paranormal altogether.
Because it's hard. It's hard staying awake that long. It really
It's hard.
is.
It's hard to stay awake. It's hard to stay creative, and especially when you're coming out with questions. I mean, sometimes I'm there, and like when we come out with some of these questions, like, man, that's a good question. Hey, where did that come from? You know what I mean?
It's because you got 4 hours to think about it.
But you know, like when you're sitting at home and you're like, oh, what am I going to ask on this? Saying that, I think because we've been doing this for so long, I don't even think about the night's investigation.
Yeah.
Like I only think about it as soon as we get a camera and we hit record, and then I was like, okay, then now you get into that automatic mode of paranormal investigating. But the apps and the devices, like say, how
It's just
we've always been honest and serious, and we've said, listen, we're skeptical. It's not proof, it's an experiment. And as we said on our last stream, imagine if the tripwire went off, imagine if the Melrem went off, and imagine if the app went off, and all 3 of them went off during a question when we asked something to happen. That would make it pretty spectacular, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
If that all happened, that was chain of events, if something happened and you'd go, maybe there is something about it. Now, that hasn't actually happened to us. You know, we've never had like that kind of sequence of events, but that's what we always hope for. It's the same as when, like, a Ouija boards. People say, are a Ouija boards real? Are they real or the fake? Is it just someone pushing them? We're in the belief of they could be real, but what are the chances of it being real, and what are the chances of it being the Ideomotor effect or whatever you call it?
Yeah.
Because we've seen a lot of people, you know, because we've done ghost hunts and ghost events with people, and they've asked certain questions, and when they haven't known the answer, they've gone, oh, well, I don't know what that answer is, so that's a pointless question. And you're thinking, well, from a skeptical point of view,
Why would you say that?
yeah, why would you need to know what the answer is? So, like, if you're asking a question to a spirit that you believe that is a loved one that passed away, you know, like your cousin or brother or whatever, why do you need to know? Surely, if it's a spirit that you're talking to, they'll be able to tell you the answer. And then if you can go back and go, is this information relevant? Is this real? And if they can confirm it, then that's amazing. But if you already know the answer beforehand, then it's invalid in a way, so to speak, because we've seen that a lot on Ghost Adventures, not Ghost Adventures, but I mean, our Ghost Adventures, but I've had an experience with an Ouija board where I asked for something to happen, as in, can you touch me? And the Ouija board went to yeah. I was like, okay, come on then. And then I felt my entire back of my back went freezing cold, and I felt someone like something squeezing my back, and then like pulled my t-shirt. And I was like, whoa, that's crazy, that's mental. And then I'm like, okay, yeah, well, you know what I mean. And then I'm like, okay,
You've only been so lucky.
and I'm like, there's me, and there's like my partner and like my mate on the other side of the Ouija board. I was like, okay, you've just done that to me. Can you throw something in the room? Can you do something to prove that I'm not just being affected? And he went to yes, and I was like, okay then. And then all of a sudden, something got thrown in the room. Now that is amazing.
Again, we were recording.
We weren't recording, but that's 2 incidents where something happened to me. So that Ouija board, do I take that as truth, or was it just a coincidence? Did something just fall, and did I just get a cold back?
Yeah.
I don't know. It's one of those fascinating things. But that's what makes me think the Ouija boards, it could be real, there could be truth to it, but it's all about intentions and also experience. You know what I mean? Because there are a lot of people who go on the Ouija boards who are unexperienced. And again, like, excitement kind of gets the better of them, and they're like,
you just go into
and then it's like everyone starts moving. So it's one of the reasons we kind of don't use them, because we've used many Ouija boards over the years.
We'll put a Ouija board out, and
we'll break every single rule you could imagine. We'll leave the planchette on there. We'll open all the portals so everything can dive in and create the biggest carnage you can imagine. Unfortunately, that doesn't happen.
Yeah.
But again, it all goes back to, do the work, do the not? I don't know. What's the harm in trying to use them? As long as your intentions are good and pure, what's the problem? And the thing is,
yeah, I'm agreeable.
I mean,
you could go into a place and not have a Ouija board. You could go into a place and have nothing. And the very fact that you're even just sitting there asking questions, you know, I'm not quite sure what the difference is between, sure, you've got something in front of you that you could possibly get some answers from because it'll spell out letters or something, but really you're still just asking questions. It's just a tool. And you know, I don't know. I think everything I think that most people use on their investigations are interesting, a little bit of fun. And as you say, if they all went off at once, then one would have to ask, well, how did that happen? And then go back down to knock every other possibility out. But your wife's there in the background, isn't she?
Yep. Well, not my wife, so to speak, but as good as.
Other half. Excuse this question, but inquiring minds do want to know. This is a question I ask on every 5 haunting questions, and then I go into some more. Boys, when you're investigating or any day, do you prefer boxer briefs, boxers? Do you go commando, or do you wear something a little bit more tight? What do you prefer to wear, boys?
Yeah, I'll show you. It's just easier to show you.
The hot dogs.
Hot dogs.
Oh, there you go.
He's got the hot dogs rocking.
Watch out, I'll get called sexist. Or that's terrible.
Just regular boxes.
Yeah, just regular sausage boxes.
Yeah, well, I think what I'm more concerned of is if I've got my boots on.
Yeah.
Because some of these locations, just getting to them can be a nightmare. So as long as I've got the boots in the car, that's my main priority. The boxes, whatever I'm rocking that day. So.
Thank you for answering that very important question.
Yeah, definitely.
The other thing I wanted to touch on as well, there's a lot I would like to talk to you about, but I should stick to my 5 haunting questions.
Yeah.
So UFOs.
How many are we on now?
I think we're on 3.
We're
Is this our
we're on
fourth?
the 4th now. We're on
Fourth
the 4th.
question. Two to go.
You're getting close to your lasagna, don't worry.
That's out till next week. Yeah.
UFOs. What do you reckon? Have you ever seen anything? Do you believe in aliens? Do you
A UFO? Holy God!
So, for me, I've sat there, skywatched a few times, and had a look at a few things, and you do see like little bits of movement and stuff like that. But I've never ever seen a UFO like, personally, and like up front. But like you see things shooting in the sky. Could it be like a star moving or a shooting star or something like that? But like a lot of cases on UFOs are quite intriguing, and it's like you just think to yourself, how can pilots see that stuff and then be like, you know, that's not a UFO? But a UFO is an unidentified flying object. So if you don't understand what it is, everything's a UFO. So
everything is. What about you, Stu?
Stay.
It's just Steve.
Stay. STEVEN. I don't. No. So there's a little. There's a little Australian icon called Steve Irwin, and so my name is the same as Steve Irwin. You know what I mean? Oh God!
I'm sorry. I've always just called you Stu.
No, to be fair,
everyone calls him Stu.
A lot of people.
Loads, everyone.
And that's when the people get the ban and the block.
That's a ban list. That is Stu.
And you know what's even funny?
Live off
you know what I mean? I even put up credits at the start, and he goes Griff and Steve.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? There's no U in this. But anyway, UFOs.
If you put STEE, then people will say Steve. See?
I
think an STE is more than enough to get the grasp. Anyway.
We digress.
So
UFOs, what do you reckon?
UFOs. I mean, personally, I've never seen an alien or anything, but I don't believe that we are alone. There's definitely got to be something out there in the big, wide galaxy.
But do you think they're on Earth with us, or do you think they're in the galaxy?
I mean,
do you think they're in the seas, or do you think they're in the sky?
I like to believe that Men in Black is real. You know what I mean? Because that's such an amazing film. So there's got to be something. I mean, I'm going to say there's something in it, but it'd be nice to think that there's something going on. But there's also that film They Live with Roddy Piper, directed by John Carpenter.
Oh, you see, I take these glasses off. She looks like a regular person, doesn't she, huh? Put them back on. Formaldehyde face. That's what we got.
Enough out of you.
Where he puts the glasses on and he gets to see the aliens. I mean, it's a creepy concept.
Yeah.
Who knows, man? I mean, this is a big world. There's a lot of people. There's a lot of things. There's a lot of creatures. I mean, you've seen the sea. I mean, look what lies beneath.
We don't know.
Well, exactly.
We
No,
don't
no
know.
one knows.
Don't know
So
nothing.
the thing is, I think we're definitely not alone. There's something more to this.
We're trying to conquer the paranormal.
Yeah,
world.
the unseen. So imagine what's seen, and we walk past him. You know, I mean, good God, I've seen a lot of goblins.
Yeah.
You know what I mean, and
Goblins?
monstrosities. Oh yeah,
I wanna
Jesus
see
Christ.
some fairies.
Gee,
Oh yeah, fairies as well. Yeah.
yeah. So
Yeah,
I think
yeah, there's some
there's definitely
Irish-
something going on.
Well,
This is
I-
something
I'm a-
Well, them are leprechauns, aren't they?
leprechauns. Yeah, actually,
Yeah.
when you think of the paranormal and what we search for or we're hoping to find out, there's kind of we don't really. People say, "Oh, little green people, aliens, whatever." I don't know. I've never seen one either, but it's an interesting thing to think. Well, really, people say they see these things. People say, but not many people do see these things. It's kind of like a crossover because how do you know in some respects that what we're searching for in regard to paranormal isn't somehow linked into that kind of thing as well? Maybe all different dimensional things intertwine and maybe
Exactly.
it's all
Yeah.
one and the same. I don't know, maybe you'll go to a haunted location and get abducted by a little grey person or a green
Well, that's the
person.
dream.
The dream to be abducted by a grey.
Well, I mean, I've heard some people say 30 East Drive is haunted by aliens.
You reckon?
Yeah, the theory. I mean, I've seen photographs of people capturing like, what's that? This is controversial information, but I've seen a picture of someone saying they've caught a grey inside 30 East Drive,
Yeah.
like an actual grey alien. And some people say because of the lines and everything, is it some kind of interdimensional and it's aliens messing with people? in there?
Okay.
And the thing is, you don't know.
It could be.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
No one actually knows anything. I mean, the world is a scary place.
In regard to this is my last question, then you can tell everybody
Oh,
what they
okay.
can expect. But in regard to investigating somewhere by yourself, I have gone with others to investigate. Do you prefer like doing it by yourself in that, like really be honest, do you like it better because you've got the way you work together and then just the sometimes do it with other people but realize that maybe whatever you get you don't know because you don't know what they're
Yeah.
like, you don't really know what could be going on. Do you know what I mean? I think I'm trying
Yeah,
to do it. You
yeah.
prefer
I
on your own and a bit
Yeah.
of fun to the side.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely
bit of
prefer
fun on the
when
side.
it's just like me and Griff. You
Yeah.
know what I mean? Because we've done it for so long, and it's just always been us, and we just know kind of the routine. I mean, I say routine.
It's more about the
it's-
trust, isn't it?
It's the trust, but it's
Trust, yeah.
also it's like you know what to ask a question, then you know to shut up for about 15, 20 seconds, and then to
Mm.
ask another question, and then shut up for like 30 seconds. Where some people feel like they've always got to fill that void of okay, you ask a question, okay, then another question, and it's, hold on, let's give it time.
Let's give it time for the question.
Let it breathe. You know what I mean? Let the night breathe. If there is something there, let it just kind of conjure up something. So I think always working with us, like just us two, I think I do prefer it way more. But that's not to say I don't like working with others, but I can't do it all the time because you kind of get distracted. And I always think the less people there, the better. You know, so I think if like anything more other than 4 people, it
Yeah,
can
it's
start
not good.
turning into a nightmare. Because you have to discredit a lot more things, you know, movement, body functions, and everything like that. Everything just it all amplifies up. So just the 2 of us, and obviously because we just mates, and you know, we started this just to have fun and to have a laugh and to see what happens. And that's how I kind of like to be, because we get a lot of requests to work with people, and I do want to do that. Like I do like working with people.
I like to give back and
Oh,
stuff.
exactly.
As well,
But we don't want it to be the sole
time.
focus. You
Yeah.
know, I'd rather make it a bit special. So if we do work with someone, at least make it like a bit of an event, and make it feel a bit more special. But the majority of the time, I prefer when it is just me and Griff.
Mm.
Griff?
It's been a long night.
Oh,
But yeah, for me, I've always preferred just working completely on our own.
Yeah.
It's always been one of them.
But
things
if
where-
we bring like Stiff or Mart or
no,
anything,
well,
like
fuck them. They just count as us.
yeah, the
They
other videos.
don't really count it. Them don't count as other people. To me, they just count as the bonus.
It's like us hanging out instead of going to a pub or a club.
Yeah,
It's
like
let's
us
go to an
hanging with our
abandoned.
mates.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
so for me, I've always preferred working with just the people that I know, because I know that if I ask them a question, they're going to give me a straight answer.
Yeah.
Whereas if I ask someone, like it's happened before, where we've been on a night, and so was that your stomach? And I know for 100%
It
that it
was.
was, and they say no, it was mine. So I'm already being told that something wasn't when I know it was, and that's already starts off a bad night. So it's kind of
Yeah.
like when we do stuff, it's like we automatically, yeah, that was me, or that was this was
Yeah.
this. So everything's already sorted
It's
out.
funny,
It's already it's like a filing cabinet.
Yeah.
And we know exactly where everything is. We know each other's bodily functions. You know what's good. Steve knows mine more than his, because he gets to watch it 7 times before he goes up. So it's one of them things. So for me, yeah, it's great. But on the other hand, I do like working with groups of people to show them, like, and give them more experience and show them that it's not about every little noise.
Or maybe we could learn from them as well.
Yeah,
though, as
yeah.
well.
And then
sometimes.
on the other side of that is that the questions that they ask, it might be something that I've never asked in my entire life, but it's a really good question. So I might use that next time. So it's tit for tat when it comes with working with other people. But I do prefer working with just me and Steve, and obviously Stiff and Mart every now and again.
Yeah, them are like our best friends.
And they're our best friends. So it's kind of like, it's nice working with them, and
Because
working with other
it's just like us having a hanging out with them, isn't it? Because we haven't seen them for a few months.
Yeah, and working with other people, and then doing events with other people, that's still fun, but I have to switch off from, is that real or is that not real type of thing.
Yeah, you have to think, oh, look, I can't take that. Look, this is fun. I'm having fun. I'm enjoying being with my mates, but I can't say that that's anything. So I'll switch off, trying to be too focused on getting the evidence, because you don't know. Well, there you go. It's all done. You can rip off the Band-Aid. So what have you got coming up, lads?
Yeah. What we got coming up, to be fair, we wing each week.
So let's tell them what the schedule is. So every Wednesday we're live, and every Friday you're going to get a video from us. We go out weekly and we do various things, and like Steve says, we just turn up at certain places. We don't know what we've got in store next week. It just seems to happen, and that's just the whole premise of the Ouija Brothers. It happens, and then Steve works hard on the videos and he gets them out to you, and then we do lives on Wednesdays. And yeah, if you want to follow us, you can follow us on Facebook. Have we even said our name? We are the Ouija Brothers, by the way. My name's Griff. This is Steve.
Well, I think the merch shows it. Super Ouija Brothers.
So I don't think we've even said who we are, but we are the Ouija Brothers.
Yeah. I mean, again, like we don't really have much like planned at the moment.
I mean, if you're from England, we might have something coming up with people being involved with us.
Oh yeah, but like we wing each week, like you wouldn't believe, and people think we've got a game plan. It's like we really don't.
There's no diary here.
There's no diary. We just wing it. We find places. We go out. We film. We record, and we just throw it all out and hopefully finds an audience somehow.
Hopefully find a ghost. I think that's the main thing.
I think that's the main thing.
I think we're missing a lot of the Ouija Brothers. We are in search of the spiritual, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
But we've never seen a ghost. We've never seen a ghost. We haven't had that incredible. Saying that, we did have a good moment last year. We've had a few good things, but it still keeps making you question: is the paranormal real? And that's why we keep doing it, to find the reality and the truth. And I think if we found an apparition, that would be just amazing. Just for us, just for ourselves. I wouldn't even care what anyone else thought. If we caught it on camera and showed it, I would not give one care if people say, "Oh, the fake that's CGI." Wouldn't care.
Yeah.
Because it's like we've seen it.
It's for us.
We've caught it, and that's what it's all about. And like I said, we're privileged that people are happy to watch our videos and to follow us. But just be prepared that we're not like the others. We're like the alternative paranormal.
The paranormal.
The alternative. And if you're happy to watch B-roll and us get upset that we don't fully believe, then we are the channel for you.
Why
Well, that was good, freaking boys. That was good. Look, everybody, I will put links to everything for the boys down below in the description, and do check out their live streams on a Wednesday. In England, you go on about what is it?
7 p.m.
7 p.m. GMT.
For me,
GTM.
it's 4
GMT.
a.m.
4 a.m.
I think it
What are you
was
doing
4 or
up?
5.
She's up 6 a.m.
What are you doing?
She's doing this at 6 a.m.
Yeah, get some sleep.
I'm
Wake up
not
at a
7:30
decent
now.
hour.
I'm wide awake now, but
wide
yeah,
awake.
it's just special.
You know,
for you.
I could not imagine getting up at 7 o'clock and jumping on the PC and
Getting
talking.
all this blue lighting.
Yeah, but I have to wait until around 7 p.m. You know what I mean? Not 7 a.m.
Yeah.
There'll be a nana nap in this later for me. So
Oh,
I
this is
can't
like
believe it.
hardcore, man. Appreciate
Look,
it.
thank you so much, boys. Thank you very much. And
It's all good.
much more success, because you really do deserve far more success.
Yeah,
And,
man, I
and
appreciate
it's
that.
awesome because you're already at what, 100-something-thousand
Yeah, yeah.
subscribers?
73,000, yeah.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. And hey, after everybody sees this, you might go up to 200.
Why not? Why
I hope
not?
so. We thank you for the support, though.
Well, at least you might get another 50, hey,
Yeah.
or more. I don't know.
Every,
But-
Man,
everything helps.
we appreciate every single one.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you do, because it's awesome. I think, I don't know how you feel, probably the same as I. Once you realize there's people actually subscribing because they like what you're doing, it's such a compliment. It makes all the hard work worth it, because you think, oh, yay,
Yeah.
all this stuff I'm creating and everything, everybody likes it. Excellent. Good. But
Yeah.
but I think your content's fantastic. I enjoy watching it.
Thank you very much.
And it makes me laugh. I do like a good laugh. So yeah, thank you, boys. And hey, everybody, like I said, check them out. And I'll see everybody on the next one. Bye.
See you later.
Is there someone inside you?
Sometimes.
Who is it?
Mother, what's wrong with you?
Just take your pills.
I'm telling you that thing upstairs isn't my daughter. Now I want you to tell me that you know for a fact that there's nothing wrong with my daughter except in her mind. Don't tell me you know for a fact that an exorcism wouldn't do any good. You tell me that.
What's smells?
Hey, everybody. Welcome to the second episode of this little series of my 5 haunting questions. And the wonderful, gorgeous Parple has agreed to come along and answer my 5 questions for me this week. So I shall let you wait no further. And here he is. Hello. Parple.
Hello, thank you for that beautiful compliment. You made me
That's
blush.
all right. So Parple's here to be harassed by me with my 5 silly questions, but there you go. So there you go. I guess usually the first question I ask is for anyone who hasn't seen your channel, which I'd be surprised. But in case nobody has seen your channel, tell them what it's all about and what you're aiming at with your channel.
So I started off as sort of as a debunking channel, but not in that essence. I started off being completely different. So my original channel started in the way, so I would use myself in the paranormal videos. So I would composite myself into the fake videos to show where they would be standing and what they would be doing. And the one thing that's always been very, very important to me is that everything that's in my head, everything that goes on in my mind comes out on camera. So if anybody ever tries to run and take what I've done, I'll just change it. So I've always tried to have this really fresh, fun, kind of kind, light-hearted look into the paranormal, but do it in a really positive way, whereas no one gets hurt by it. It's just the most
fun,
welcome environment. Yeah. So yeah, just really a fun, strange environment, if you will.
And look, I must admit, I've been watching you a lot lately, and I love it when you do. I like how you say shalom. I think that's
Shalom,
lovely.
yes.
Yeah, shalom. And now, where are they from? Somewhere in far off land that don't speak English, but you have the ghost hunters on that don't speak English, and I've forgotten.
Yes, so
Arabic.
I do. So be Monday Madness. I actually just go all the way around the world. And we just kind of visit ghost hunters from different countries. And not only is it really, really amusing because they put a lot more into the fakery and the drama and the entertainment, it's really interesting to get a look at how each culture represents a jinn, how each culture represents a demon, a witch, a ghost, and it's the changes along the line. Also, just finding that the beautiful, funny moments in it, which it's just become something I love dearly.
Are you shitting me? Have they actually gone full out and have the sheeted white ghost?
Oh, well, I can tell you, I find it highly amusing, and it's just so if anybody needs to check out that, it's Monday Madness, so it's just and it is, and it's funny, and Parple goes a million miles an hour, which is also enjoyable to watch. It's awesome. So where did the interest for all of this come from? Like, what got you into this? Was it something that you've always liked to do, or something that just sort of evolved?
So I'll try and cut this long story short. So I used to work for the NHS, where I met my beautiful wife. And when I got my Asperger's diagnosis, I started to they started to, I don't know, I started to notice things going on, the mistreatment and the way I was kind of shunned here, there, and everywhere by the medical system. And we had some incidents, and then I ended up walking out of that job because of some incidents there. And then I was like, I don't know what I'm going to do now, because I'd actually worked all the way up to get to this place, and I hated it. I'd spent 5-6 years with the NHS and hated it with a passion. And I didn't know what I was going to do. And one day I picked up a camera, and I was like, it can't be photography because I hate photography with a passion. And a few months went by, and I started to record, and I started to fall in love with the journey of video. Now, as you know, I have Asperger's, so we have something which you'll be familiar with called hyperfocus.
Yes.
Find something we love. Dangerous times.
Yep.
So I spent more hours than I can count, more money than I can count, learning everything I could about video with the craziest aspiration possible that I was going to work in professional production. Now, to do that's very, very difficult, even if you've been through a university way. But I was adamant that I was going to do it, and I did. I worked my way straight through to television production, television advert production. So, you know, I've done nearly every ghost program in the United Kingdom you can imagine. I've edited an episode. So
most haunted in Derek.
oh no, that's very nepotistic. There's nepotism involved there. You have to be in a very certain. You have to be in a very, very certain circle to be able to edit one of their videos because of the way they're done.
Well, that would be hard work, though.
Yes.
For a moment, her energy came in, and there's annoyance. A nice lady, but I feel as if she's got this great love for Dick.
And because I have a lot going on in my, I have this kind of. So somebody once said to me, and it really, really annoyed me, that there's no such thing as individual creativity anymore. And I said this on my live stream the other day. That's a load of rubbish, because every single person's mind is individual to them. It's just having the way of getting that out there. So I wanted a place, because I have a passion for like the paranormal, the macabre, deep believer in the paranormal, but also in bringing a little bit of joy.
Yep.
So I just accidentally brought it to YouTube and smushed it all together, and everything that was in my head I put out. And I've put out things that I don't like, and things that I don't like I've deleted, because if I'm not happy with something, I won't leave it out there. And so I've just got this kind of little world that I've just created, and I love it. It's great.
Yep, and I love it too. I just simply enjoy watching you. Your energy is awesome.
Thank you.
And I do understand Asperger's, so it's I always tell my daughter that people with Asperger's are simply brilliant. I wish.
I mean, my wife would say I'm a pain in the ass, but
well, sometimes, but generally speaking, you just have a different way of thinking about things, and like you say, the focus. And once you get focused on something, so bravo, because you've done an excellent job at doing that. And I have listened to the way you debunk things, or like point out filming, and I'm like, oh wow! So there you go. That explains to me and possibly others where all that sort of knowledge comes from, because you're very good at explaining it and underlining what it is you're actually looking at. I was watching your latest one where you were talking about the masking, and I went, oh my goodness! And so. Truthfully, so everybody, please, you've got to go and check out Sparkle's videos.
Really do kind of what I would like to say. If they do go over and check them, like, still continue to enjoy the videos that I'm analyzing, because a lot of the people that are doing it because the one, they want to entertain. Two, sometimes they just need to raise a bit of extra cash. The world's a difficult place at the moment. It's a really tough place.
Some of the ways that some of the people do it, you think, like in that last episode that I've just watched, that's really clever. Like you were explaining the cross going upside down and all that sort of thing. So you were explaining they were actually putting a lot of work into doing that. So absolutely, some of them are very good at what they do, and so I'll agree with you on that one. And the other thing I wanted to ask you, which is just really a random question, but how do you feel? Because our friend Crow absolutely loved the aliens, but what do you think about all of the aliens and what's going on and all that sort of thing? What do you reckon? Like, what's your thought? Your
so one thing you may not know is my original degree was in physics. So I actually have a deep-rooted belief in otherworldly life, simply because of the fact, if we look at the mathematics of things, it would be pretty much impossible for there not to be things. But then you've got to look at the side of things, is have some of the claims of have we been visited, what we classify as intelligent life is our version of what's intelligent life. It is, again, the age-old question of what is normal. One person's paradise is another person's hell, so on and so forth. I don't think that a lot of the stuff that goes on in the news and I think a lot of it is done as smoke and mirrors in a lot of ways. Especially American news and whatnot on two different sides. You watch two different sides of it, whether it sits on the right or the left, and you have two different opposing things about the same thing, and it seems to be detracting from something else that's going on at the time in the UK. So in the United Kingdom, so not a lot of people were aware of this. In the United Kingdom in 2000 and I want to say 14, but people might correct me on the year. I would say 2014. Yep. We had a thing called the Ute scandal, the Ute investigation, the phone hacking scandal.
Oh, yes. Was
yeah,
that,
the phone hacking scandal.
that was with the celebrities and all that sort of thing?
Which
wasn't it?
really, if you think about the logistics behind it, the amount of press that it got was kind of a needless amount of press.
Mm.
But on the other side of things, you actually had at exactly the same time 1/3 of British GPs getting struck off because the government had realised they'd bought all of their qualifications from different countries and they weren't actually qualified GPs, but it never made it into a paper. It was the smoke and mirrors about it.
Crikey.
Of course, I didn't find out about this until I was getting into the NHS, and there was, and people were receiving letters saying new GPs passed away, they've moved to a different country. But of course, if people would have realised that, imagine the uproar in the country, people treating the kids, it would have put the country into
chaos.
Even further into a third world state. Because everybody, 1/3 of doctors. So if you imagine 1/3 of GP surgeries, each patient being able to sue the government
for letting them practice.
That amount of money just doesn't exist.
Wow.
Yeah,
And
I think it's the same thing.
Yeah, and that could be a similar thing with because oftentimes it is you hear a lot of something for a while and then it dies down and you think, oh, what happened there? But hang on, what happened while that was happening? What weren't we seeing? Now, have you ever had anything paranormal happen to you, like something that you couldn't quite, like sure you might have been somewhere and thought, oh, what was that bang or what was that noise? But have you ever had actually anything happen to you that's made you feel maybe not disturbed, but really made you focus back on the paranormal and think, oh my God, it's real?
More so when I was a child, really. So there was one incident which I've spoke about a few times, which is when I was a child. So I used to suffer with something called recurring nightmare syndrome. And it means what you have is the nightmare, you wake up, but you actually wake up again at the start of the nightmare and it repeats. But what happened is after a couple of episodes of this couple of days, I wasn't sleeping very well at all. And I remember being in bed, being just like, I was only like maybe 5 at this time. And I was like a nervous wreck. And I remember, like it was yesterday, like a hand, I just saw a hand and I remember passing out. And then the next day I'd like spoken to my dad and he was like, no one came into your room. And I was like freaked out by it. And then like 3 months after, I was staying at my auntie's place in Norfolk. And we were in, it was like a static caravan she used to live in. And I used to sleep in the centre room. It was like a little centre room with a kitchen, and then their rooms were down the right hand side, and there was the family room to the left. And I remember I was wide awake because being Asperger's, you often trouble sleeping is a massive thing. And I remember being wide awake, and I knew everyone had gone to bed, and I'd lay there, and I'd lay there. I remember like it yesterday because there was a spider, and I couldn't get and it would tell if there was a spider in the room. Even now, I can't sleep. But then I heard a noise, and I remember looking and turning into the family room, and I look up, and there is somebody in the family room. There's a person, perfect person, just like with the birds. They're like budgies. Like just looking at the bird cage. And I looked and looked and looked, and it looked like my cousin Guy, who was older cousin, who's like a second cousin, in his mid-20s, and I was like, and then like eventually I got to sleep, and then I said to my auntie Maud the next day, I was like, what was Guy doing with the birds last night? She was like, Guy's been at Kathy's for 2 days.
Oh,
I thought, okay. And that was in a very, very short space of time. And then like to go back even further, so my dad is a very, very, very staunch believer in the paranormal. very staunch believer in the paranormal. I think some of his experiences are down to his not so much paranormal experiences. I think they're down to trauma and stuff like this that he had when he was a child. But if you ask my dad to go back to the house that I was born in, he won't even drive past it. Won't even
Does
drive
he
past
tell
it.
you why?
So he used to tell me a thing when I was a kid, which I always used to think was absolute nonsense, and I discussed this with, I believe it was Staffordshire Paranormal and obviously Beardo. Myself and Beardo are very good friends.
Beardo.
So he's there. So my
He's
next
right
door
here listening.
is right there on the shoulder. He's always around.
Oh, not her. Yeah, but anyway, sorry, I interrupted you with
No. And so my god, it was I used to call him Uncle Pat. He was my godfather. And all I knew is he died when I was younger. But then as I got older, that told me the truth, and like he'd hanged himself in the front window.
Oh.
And then my dad said, what was weird about that house was the person that lived there before had done the same. Oh, it gets weirder. 8 people, all 8 men that lived in that house, hanged themselves in the front window without knowing the previous history.
Crikey, you'd want to warn the people that were living in there now then, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Well, oh, wow. So were you born in the house, or were you born in the hospital and come home to the house?
I was born in the hospital, and then went straight home to the house. I was actually literally born there, but there was myself. 7
I just
brothers.
thought you might have been one of those like back in the day. Some of us
No.
were born in home, but I wasn't.
Yeah.
I
So
was
myself,
born in home.
7 brothers, and it's funny that none of the older brothers won't even go past it either.
Wow. Well, I wouldn't want to either if that's the.
And this is the house next door, but like you my dad doesn't talk about the house. He just says it was. His actual words are he would never go back in that evil effing house ever again.
Oh, it could almost be a place that you could go and investigate, tap on the door and say, oh, hello, did you know so many people did that in the front window? And wondering, would you mind terribly if I came in and had a bit of a word?
Do you know what? I'll send you the link to the page for the property, and you'll have a giggle because I don't know if you have it over there. We have something called Rightmove and Zoopla, when you can see how many times it's sold and been relisted and whatnot. You want to see the listing for it? It's huge.
Wow. So obviously something goes on in the house.
Yeah,
Things like that, are quite fascinating, because you wonder how far back that goes and what was it that happened. Like my brain goes there. That's when my brain goes, why is that happening? So wow. So that's pretty. Did you ever get to the bottom of your the man looking at the budgies and who that might have been, or was it just disregarded?
Never got to the bottom of it.
No, and they do say that children, and I think it's true that children are more sensitive. And you were 5 when you saw that?
5 or 6,
yeah. So interesting. I know now it's real. I know there's something real about it. Absolutely. I just want to figure out. I've got that analytical mind. I really want to figure out why it's real. Like, where is this coming from? But we'll get there one day, and if we don't, we'll get there when we die.
So the one thing I always refer to, because people say because obviously people think because I offer rationalized explanation to video editing, they believe I don't believe in the paranormal. And there's one person that always pops up in my comments, and he's like, you've been making video for this long, you should know better, you're stupid, you're this, that, and the other, nothing's ever been captured. I asked a question, and this person very quickly disappeared. And the question is this, and I've still got screenshots of the thread, it's wonderful. And the questions go, how do you know when toast is burning? And they're like, well, sight and smell. I was like, yeah. I was like, how do you know when something's rough? He's like, you feel it. I was like, how do you know when someone's watching you? He's like, what do you mean? I was like, do you know that feeling you get when someone's watching you? So yeah, I was like, how do you know? And he went, because that is the one question you should always ask someone, because that is something you can't explain.
You can't.
Everybody in unison has felt at some point in time, and that's always, there's little questions like that. I think should always keep people's mind open. If you go to a funeral
Mm.
in the world's most beautiful church, even if it's a church you got married in, when you walk into that funeral, there is an air, there is the atmosphere,
Mhm.
because technically speaking, the theory of a ghost would be Newtonian.
Mm.
If we get technical, because if everything has an equal and opposing reaction, something so terrible happens to a person, then the opposing reaction would be to leave some kind of residual recording on the environment. Because we're all surrounded by protonic mass, so obviously every movement causes a proton movement. So you move your hand, and it moves every proton in existence at any given time. So therefore, there's scientific explanation.
Physics is beautiful, isn't it?
It
does,
really
yeah.
is, it's
When you look into it, because I've been looking, my little brain's been looking into it and going through all of the theories on, dimensions and time and, all these different theories. And it's like, whoa. And you've got to, for me, I've got to watch and listen a few times and then it sinks in. But it is like just moving your hand in time like that affects many things.
But that's the most beautiful thing about it. Any movement that you make affects everything. Excuse me for quoting a film title, but it affects everything, everywhere, all at once. Every single person in existence at the moment is affected every single time you move. Unbelievably, Avengers Endgame got a lot of the science quite. It got it quite well when it was on about splintering.
Yep.
Because they refer to obviously Back to the Future and stuff like this as all affecting the same timeline, but you can't affect something that has already happened. You can only affect something that is going to happen, because so the modern invention of time is perceived as linear,
but
it's not really in any way, shape, or form, because it's relative to where you are, how fast you travel. It's the age-old thing. If you get on, me and you go to a fair, and we absolutely synchronize two stopwatches, and you get on the fastest roller coaster in the world. By the time you've got off that roller coaster, our watches are out of sync.
Yeah, they're out of sync. I know.
Yeah.
I was doing my head in. I was looking at it all. The Einstein's, E equals MC squared. And I'm like, what does that mean? Then I learned what that meant, and I'm like, oh, and what's that mean? And how time is not linear. And I'm like, oh my lordy lord. So yeah, but I find it fascinating. So that's interesting.
Geographically, I'm absolutely useless. Like, awful. It's like, obviously, I know you're whereabouts you are in Australia. My brother used to live in Adelaide, because obviously he lived and died in Adelaide, and I have no idea the distance between you and them at all.
From Adelaide, it's quite a drive. But yeah, I'm above him to the. If you're looking at the map of Australia, above and to the right. So in Queensland. So there you go.
Yeah, because he's got. Do you know Flinders University? Have you ever heard of Flinders University?
I certainly have. Yes.
Flinders University, because my brother got pancreatic cancer. And then he was given a few months to live, and then he went on for 18 months. He fully qualified as a paramedic. He then started up a paramedics foundation course so people could get funded for paramedic science. He raised something like $250,000 for pancreatic cancer research Australia and whatnot. So he's actually got an entire section of Flinders University named after him.
You need to tell me what it is, because if they still take donations and everything, because pancreatic cancer and all that sort of thing is, well, as you know, it's horrendous and it's quick. It's
I mean, he did really, he did
incredibly well for us.
He ran 3 marathons after his diagnosis. 3. I struggle making it to the shops.
I struggle getting enthused to get on my treadmill or go for a walk. think you're lucky. We are lucky that in this little community we've got,
Yeah.
a lot of the people that are in the chat are really lovely and have their own issues. You know, I happen to know, I know a few in my community. One's battling cancer, one's battling chronic disease, the other one's battling a major anxiety issues. And I know all that. So when they pop up, you know, that's why I like to share some things. Because
Well, this is why so on the Discord that we run. So one of the mods she manages it, and we run a big mental health safe space for people on the Discord, where people can go and chat and share and realize that they're not alone.
Yes,
so,
and
that was
that's the
something very important to me. So yeah, that was something we organically created, really.
Yeah. Oh well, I should get a link to that too. I reckon.
Yes. Yeah. You're more than welcome. Yeah.
Because I'm all for promoting healthy, like being healthy and mental health and being kind to everybody. Like you know, in a perfect world, be kind to everybody. Sometimes we can't be. Sometimes something rattles, but you got to watch what you say and how you treat people. And
Well, this
remember
is it.
that
So this is like when I obviously started the hashtag Just Be Kind thing.
Yeah.
So I started that a few months ago, and then I said to people, if you want to get involved, send me a video. And I was going to put something together just before Christmas, and then the most amazing thing happened, that I had some of the biggest paranormal channels, like the biggest you could possibly imagine, reach out to me, send me their video message, and say, when it's gone, we will share this everywhere. So far, we estimate the audience size that the video is going to get out to when it goes out next year is somewhere along the lines of about 12.5 million.
See,
which is outrageous.
That's awesome, though.
Yeah.
That is
And like
awesome.
these people, like, you know, some of these people have debunked the huge channels, but obviously because I do it in such a certain way, a lot of them will reach out to me afterwards. There's only two. Well, there's one obviously that mistreated me, and then there's another one that won't ever reach out to anybody. But apart from those, I think every other person, bar one, has reached out and said thank you for being so respectful. We really enjoy your stuff. You know, and I think that's I know it shouldn't, but I suppose that makes me feel good about what I'm doing, because at least I'm not doing harm.
Yeah, you're not name calling. You're not.
No.
You're not being nasty. You're just
Yeah.
pointing out. Oh, well, I was watching this,
Yeah.
and you do promote them. You
Yeah.
say, but don't. You said that with that couple, the very last
because I
episode.
enjoy them, because I enjoy
Yeah.
magicians as well, and it's nice to see that kind of come together.
Now, so far as a silly question for you, I can't really come up with a silly question, but I do have a question. You know
Absolutely.
how Elon Musk is talking about sending people to the Mars and living there and whatever. If you had the opportunity to go there and live there, would you, or would you say no?
I would say no, because I actually, so as part of my original degree, as part of my uni on astrophysics, I I studied the atmospheric conditions of Mars.
Nice.
And remarkably, have you seen the film The Martian?
Yes, I have.
With Matt Damon, one of my favorite films. So incredibly apt. The only thing they didn't get right was the storm at the start, because it wasn't violent enough.
What wasn't violent enough?
It wasn't violent enough, and it didn't sit low enough. So that's why, and that's where the president comes in, because the actual when it has an atmospheric storm, because of the atmosphere of Mars. It's I understand why they wanted to do it, but I think that's kind of it's more of a hypothetical at the moment for the Mars terrain. There is there are no actual signs of methites in the terrain of Mars.
Yep.
So a funny little anecdote for you is on Earth that one of the rules and causes to our survival is ants and cows. And ants and cows, because when they excrete and when they break wind, they release methites into the ground and into the atmosphere, which actually helps create a perfect equilibrium for us, because there is no methites to blend with the sodium in the atmosphere. and the sodium concentration in the atmosphere of Mars makes it very, very uninhabitable.
So you really need
as
to
we would.
inhabit it with cows and ants first.
Well, but there's the paradox in itself that the cows and ants have no way of surviving because the atmospheric conditions there don't allow for the don't growth really of wildlife, or I think what they envisage, and I think so a lot of people have a lot of bad things to say about Elon Musk, but have you seen the Elon Musk brain implant that can make you see again?
I've seen a lot of yes, and
so-
he's actually look. To be honest, and if I lose people that like me because of it, I actually think he's marvelous. I think he's coming up with some
He's
great ideas.
remarkable.
He's a remarkable.
I mean, he can be a bit of an ass sometimes with the satellites and all this. He can be, but maybe that's him not trying not to get too involved politically, which is often a safe thing if you own a business the size of his. I think which way he will deliver things is, I think he will go and try and support a Truman-esque ecosystem where it's kind of, remember the Truman Show?
Yes, yeah. Where it's where it's all sort of like
it's contained.
Yeah.
Well, can I watch that tattoo? What's your tattoo on your arm? Sorry, I'm a big tattoo.
Look, hang on. I'll stand up because I can edit this. I don't know if you can see it. Oh,
I can.
it says so it's like an S, two S's there, some angel wings, and then underneath it just says mother and son.
Oh, that's amazing. I love the colour. It's absolutely incredible.
I got my son had tattoos all over him, and I would say, "Oh, do you know how long I baked you?" And you come up pink, and look what you've done. She said, "Shut up, mum. Shut up, mum. If you've got nothing to say, that's nice. Say nothing." So in the end, I realised that was his passion. Like, he was very good at artwork. So when he was killed, I went along to I was grieving, and a lot of people that grieve do things. And I went along to a tattoo artist, and I said, "I just want, something little, just because I'm of that era where tattoos are for whores and sailors." And she goes, "Yeah." And I came back, and my daughter went with me, and she showed me the picture, which was that. And I said, oh, that's lovely. And I said, okay. And she goes, all right, well, where do you want it on your body? And I said, oh, well, I don't know. Where do you think the best place would be? And she said, well, and she pointed out, I said, oh, no. And then she said, oh, what about on your wrist? I said, oh, yeah. Anyway, I sat down, she started, and she put the thing, I didn't realise it was kind of like a transfer that she made.
Yeah.
And I went, oh, God, that's it. Huge. And my daughter said, you know what it is, Mum? Stephen's watching you from up there, and he's gone, you're going to get a tattoo. It's going to be a big one. So that's why I got it.
So I've actually got one for my brother as well.
Yeah.
So this is.
The TARDIS.
Yeah, so we were all big Doctor Who fans. Myself especially, him. It was one of our things, but his final resting casket was a TARDIS when he was cremated, and now his ashes are in one. So I've got one with the lights on.
Yes.
And then I've also got other people know. Obviously, I'm a massive Taika Waititi fan.
Yes.
So I've also got his Lighthouse in the Kraken piece of art there.
They're lovely and colourful.
And then I've got because obviously they call me the Poundland Captain Jack Sparrow. And then I said I did agree that if Beardo got, I don't know if you know about this, I did say if he got 10,000 subscribers by September the 15th, that I'd get his logo tattooed on me.
Oh, you're going to have to, because hasn't he up
to
to
50?
And I keep squishing my Beardo.
And then I've got this here, which I done the other day, which says "Don't cry because it's over, smile because it was."
Yes.
Which is, good mental health message. And then I've got another one on Thursday, which is coming here.
Yeah.
Which is so it's a ghost with a skeleton. It's very difficult to explain, because obviously my passion is this, and other passion is music. And it's actually got a JB Hutto guitar in its hands, which is Jack White, which is one of my favourite guitarists of all time from the White Stripes. So yeah, that's been done there. And then I've got I've got one a week booked for the next 4 weeks.
And
Because
what did Beardo think of his little tattoo on your arm?
he loved it. He absolutely loved it because like I'd made the bet with him. I'd said to everyone, you know, we're only streaming it. We got like at this point, it got like 7,500 subs, and I'd said this was in maybe the beginning of August, and I was like, oh, tell you what, if you get 10,000 by the 15th of September, I'll get your logo tattooed on me. And he announced it, and then on the 10th of September, he got it. I was like, do you know what? It's nice. We have a really good relationship as well. We're really close friends.
He
From,
seems lovely. I mean,
the most important thing for me is for this channel to grow based on who I am.
yes, and not the clickbaity things, and not yes. And if that takes time, it takes time. And that's sort of how I think too. That's okay if people come.
I had one subscriber that you know, he was absolutely wonderful, providing I debunk who you know. So I did a debunk on Really Haunted, for example, and at the end of it, I was just like, "There's all the evidence. I'm casting no accusations out. Make your own mind up." At that point, I gained 565 of Really Haunted subscribers because they were like, 1, you were respectful. 2, I can really see your point. 3, I've asked him a question and he's being rude to me.
Yeah.
And she's like, and then they were all like, you're really happy, you're really fun, your approach is brilliant. And that for me speaks wonders. And that's where I get my pride, is because I was just me, just having fun, having a laugh. Like when I do my little reaction videos, if I see something that's funny and then recreate it, that's because it's come to my head and I'll just go off and film it. There's no pre-planning, there's no scripting. I just press record and go.
So yes, Purple, do you have anything that you would like to promote that's coming up, that anyone who's new to you that might be seeing you for the first time on my channel that they might be interested in having a look at, that's coming up in your
I would really like to promote 3 paranormal groups that are absolutely brilliant. They are so much fun, they're so joyful to watch, and they're brilliant people. That is Staffordshire Paranormal Investigators, 3 Spires Paranormal, and Dorset Paranormal. I've become very good friends with all of them, and they do things their way, very different. They're very honest, and because they're very honest and very different, and they do things that way, they don't get the attention they deserve because they don't fake anything. It's just them and their personalities. I would very much like to people to really go and check them out if possible, because they're brilliant humans and the content is so funny. It really
I have
is.
watched Dorset Paranormal. I do like that. Well, I will put the links to their channels
Thank you very
down
much.
below.
Thank you.
Absolutely. And so to everybody watching, just please go. I dare say most people watching are subscribed to you. But if there's anyone watching that isn't, Purple is a joy to watch. He's super funny. He's very lovely. He's not. He's lovely. He interacts very well with chat. Actually, you're very good at it. and he's a mental health advocate, and so
Yes, very much so.
you know, and the aim of Purple's channel is just to make you smile. And
Yeah, well,
and
we have our things on Thursdays, don't we? And they're very much a world for people to escape all their. I've tried to. People call it the madman's TARDIS because that's what this room turns into. You know, you've seen yourself. It goes absolutely insane, and it's just an escape for 2 hours for anybody who's just having troubles, just feeling a bit low, feeling a bit different. Just come and chat. Yeah, and we've got lots of interesting things obviously set up. I don't know if have you seen the new reward system we've got set up for people?
Yes, I didn't quite understand it, but
okay.
yes,
So
I
basically,
did.
what it is. So when you come into the chat, whether you're talking or not, you actually earn points for being just being in and watching. And if you talk, you get extra points. If you vote on any of the polls we've got, and then we've got some games coming up, so you earn what we call parplets, which are points. And then at the end of each month, on the last stream of each month, we're going live to see the order, and then whoever's earned the most will then be able to claim a free piece of merch, whether it's a hoodie, t-shirt, whatever they want, anywhere in the world, and it will be posted out to them free of charge. It's just my way of being able to hand something back to people for spending the time with me, and I thought it was just something a bit different.
That's a great idea. Yeah, I was watching. I was in the chat, and
Yeah.
I could hear, and people were saying, how do I earn about it? And you were explaining things, and I was also multitasking because I was doing something off to the side. I'm like, what is he on about? I'll check that out later. So there you go.
Yeah.
You just explained it for me.
Yes, so it's just something a way of giving back. So like when we did the VR streams, for example, the horror VR streams. So if you thought I was gonna scream or be jump scared within the next 15 minutes, you can start a betting pool. So you as a person can put like exclamation point bet, and then you can bet 20 PARP, let's say, then you put 20, and then in your brackets like jump scare in 10 minutes. And then everybody else can then bet against you in 20 minutes, or I think it'll be in 5 minutes. And you get this whole betting pool going. And then if it happens, so I've built an auto production studio, which also the mods can use. So they can change the lights for people. They can, so they can do everything. So they can control the cameras, control the screens. And I've built all this myself, so nobody else has it. It is literally a one of a kind. So if you see all these lights here, this is all completely being able to be controlled from external sources. The ones that are behind me here and here.
Yep.
They can switch between the microphones. So I've got 4 microphones set up. So it's ridiculously complicated. The setup is insanity. I promise you, it's insane.
With StreamYard.
It's really, really crazy. So we've now got 7 sets in here that I've built. I've purpose arranged 7 sets, and then we've got this TV here, which is actually going to be changing. So this is actually going to be coming into here behind me. So when people in the chat are playing games, so if it's like if you're having a bet between 2 people, you can have a duel. Then it will bring up like a Street Fighter thing with like 2 Street Fighter characters with your icon on head of it, and they will like be fighting as it's going on. So it's just like it's complete insanity. But again, I wanted to do something that people have never done before.
Watch this space. That sounds awesome.
And then the final pièce de résistance, you'll really like this one. So my wife's aunt and uncle have a receipt printer. The what you when you work in catering, the receipt printers, which I've managed to get all the code written for. So when people then donate or super thanks with their message, it prints out the message for me. So then I've got all these messages printed into a receipt, which I can then put all on the wall up here. Yeah, I'm going to paste them all on the wall up here. Which I thought would be really, really cool.
You're a little bit too clever, I think.
It's just when it's in my head, I have to get it out. And this is the thing I've always, since day one. If I was going to run this live stream, I was going to run it like no other live stream that's been run. It's why my stream starting is what it is. No one has a stream starting screen. Like I've always had the really different ones. Like obviously I had the one from Sister Act, and then I had the pan pipes, and now I've got the funk one. I always like to have something really different.
So, Purple, thank you so much for coming
for having
along
me.
this week. It was a pleasure. You're absolutely delightful, and I can't talk more highly about you than I just.
Thank you.
I think you're awesome. So, hey, everybody. Little old me is telling you to please go check out Purple, okay? It's worth it. He's brilliant. He's very clever. And, I could just spout all nice words about him all night. But thank you, Purple.
No, thank you so much.
And
if you're not subscribed to Karen here, please subscribe now.
Thank you, Purple. Yes,
Don't make me get the guns out.
And hopefully next week, or whenever. I know Beardo is very busy, but Beardo has promised to come along and talk to me too. We'll catch him, guys. We'll catch him.
Don't forget to say happy birthday to him.
Oh yes, so he can ban him. With the, you started that, didn't you? You cheeky.
Yes, I did.
Bugger.
Of course I did. We have to make each other's life hell. It's the rules.
It is the rules.
Every
All
day.
right.
Thank you, Purple, and
Thank you so
thank
much.
you all for watching. And I'll see you on the next one. Bye. Hi, everybody. Thank you for tuning in. Welcome to my episode of 5 Haunting Questions with the adorable, lovely Beardo this week. And I love him, and I love his little dolly. It's always here. So without further ado, here is Beardo. Hello, Beardo.
Hello. That's one of the
I do
nicest
love my-
introductions I've ever had.
Oh, you may. And look, my little dolly, it's always here. It's generally, now I'll sit it up there near the Shape and Crow. It's usually up the back
Yeah.
there. But because I did have him on my chair, but he kept falling off. And then the cat grabbed Mini Beardo and thought he was a cat toy. And I had a heart attack. So we can't have that.
Cat, get a little beard
So-
out of your mouth.
That's right. So, Beardo, thank you for doing this. And for anybody who is watching, and there may be a few, I don't know how there's anyone watching that doesn't know who you are, but in case there is, would you like to sort of tell everybody what it is that you do, exactly what your channel's about?
Yeah, so I'm Beardo Gets Scared, and I debunk fake paranormal videos, but I happen to believe in the paranormal. Where that is, I don't know, but it's fun in the journey. So I do investigations, I do debunkings, and I also promote the channels that I think are legitimately conducting investigations as to, the silly Hollywood nonsense that people are throwing out there right now.
Yeah, and I think that's really important. I think you and I think along the same lines with that. I certainly have changed my view on paranormal. So yeah, it's always good to make sure that people are aware of what's really going on, just in case.
Yeah,
it's,
absolutely.
Yeah. So in regard to the paranormal, I've asked many people what their experience was. What was it initially that may have happened to you, if anything at all, that made you think, hang on a bit, what the hell, and got you interested in the paranormal?
The initial thing was I was really young, and as an adult, I almost discounted. But when I was really young, I used to spend a lot of time at my grandparents' house because both my parents worked full time, and it was just a thing in Wales. You borderline lived with your grandparents, and I woke up and there's just this guy stood in the bedroom, and being like 4 or 5, I freaked out. I didn't think ghost or anything. There was a man that I didn't recognize just stood there looking at me. I freaked out, told my grandparents, and I was that young I couldn't describe his military uniform properly. I was just like, he was wearing a funny suit. He wasn't like see-through or anything. I don't know how much my memory has changed since that initial thing. But I was proper scared. And my grandfather was like, there's nobody here, you idiot. And come on now, it's fine. And then my nan was like, maybe he's seen something. Maybe he's seen someone. And my grandfather was like, you're going to scare him? Shut up. Let it. And then 4 or 5 years later, my uncle, who's, 10 years older than me, he had the exact same experience in the exact same room and described the exact same man. And then it must have been years later. My uncle was in the forces. I was a teenager. And my great grandmother was quite ill, and my grandmother's got the family photo album out, and she just turns this page, and I went, "That's that man." And my grandmother was like, "That's your great grandfather." I said, "That's who I saw." And my uncle looked over, he was like, "That's who I saw." And there was only one photo my grandmother had of him, and she never got it out because she didn't want it destroyed or damaged. It was kept away because he died. I think she was only around 2 years old, so she's got no memory of her father. And that's who we both saw. Now, how much of it was each other's memories, but for us both to have looked at that photo and gone, that's him.
That's him.
And then I discounted it for years. And then, there's I've spoken about it a lot now. The really bad Ouija board experience I had, but as a kid, there was a guy we called Uncle Pete, but he wasn't our uncle. But as a teenager, I saw him twice after he passed away,
Mm-hmm.
and there was no reason for it. I was in my auntie's house, who lived like 15 miles from where he was. He'd never been to that house, and we sat in her living room having a conversation. Corner of my eye, I was just like, I just see Pete on the stairs, and she was like, "Yeah, I see him all the time."
Oh. The other question that I sometimes ask in regard to, well, I always ask it, and especially in the recent papers or papers, internet, we don't have newspapers much anymore, do we? I'm showing
No.
my age. The aliens in the mall in Miami, but in regard to aliens, what's your personal opinion on them? Do you think that, do you believe in them, or are you still not convinced? What's your thoughts on aliens?
I believe in aliens. I think it's ignorant not to, because the universe is never ending, and to think that we are the only planet with the only life on it is quite ignorant. So, and it's quite comforting to think there's something else out there. Like the paranormal can be comforting. You know, your loved ones don't just disappear into the ground.
Yeah.
But do I believe that they're coming over in flying saucers and abducting farmers in Central America and probing them? Probably not.
Or ripping their faces off is, I think, the other
No.
claim.
And it's
Yeah,
like
I
every
don't-
time somebody tells me, go and watch this thing about aliens, like the Skinwalker Ranch documentary. I watched 2.5 hours of that. They provided in 2.5 hours and 13 years of footage, or
No
sorry,
evidence.
evidence, nothing. Not a
Mhm.
sniff of it. They were just telling people stories, and I'm like, that doesn't prove anything to
Anything.
me. And for me, that just proves that it's all a load of poo.
Bollocks.
Well, I wasn't going to swear because, you know, I'm a guest. But yeah,
Oh, well, bollocks. Bollocks isn't a bad swear word.
it's different in
But,
Australia. Like, you get away with words in Australia. We can't in the UK.
Oh, really? Oh, all right then. Oh, well, there you go. Yeah, I'm of the same opinion. Yet to be convinced, but not stupid enough or arrogant enough to believe that it's not true.
No.
I mean, there's definitely some odd things going on, but to what it really is and what's really
Yeah,
happening.
and I
you know.
definitely think that we have been visited, like the pyramids. That is
No.
mind blowing. That's got to be something else. But then to see the same images drawn all over the world in caves and
It's-
stuff of the
it's
same
interesting.
type of being. And then when you
Mm.
look at religion, like the Norse mythology, and they describe like Odin on his chariot in the sky, and I'm like, was that Odin on his chariot in the sky,
Or
or
was
was
it,
that something they didn't understand and presumed it to be
And
a
that's
god?
how, yeah, and it's interesting because even some of those carvings, and people can look this up for themselves, but even some of those carvings and drawings are very much like, it's really weird, but it looks like it's men in spacesuits and some of that, like, it's totally mind blowing. But yeah, I like to believe. It's good to believe
Yeah,
in something.
yeah,
I
of course
mean,
it is.
spoiler alert, people, I can't believe in Santa anymore or Easter Bunny, so I've got to believe in something.
Hey,
Oh,
Jolly
no,
Fat Man is real.
well-
You're talking to him.
Oh gosh. And I normally too ask a silly question, so I will ask you this question. This is just an out there question: boxers or briefs or commando?
Boxers. I can't
Yeah.
do briefs.
No, that'd be too tight and constricting, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but because I'm a big lad, I'd get what we call in the UK chub rub, where your thighs rub together.
I thought you were insinuating something else there, Beardo, but
No. My legs.
your legs. And so far as everything else is concerned in regard to, because as you said before, you debunk basically,
Yeah.
and you do go out sometimes and investigate. In regard to investigating, do you enjoy that part of it? How do you
Yes.
feel when you?
I've always investigated. I mean, like everyone else in the UK, I watched Most Haunted and was like, wow, the
Yeah.
paranormal's real. So me and the boys, we'd all pile into somebody's house, whoever had Sky TV. We'd watch
And what-
Yvette and Co. And then we'd be like, right, there's an Abbey
And
just
Derek.
down the road. Let's go. And then we'd be sat out there freezing for hours on end, like, what are we doing wrong? Why are we getting
Nothing
things thrown at
happening.
us?
Why
Why is
isn't
nothing
anything
whistling? And I
Why
did it for
isn't anything
years. And then obviously I got a bit older, had children and stuff, so I didn't really bother so much. And then I met a couple of friends who were really into the paranormal and got back into it. So I've always sort of dipped in and out of it, and I've always gone out and you get these haunted events where people will hire a building and take like 30 or 40 people. I used to pay and go on those things, but then I got kind of put off by it because it was 30 or 40 people. You could hear everyone all over the building, and the people that run those things, fair play to them, they must have the patience of a saint.
Yeah.
Because there's always somebody running around screaming there's a demon, or they'll say
Yeah.
no Ouija boards in this property, and there's 8 of them in there doing Ouija boards and screaming and throwing stuff, and it's like, I don't want to do them anymore. It's too much. It's not what I set out to do. And then I started watching things like Taps and Ghost Adventures. I watch Ghost Adventures to this day, but for the wrong reasons. I like to laugh. And then I kind of got really turned off by it all because it was just all this ridiculous, overblown junk. And then I
Yeah.
started doing this channel started as a reaction channel to Nuke's Top 5. And initially I was like, the paranormal's out there. Look at it. All right. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. It's all rubbish. And then
Mm.
I accidentally found this channel called The Ouija Brothers. And I was like, this is what I've always wanted to do. This is paranormal investigating. This is how I want my investigations to go. And then found Dean, who's a like-minded guy. He was a little bit more gullible than I was. He believed some channels that I've debunked, and then he
Yeah.
came around to it. And that's just what we do now. And since that, I've got to find this whole community of real channels, and I've got to investigate with a couple of them, and I'm going out with a lot more of them this year.
And it'll be fun. And me.
And well, there's yourself. There's the crazy other ants from Oz. Adelaide Haunted Horizons. I'm going to be working with them next year, and there's a few surprises in the bag for people I'm going to be
Yeah.
working with in the next year.
All right. So I've come to the last question now,
Yeah.
Beardo. In regard to the future, what should people look out for? What's coming up on the channel, like soonish? What sort of things can people tune in to see? And is there anything you want to spruik, your merch, anything like that? What's happening?
So coming up, there'll be more of the usual, the debunkings, the promotions, the is that real, isn't it real, that kind of thing. No doubt I'm going to get into arguments and fights with people. I can't help it. If it's real, it's real. If it's fake, I'm going to say it's fake. I don't care who you are. But as well as that, I've got a documentary project that I'm working on with Steve from the Ouija Brothers, where we're going to be looking into the real paranormal, the time, the effort, the money, the hours and hours of time away from your
Research.
family, and then the editing, which is 60 plus hours a week, because they do an investigation a week. And then it's the look into the family life and the cost, the expense, all the stuff that you don't see for a 30-minute to 40-minute video a week where nothing happens. That interests me. Why, 7 years to stay that dedicated. It's incredible. I've got my Ouija board experiment. That's going to be like a multi-part thing where I do Ouija boards with different people for the next month or two. Disbelievers, believers, and everything in between, just to see if anything can ever provoke a reaction and what we can capture on film. And then for me, at the end of it all, to say, I think my experience as a teenager was, and that's the end of that.
Yep.
So-
Actually, it's interesting. It's interesting. And you've got merch on your channel, haven't you?
Yes, we've got it's through T-Mill. Yeah, we got t-shirts and hoodies. We haven't got a lot on there because I suffer that a little bit of the imposter syndrome. It's like people keep
Yes.
saying you've got a massive channel, you need to do this for your merch. I'm like, who's going to wear my t-shirts? You know,
That's how I feel too. Like, who wants my mug on a mug, or who wants my? I don't
yeah,
know.
and it's like
So,
it's starting to dawn on me because like people are saying you need to put the cost of your t-shirts up. It's like I'm not doing that. They're like, how much do you make off a t-shirt? I was like £1.25, and they were like, well, put the price up. I was like, I can't. I'm just some guy that shouts on the internet. But now I've started having people stop me in the street. I've been stopped in service stations. I've had people, oh, if I pay you, can you sign this for my son? And I'm like, I'm not charging you for that.
yeah.
It's mind blowing, but it's really exciting as well. Really,
It's-
really exciting.
So yeah, it can be like people watch the episodes where people fake and think, oh my God, and think it's real.
Yeah.
Then yeah, like you say, they tune in to watch somebody like the Ouija, but although they're good, they're doing so well with their editing. It's actually fun watching them.
Yeah,
The Ouija
yeah.
brothers. It's fun watching them, and that's the whole point. To have fun watching, it doesn't mean anything is going to happen.
No.
But you can show people that you're trying to do whatever.
Yeah, and you're
that
trying to
you
keep it
can't-
real, which is it's a
Trying to-
big
yeah.
thing for me because, like some people I know of that have emailed me, like they believed this channel for so long and they were at their wits' end. Why can't I speak to? And it's like that's heartbreaking. And a lot of people have called me a party pooper, and they've said, "Oh, you're the guy that destroys people's beliefs and dreams." And I'm like, I'm not destroying people's beliefs and dreams. I'm the first one to say, if your grandmother has passed away and you've had an experience where you smell or hear her and that makes you feel better, and you think that's your grandmother visiting you, then have it. By all means, have that. You know, it could be. I'm not going to tell you that's wrong.
No. And yeah, I'm the first one to agree with you there, because I watch the people that fake things, and I watch people that possibly don't, and I've been on investigations myself. I still believe.
Yeah.
I still believe, and I want to believe, because maybe one day I can figure it all out, and just want to know, for example, that my boy is safe. Like, wherever he is he okay? I don't want him to come back and forward unless it's fun. Like, just be happy where you are, mate. I still believe you. I don't think that you're being a Debbie Downer or a party pooper. You're just pointing out the ones that are faking it. And
Yeah, and I try to
still
direct
believe.
people to the guys that are not faking it. And
Correct.
you know,
Mm.
of all of those channels that are doing the real work that don't capture much, or if anything, they've all had an experience that triggered their love of it, and they want to
Yeah.
recapture that experience, which is kind of why I do it as well. But not one of them, when I've explained things that I've experienced to them, or when we tell them about what goes on in this house, not one of them has ever said, "You're full of it." Not one
Yeah,
of them.
no.
And
No.
Partle's gutted. We were doing a podcast like this, and there was a picture behind me that I drew, and Partle saw
Yep.
it lift up behind me and drop. And I was like, "Did I hit that with my chair?" And he was like, "I don't know, I'll check the footage." And he rewound it back while we were live, and he was like, "Holy shit." He was like, "I knew that you weren't lying." He said, "But I've just seen it with my own eyes. That's lifted and fallen off, and you were nowhere near it." It's like amazing. And then he went to edit it, and he's like, "It's not there. There's only 3 seconds of footage." He said, "And it's not there. It's gone. And I can't work out where the hell it's gone." And he can recover corrupt files. And he's like, "There's
Yeah,
just this cut in the video, and it's gone."
Wow. See, that's what I mean. I do believe. I do. And things happened after my son passed away. Something happened after my grandpa passed away.
Yeah.
But all things that you can't prove. It's a personal experience. But yeah, so it is. You know, I love what you do. I enjoy it. I don't think I've ever seen you be horrible or anything. There was a time there, of course, where you were getting a lot of flack from people that were horrible. You know, it's a tough spot to be in. I'm starting to get a little flack myself, because I'm calling out places and saying, "Hey, that's not true.
Yeah,
That
and
didn't
you
happen."
will get it.
And I've already copped it a little bit, and I just delete the delete it. I think I've researched it. Prove me wrong.
Yeah, I'm my own worst enemy because I'll get that. Oh, you're nasty, you're horrible, you're a bully because you've done this, and I'm like, am I really a bully because you're believing that crap? And I can't help but fire back. I used to do
Yeah.
negative comment videos, and I got myself into so much trouble with it that I just stopped doing them.
Stop.
But
Yeah.
but this week there's one coming out because some people are just so ridiculous in their claims. Like one guy has told me that I cannot be a debunker and a paranormal investigator at the same time.
Oh
You
my
can't
God,
have
that's part and parcel. You've got to be.
you can't have your cake and eat it. And I'm like, that is the exact opposite of what you should be telling people. Of course,
Absolutely.
investigate. I don't know any of the debunkers apart from the side eye guy that has never gone out and investigated, but he wants to now. And he is a complete disbeliever by one experience he's had. And now he's like, I want to go out and investigate. And I'm like, good luck wearing a shoebox on your head.
Yeah.
Jumping over, tripping over everything.
Oh dear. He can quite easily. I have said to him before, just aim the camera. I barely ever show my face. Only one episode recently where I thought I'll just talk to everybody and did a hello, whatever, because you've got a camera, you're like this, and you don't even have to show anyone else's face when you film. You can film down at their feet. That's no
I
biggie.
think there's 2 people helping him with some form of mask that he could actually wear out on him. Obviously, he's going to have to put trust in the people that he goes out with, but it'd be good for him to go out and get that experience as well. Because then when somebody says to you, what would you know? You're just an armchair critic. And it's like, well, actually, no. Because I get it all the time. You're an armchair critic. What would you know? It's like, oh, I've been to 30 East Drive. I've been to my haunted hotel twice. I've been to like all the abbeys and abandons and all the rest of it that I can find. The country that I live in is got such a rich history. I'm never any more than, I think it's 10 miles from a castle. Where I live, I can walk to 4 different castles within an hour. So don't tell me that I don't do my work. Just because I don't post a video every time I go to these places doesn't mean I'm not there and investigating. I just don't like going out on my own with a camera and doing this.
Yeah, and that's the thing too. Like I haven't, I've been to, while I was in America, I went to quite a few places, filmed, got myself into a position where I could sit quietly, listen, ask questions. Nothing happened. And I thought, does anyone really want to see that? And I thought, look, I'll just pop an episode out, like at the Washoe. I thought I'll just show them how I investigate at the very least. And I just walk around. And someone said to me, oh, you've got to be quiet and give them a chance to talk back. And I thought, oh, well, no. I said, I've edited this. I was quiet.
Yeah,
but
we've taken out the 20 minutes of just sat
of
there.
where I said nothing. So I walked around and blah, 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 talking, because I thought, well, if there is a spirit here, I'll just talk my head off, let it be comfortable. And
Well, they're not going to
maybe
talk to you if you're not talking to them.
Absolutely
if it's
not.
possible, then make them feel at ease, make them comfortable. Or if it's something that's rumored to be bad, give it a bit of stick, give it a little poke.
Oh, not when I'm by myself.
No.
But you see, I do my research before I go in, and that's why, for example, the Washoe, I can't imagine why there's anything horrible there at all. I've researched who did die there. I've researched the history of the place. I've worked out that most of the stories told about that are actually not correct. So I wasn't frightened when I went in there. I sort of thought, well, I don't really think there's anything bad here at all, unless someone brought it there, if that's possible. But yeah, you just, so people say, shh, and I'll go, well, no, because that's just not how I do it. I want to talk and let whoever that is. And,
does things
everyone's
their
different.
way. It's not an exact science, so there's no right or wrong way to do it. There are guys that I really enjoy, that I watch, that I work with. Like when I went to 30 East Drive, I went with a team called Connecting to Afterlife, and they were like, right, we don't like provoking. And I was like, well, fine, it's your investigation. You've just invited me along. I'll investigate with you. They were like, oh, we thought you'd like to provoke. I was like, well, this thing apparently pulled a girl up the stairs by her hair and then choked her. So yeah, I would love to give it a bit of, come on, come at me, pick me up.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to do that on your investigation because you're nice guys that don't like provoking. That I'll investigate your way. But when I go back there with people that think like me, I'm going to try and get something to show yourself to me. And if that means provoking it, you know, I speak to whatever the history of a place is very different. If there's rumours of children, then very different. I'll cut my language because I do swear a lot, but I'll cut that out. And then if it's something where, you know, somebody was murdered, you speak to the victim in one tone, and then the murderer is like, you piece of...
Yes, yeah, but well, I think, yeah, like you say, everybody investigates differently. You know,
You watch a lot of the real guys. They film stuff in color, and they'll spread that out through the video so you can see the house. They'll do B-roll shots in color, and then it's like, you're only doing that in night vision to make it look creepy, and it's like there's no power there. Now we could put the big white light on, but if you're not technically supposed to be there, you don't want to alert.
especially if it's an abandoned location.
Yeah.
So I would never go to an abandoned location because I'd be by myself, and I would be too scared that a human might jump out and hurt
And that's
me.
the scary thing, is
That's
humans.
the scary things are the humans, the ghosties. I reckon if I saw something, I'd probably actually go and get, because your body would just automatically react that way. But I wouldn't run. I've never run.
You'll get the fight or
towards-
flight, and some people have said, "I won't run," and then they run because you don't know how you're going to react, fight or flight. But when you're doing the same places week after week after week, and you run away every week, when you say, if you're a demon, close that door, and then the door slams, you run away. It's like you're acting now, because after a while, doors slamming don't become scary. It's like, oh, he slammed the door again. Oh, well done.
You get to have a relationship with the ghosty, perhaps, or the demon,
Or the piece of string that they pull in the door.
or
with.
the piece of string. Yeah.
But yeah, you never know. You react, because when me and Dean first went out, we did this old abandoned care home, and the fear we had there was this place is going to cave in around us. We shouldn't be in here. I nearly broke my leg. If Dean hadn't have caught me, my leg, the floor just disappeared. Somebody took a manhole cover and my leg went in. And if I'd carried on going, I'd have snapped my leg. Dean caught me, and I was like, why are we walking around in the dark like everyone else? And then I asked Steve, and Steve was like, you don't. You walk around with your torch, get to a point, set up, and then turn the lights off. I was like, all right. And he was like, yeah, don't. Bless you. So that was a bit of a learning curve. But while we were in this building, I'm like, can you hear that? And Dean's like, it sounds like the brakes of a bicycle, but there's nothing around us. What is that noise? And we were convinced something was happening. And then I looked at the corner of my eye. I was like, I've seen a light there. And Dean went, what do you mean? It was like a little glimmer of light past the wall. And he was like, is this paranormal? I was like, no, there's somebody in here. And he went, really? So Dean sort of stood with his back to the corner of a room, like, what do I do? And instinctively, I just went straight at where I thought somebody was going to be. And Dean was like, what are you doing? I was like, if it's security, I would rather be like, I'm here, not smashing the place up. We're just filming. Do you want us to leave? That was the idea in my head. My other thing was, I don't want to surprise anyone, because then they could lash out.
Yep.
And, you know, I'm a big guy. I've done security for years and years and years, and I can look after myself. I turned this corner, and there was just this woman's face in front of me. And as I turned it, she screamed, and I shit myself. I sort of took off upwards, but as I came down, my arm was already up, like, I'm going to knock somebody out. And then I realized what had happened. There was another paranormal team had come in.
Didn't know you were there.
They got scared of the noises of me and Dean whispering, like, what's that? We'd obviously heard them and thought, what's that? And almost walked into each other. But the funniest part was, this lady was lovely. And she was like, oh, it's all right. The boys would have had my back. And I went, do you mean those three guys that have run over there? They've gone. But they thought I was security. But yeah, it was a really fun experience.
All right, let me think. I've asked you all the 5 questions. So I have asked you all the 5 questions.
You have.
I have, and we've had a good chin wag as well. We have. So in regard to everybody who's watching and listening, please, 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 I'm sure you already have, please go to Vito's channel and like and subscribe, and even become a member for Little Perkies. And if you've never seen my channel before, like and subscribe. More to come. But yeah, it's been a joy Beardo, and thank you. Long time coming. Beardo is such a
It
busy
has
person.
been a long
everybody.
time. I mean, you've supported me from my early days, so there's no way I was gonna not do it. But I had to keep like letting you down, and like I'm too busy. I'm
Ah,
too busy. But we
No,
got there.
I can.
We got there.
No, we got there. So thank you, and we'll see who my next guinea pig is. I'll get to another person soon. But I just want to thank you so much. It's been a joy,
Oh,
and I
thank
hope
you for having me
everybody
on.
enjoyed it. No
And
worries.
It's been
Okay.
great to actually talk to you properly because I think I've been in one of your lives I've been in your
Yeah,
lives, and it's like
I
I'm
think
typing away, and then you've been
yeah,
in my lives and you're typing away, and it's not quite the same as
it's not the same as talking to each other. So
no.
it's been good. Well, thank you, and I'll say goodbye to everybody and see you next time. Bye.
Bye.
Hey everybody, I'm back with my 5 haunting questions segment. I've got a few people lined up to do these little 5 haunting question segments with me, and the first person to say yes and come along and answer the questions was someone who's really funny, has a great channel, and I know you all love him. So here he is, the side-eye guy. Hey Seggy.
Hi, Karen. Hi, everyone.
So look, I guess the first question is like, or well, the first thing to ask you is about your channel. Most everybody's probably familiar with you by now, but for those who may not be familiar with you, what can you tell us about your channel? What's it all about? What do you do?
I suppose it's kind of, in the short time I've been doing it, it's already kind of evolved. I started off with what I called myself a reaction channel, and then that morphed into a more of like a roasting of what I consider fake ghost hunters, like a sort of roasting reaction channel. And I think with the most recent videos, I've just got to call myself a debunker now. I think enough people have had enough of that, and I've just got to embrace that I'm a paranormal debunker.
The Warren Occult Museum is one of the most unique and terrifying places on Earth.
Most terrifying place on Earth? That's a hell of a take. What about North Korea? Or Snake Island off Brazil? Or Andrew Tate's basement? I mean, I could go on, but I think you get my point. The Warren's Museum is just a dank room filled with junk.
So you are a debunker now. Basically, you are really. You still do the roasting, which is fantastic, and it's kind of like a combination, isn't it? It's like a combination roast and debunk. That's how I'd categorize you. But you are in with the community now, and it's fantastic. Everybody loves you, by the way. So the passion for sort of doing editing, that kind of thing, because obviously there's an art to it. Where did that come from? Was that something, I know you've just said, that's what your channel's about now, putting these things together, but where did the passion for editing and putting all that sort of stuff together the way that you do it, where did that come from?
I don't really know, to be honest with you. I just kind of wanted to, I wanted to make a YouTube channel, and I knew that much. And I knew you can't really do a good YouTube channel without having some sort of editing skills. But I'd never done anything like this before starting the channel. I've never really done video editing at all. I was unfamiliar with video editing software, with video editing techniques. I just kind of knew how I wanted my videos and how I wanted the channel to look in my head. So I saw other channels and the way that they kind of operated, and I was like, I quite like that style, and I quite like to take shades of that or snippets of that and influences of that and apply it to my own style of video. But I had to learn how to do all that. Like I had to kind of like learn from scratch. I didn't really have an idea.
Yeah, much like myself, same sort of thing. You watch and you think, oh, how did they do that? Then you get the editing program and away you go. But are you finding now it's more it's something that you really want to do all the time? Like you're finding it a bit of a fun hobby, so to speak, like the putting it all together. Do you enjoy the process?
Yeah, I do. For the most part, I very much do enjoy the process. There are times and moments in it that gets a little bit stressful, and there's things I want to do and ideas in my head that I don't have the skills or the knowledge to do yet. A lot of how I've learned is just by watching YouTube videos on how to do certain things and how to create certain things. But there's still some things that I just don't quite have the ability to do yet. But I'm learning with every video pretty much, and I am still very much enjoying it.
Oh look, and you've just started out. Like I know that I can look back on my process when I first started doing this. Mine are horrid. I look back and I go, oh, yeah, I think, ew, they're terrible. But at the time, I was very impressed because I'd never done anything like this before. And now I'm finding, I know that I will improve. And as I've already found a new software program. So I know that in time, as my skills develop, hopefully it'll look nicer. And given what yours already looks like, yours is fantastic, far better than mine. So given how you all already going with your content, I think that you're obviously in time. I mean, it's only been what, 6 months? 6 months approximately.
Seven now.
Yeah, I mean, it's just going to get better. So that's something for everybody to look forward to, most certainly.
Thank you.
Now, in regard to the paranormal, which obviously my channel's Doof Doof Paranormal, but to be quite honest, I think I sit in the camp of debunking more than I do paranormal because I'm always trying to prove people are lying about their stories with the paranormal. Have you ever had anything on a personal level happen to you in regard to paranormal, like any strange occurrences? Not necessarily seeing a ghost or anything like that, but something that you can't quite explain and you have wondered what that might be. Anything happened to you personally?
Yes, and it was actually seeing a ghost. It went full blown. Really, it wasn't just little bumps or anything like that. Like I believe I saw a full-bodied apparition when I was a kid.
Ooh, do tell. Where were you? What happened?
Okay, so I'm more than happy to explain it. I did explain this story in my 1K sub special, but that was quite a while ago that I uploaded that video, and the view figures aren't so high for that, so I'm sure a lot of people haven't heard this. So when I was about 11 or 12, and me, my mum, and my brother's like a couple of years younger than me, we were all obsessed with this show called Strange But True, which was like a 90s, 80s, 90s paranormal TV show that just did like a 10 to 15 minute short report or story or ghost story, or it would talk to the people that actually were involved with these claims and interview them, and they would just sort of tell their story, and then there was a commercial break, and then it would be a completely different story. So it was like two of these stories in like a sort of half-hour TV show.
High above the famous White Cliffs on the south coast, Dover Castle is the kind of place you might expect to attract ghost stories. Staff there take them with a pinch of salt, but more recent events have made them take their unearthly guests much more seriously.
And one of them was there's underground tunnels in Dover Castle, in England, Dover Castle, and the tunnels were converted into a World War II hospital. So now, today, so in the TV show, they claim that it's haunted. It's haunted by a number of different ghosts. And this, if you go to my 1K sub special, I actually put a link to, I found the Strange But True TV show on YouTube. I found the episode, on YouTube.
Oh,
So
so
you
you
could
actually found the episode you're referring to. Okay,
Yeah,
so
the one I
everybody,
watched
I'll,
as a
I'll put
kid.
that. I will put that link in the description below for everybody, so you can go to that later.
Awesome, thank
Continue.
you.
Continue.
So as a debunker and as a big skeptic, I am now, as an adult, looking back on this, and I'm thinking of certain things that I could definitely debunk about it, as far as like on a psychological level, because we all ended up going to Dover Castle with this TV show in our minds, wanting to see a ghost, and we did. My dad didn't see it. My dad doesn't believe in ghosts. My dad thinks it's all complete nonsense. My mum believes in pretty much anything and everything supernatural, or a lot of it anyway. She very much believes in the supernatural.
She's very
to this
open
day.
to it.
She's more than open to it. She's swimming in that. We have a lot of back and forths about this. So we go to on the tour, because you can't just walk around the tunnels. It's quite dangerous. It is a guided tour in Dover Castle, and it's, they talk about the history, like, the medieval history of it, but also largely about the World War II history, with it being a hospital. And it's hard to describe, but like the tunnels down there are like long corridor, like it's like gouged out rock off a walkway, like a tunnel walkway. It's about as creepy as you can possibly get a setting to be. It's an amazing place, amazing location, and there's lots of like these tunnels going really far down there, very dimly lit by the lighting in there. And me, my mum, and my brother, as on the tour, we were probably at the back of the tour or something like that. My dad was ahead of us, so he didn't see this. But all three of us looked down on these corridors, and we saw a young man dressed in what I would describe World War II attire, who walked out of like a sort of doorway off the tunnel and straight through a wall.
Okay, and three of you saw it. So
We all say to this day we still think we saw the same thing. I've spoken to my brother, and actually in my 1K sub special video, my brother, I pinned the comment. My brother actually sent a message, and I pinned his comment, and he gave his account of how he remembered, which actually differs slightly from mine. But when I spoke to my mum about it, she had the exact same account as mine. So my brother's might be a bit different because he's a bit younger, or just memory in general. It's quite unreliable in many ways. So
your brother is quite unreliable, or memory.
Memory, both, but certainly met the memory.
Oh, well, that will be something that everyone should go and look at that special then and read the pinned comment, and then go to the link that you've supplied. That's what I think everyone should do. So we won't give it away here as to what your brother says he saw. Well, that's pretty cool. I've never seen an apparition. I would love to, but I haven't. So were you scared at the time as a child, or did you just go, oh, wow? And then
No, not at all. We didn't even talk about it until we got to the gift shop. So we get to the gift shop, and then we all just say to each other, "Did you see that?" And we were like, each one of us was like, "Yes." We all saw it, and no one freaked out. No one acts like Twin Paranormal or Yasko or anything like that. There was no screaming or anything like that. We were kids, so we weren't screaming about it. We were just intrigued.
No way! No way!
Wow, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I mean, all I've ever got is a singing one. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool too. So, in regard to my next question, we're already up to the fourth question because we've covered the other three. Aliens, fact or fiction? What do you think about aliens? UFO.
If the question is there intelligent life outside of Earth? I would say almost certainly it has to be. As far as if the question of have they visited Earth, that's
debatable.
It's certainly debatable, but I know there's a lot of accounts to say they have. There's a lot going on there to say they have. Maybe I want it to be true, but I don't know. It's
yeah.
it's one of those ones where I'm just like, I don't know. I'm very much on the fence about that.
With your channel, I guess you're continuing just to grow and do what you're currently doing. And I must admit that everyone who's probably watching this is fully aware of some of the good things you've been doing with your channel lately, in regard to helping out certain homeowners and things like that. And how do you personally cope with backlash that you get from people who, you know, pop in the messages, pop in the comments, something, you know, totally annoying? Like, how do you cope with it? Do you block them? Do you just not pay attention to it? Do you take it on board? How are you faring with the backlash you might get in regard to some of the videos that you put out?
I couldn't care less. So, actually, I'll take that back. Actually, I actually quite like it because it just gives me. I enjoy the. I did a video where I reacted. I read them out, some of the hate comments, and I reacted to them. So I quite enjoy making those videos. So if anything, I'll say I actually quite like it. Whether it be a hate comment or whether it be a constructive feedback comment or whatever you want to call it, and they said something that I was like, oh God, I never thought about that. They're completely right. That might affect me. But at the moment, pretty much all the comments have been something on the lines of like, I just don't agree with what they've got to say, or they've just been like just fans of the other channel who are just lashing out at me because I'm criticizing something they like, and I just kind of I don't care. Well, I just don't. It just doesn't bother me.
What you try to go out to? Why don't you try and go to an abandoned haunted house, cemeteries? Try for 48 hours and sheet talks, bullshit walks.
Next.
Hey, shut up. I saw Twin Paranormal in your title. That's why I clicked on it. But I saw this already, so I will stop now.
Next.
Are you dumb? Never gonna get to 1K subscribers.
Thank you very much, my friend. You really helped me kind of strive on this channel. Sometimes you need a little bit of hate comments to kind of like get you motivated.
But you do often see other channels, particularly Beardo, gets a lot of hateful comments, which I think are unnecessary. The Shape also cops a lot of horrible feedback.
Yeah, I think that's what comes down to it for me is like I got into this knowing full well I'll be pissing people off. So
yeah,
I would be very naive to expect to not expect a certain level of I don't know what to, I guess just for one of a better word, just a
backlash, hate,
criticism, just negativity, whatever you want to call it. There's always if your channel is based around saying people this is what you are watching here is either fake or incorrect in some way, you're not going to be favored by everyone who watches it, and I understand that, and that's fine. And I just don't care if you're gonna come back at me and just kind of like hurl insults. I just don't care.
Oh, exactly. And look, I've been pretty lucky. I've made my thoughts known on a few different paranormal teams, and most everybody has been respectful. Because that is my opinion, and that is what I will stick with.
That's another thing as well. Is like the overwhelmingly the number of comments I get are nothing but positive and really quite amazing and funny and flattering, and so. I try to always keep all these things in perspective. If you're going to, I don't see the point in focusing on just the hate comments and
absolutely
not kind of appreciating the sheer number of positivity I get for my videos, which is just overwhelming. Completely overshadows any negative comments I get. So you just got to keep things in perspective.
Exactly, and I think like your community is my community. We're all sort of a part of one great big family, for want of a better word. And it is interesting that I find more than just about all of them. I've only ever copped one or two people that might be in a chat who are not part of the community. They've just sort of popped in, and they'll leave something negative. And the mods are terrific at filtering those people out. They just get rid of them straight away. But I just feel the love personally, and I've seen it towards you. Like, everybody loves you when you're on and you're talking, you know, you're getting the laughs, especially when you're on with Crow. I don't know if it's you getting the laughs or Crow's getting the laughs, but yeah, it's definitely.
We're both having a good laugh.
Yeah.
Love is in the air, in the whisper of the tree. Oh, love is in the air, in the thunder of the sea.
So, okay. So I get to the last question for you now, and this is I always throw a different question out to whomever it is I'm talking to. I've asked, I think I can't remember what I asked Crow. I did ask somebody if they wear. I asked Matt from Devil's. You know, Matt. I've gone blank. But I asked him, does he wear boxer shorts or briefs? So there you go. But for you, because you're an Englishman, spotted dick, have you ever had it? And if so, did you like it? And would you have it again?
I have had it. I don't like it. I wouldn't have it again.
Easy. And for those people watching, no, I am not asking I'll go a very personal question. Spotted dick is an English, it's a dessert, really, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a dessert.
It's an English dessert, and it's, and I'll pop a picture in this video so you can see what a spotted dick is. And I'm sure with
It
that
won't get
question,
demonetized, don't worry.
we will not be demonetized. And with that question, I'm sure if Tanya is watching, and she'll be in the chat, no doubt, while this is airing on a premiere, I'm sure she'll have a lot of cheeky comments to throw our way. So have you got anything, I kind of round up our little questions here with, have you got anything that's coming up that you'd like people to keep an eye out for, anything you're planning to do in the future? I will put a link down below to your 1K special so everyone can go and have a look at that. But anything you want to spruik and talk about, merch, anything like that? What's happening?
I've got merch now that started, I want to say a week ago now. There's some merch there. So, you know, that's all on my channel. You know, you can just go straight to the store from my channel description or whatever. So yeah, that's all there. That's pretty ridiculous. That
It's pretty cool, isn't it?
it's just so weird. But yes, the next video that I am currently working on is that won the vote, because if you're a member of mine, you get the opportunity to vote for which channel I react to next, and the Paranormal Files. So it'll be the second Paranormal Files video I've done, and I'm working on that at the moment, and that might be quite a long one. Maybe at the moment I'm still in the very early stages of it, but I think it's got potential to be my longest video yet. And I'm quite excited about this one. I think it'd be quite a good one. And already there's been quite a few interesting twists and turns with the whole Mindseed debacle, I suppose you want to call it, for want of a better term. So at some point, maybe sooner than I was expecting, I might be doing a update video on that, but I don't want to rush into that until I get, like, you know, as many of the facts as I possibly can, like all in a straight line.
Yep, because that was fairly full on. For anybody who is not aware of what we're talking about here, please go to Side Eye's channel. And the name of that episode was, that was only, was it last week before that you popped out that one?
I think it was just, as far as like this filming goes, I think it was like 4 or 5 days ago.
Oh, okay. Jeez, gosh. But go check that out. It's a Mindseed. Do you know the name of it off the top of your head, Side Eye? The name of your...
Yeah. It's called, I think it's called Mindseed Caught Lying and Faking Red-Handed, something like that.
But anyway, it doesn't matter. It'll be a Mindseed video, guys. Just go check it out. and then you will see what Side Eye Guy came up with in that one, which is quite interesting and perfect. But there's been a little bit of fallout from that, a few things going on. So do go to Side Eye's channel. You can catch up with his lives as well, where he talks about this the last few days. And as he's just said, he'll probably pop up a follow-up to that one. But thank you, Seggy. Thank you. And you're doing wonderfully. And thanks again for doing this for me. I do enjoy this. I like to talk to people this way and just sort of get a little, that's why I stick to the same 5 questions, just because I like to see how everybody else answers them and what the differences are. But thank you. And I shall let you go back to the family or whatever it is you're doing this morning. And guys, I hope you enjoyed this episode with Side Eye Guy, and keep your eyes open for my next one, which should be with Bedo, and he's agreed to do that for me. So thank you, Side Eye Guy. Thank you,
very much
everybody,
for having me.
watching. Okay. See you later, everybody. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Hey everybody, welcome to this week's episode of my 5 haunting questions. And I am really, really thrilled to have the wonderful Lee with me, Lee from 3 Spires Paranormal. He's going to answer the 5 haunting questions for us. And without any further mucking around, I'll just bring him in, eh? Lee, hello.
Hello, Australia.
Yeah,
Can you
and the
hear
rest
me?
of the world. Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you. It's awesome. Thank you, Lee, for doing this.
Anytime.
And I've had orders from Beardo to be good to you, so I'll do as I'm told. And lovely Rob as well,
Rob
knows I'm talking to you today as well. So for anyone watching, if you haven't seen my 5 haunting questions with Beardo or Purple, go check them out later. They were good enough to do it with me as well. I'm just simply enjoying doing all this, Lee. I love it. I'm talking to people that I otherwise wouldn't get to talk to unless I was actually over there. I've just asked Lee whereabouts he's from, and as it turns out, he's near to an international airport that I'll be landing at. So who knows? I might be able to catch up with Lee. So that'll be September. That'll be awesome. I just hope we don't walk through muddy puddles, Hobbs Lane or whatever it was called. What was it called? Hobbs Lane.
Hobbs Hole Lane.
Hobbs Hole Lane. That's the
Yeah.
one thing I must admit about England itself. Everywhere actually in Britain, all the funny names of things that that was pretty cool. But anyway, I'll talk to you about that later. But look, for people who are watching who do not or are not familiar with 3, it's like a tongue twister, Lee. 3 Spires that are not familiar with 3 Spires. Do you want to tell them what your channel is about, what you're doing? I mean, I know, but some might not.
Right. So it's myself and my friends, and we go to the usual. We go to paranormal, alleged haunted locations, do paranormal investigation, but we don't, as I turn around and say, excuse me for saying, we don't go there with like a broom up our ass. We're not deadly serious and we have to do things by the book. We go there, be ourselves, we're respectful, but we just have fun while we do it. And a lot of people watch paranormal investigations and they see the serious side of it, but what people don't understand, as you're aware, you're there for hours sometimes, and for a 30-minute, 40-minute video, what else happens during that time frame? So we leave that in. We mix our videos up with real paranormal investigation, being serious and doing what we do, but we take the mickey out of each other. We have fun, and and
it's an
people
awesome,
smile.
yeah, it's an awesome channel. I love watching it. You're
Thank
awfully
you.
funny sometimes. You are, especially when you've got young Parple along with you. That's he's a little handful. He's a gorgeous handful.
He's a gorgeous handful.
He is. He's a good boy. Boy, he's a man too, but everyone's a boy to me.
He's a man boy. We're all men boys.
And the other thing I actually like about your channel is no matter who you're investigating with, be it Simon or Craig or Parple or everybody, whoever's, you're always respectful. And I did mention to you earlier, and folks, there's a good episode they've got. I think it's called The Murder House or something. I think that's so. I'll put the link to the particular episode I'm talking about in the description. But the one thing I liked about that is, firstly, the respect shown to the lady who was murdered.
Yeah,
in that house. And that you were respectful. There was no carrying on like you see with some going, oh, we're in the murder house, and and you didn't call it the murder house. That's the name that it has.
Somebody dubbed it. Yeah, somebody dubbed it the murder house, but I don't know. I mean, I don't know when that was or who did it, but.
But so that's what I mean. Like you were very respectful, very quiet. I enjoyed it. I liked it. And then today I did have a power outage, people. So I have to finish watching that particular episode later on. It might be a bedtime story for me. But yeah, I've just been enjoying the content. I like how that you do. I think the channels that interject humor into it are the best ones to watch, because it is boring. It can be really boring. You can be there for hours and hours, and if nothing happens, you are mucking about with whomever you're there with. And oftentimes, have you ever noticed at all that sometimes when you are mucking around being silly because you're passing time, you're not being disrespectful, you're just sort of having a laugh, do you find sometimes that's when you can get some evidence too, because you are kind of off guard?
I knew you were going to say that. Yes is the answer to that. Yeah, 100%. There's been a few times. Sometimes we've not had the camera running. In the earlier days, we would just turn the camera off. Now I keep it running constant, at least one camera running constantly, just in case, because we do mess about sometimes. Well, we have a laugh.
You have a laugh.
And we've heard, like, halfway through laughing and joking, we heard a bang or something. We're like, bloody hell was that? But but I mean, there's no one's an expert, but in my opinion, if I was dead and if I was a spirit, I would, because of my personality, I would react more to an investigator if they were having some fun. If they were there trying to draw me in with equipment and all that, I'll be going, oh, mind you, I know what I'm like. I'll probably mess about with them. But yeah, it is boring, isn't it? But me, if everything the paranormal ghosting really did 100% exist, I would be more prone to interacting with people who are having fun.
Yeah, I think so. I agree. Even when I go to investigate, I've been investigating. I've investigated with people that take it awfully serious and, don't talk, that's not my style. I'm a chatterbox. So I tend to go in and I like to know, generally I like to know where I'm going, what the history of the building is. I don't necessarily need to know either, but for me, I think it's helpful in whoever I may be addressing when I'm at that property. Now, if you're in a hospital or a hotel or
you might as well not even bother knowing who passed away there or whatever, because it could be a multitude of thousands. So
Exactly.
that's, you know, just know the history of the hospital, what it was used for, where it was built, and that's good enough. But yeah, I think the research is really good, and having a sense of humour when you're in there, because yeah, so many, you see all these programs where it's, how did you die? Can you touch that device? Can you make it go off? Can you use it? And I'm like, I don't
We
even
do
trust
do
the
that.
Yeah, but
We
I
do
mean,
do
but
that.
yeah,
It's
a
ju-
little bit. Yeah.
No, carry on. Sorry.
No. I see. I talk too much. I'm asking you. I'm supposed to be asking you the 5 pointing questions. It's just that, yeah, I do it too. I'll put I don't use any gadgets per se, but I will put an EMF little thing in front of me, because it's the only thing I know that will probably only pick up on anything close to me, and it's probably more than likely if I forget to turn my phone to airplane mode.
Yeah.
But
Well,
yeah.
the thing is, though, sorry, but if we going back to
Yeah.
equipment just for a second, we went to the latest video we had up is from a road called Hobbs Hole Lane.
Yes.
Hole.
Hobbs Hole.
Yeah, Hobbs Hole, or Goblin's Meadow, as it was translated to. Which, if you're in the live chat at the time, it was very amusing. But we deliberately took no equipment with us, nothing. We were going to go in there, just walk up and down, call out, and to see what happened. Anyway, spoiler alert if no one's seen it, but a handprint appeared on the back of Craig's car. And it wasn't there when we pulled up, because I've got it on film,
Yeah, I
that the
saw the
handprint wasn't
footage.
there.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But because I decided I didn't take any equipment with me, it was my dad who actually messaged me and said, I've just seen your video. Did you take your thermal gun with you? And I went, no, I didn't. I deliberately didn't take. And he said, well, next time that happens, you could have actually took a temperature of your hand print on the back window and then did another temperature gauge on the handprint that was there. And I was like, shit, I didn't think of that. But I don't know. But
yeah, that was. Oh, I'm sorry, I've interrupted again.
Okay, it's fine. I talk a lot as well.
Yeah, that's all right. We'll just interrupt each other throughout the 5 questions. The one thing that was intriguing about that handprint is, firstly, I went straight away immediately to the fact that, oh my God, you're there in the dark and there's some nut job who's come up to your car, looked in to see what he could nick. I was more worried about who's lurking in the bushes watching you. But you had a look around, didn't you? And you didn't see anybody. Like, who the hell would be out in the middle of whoop whoop there just to, like, what, how? Because it was kind of is the middle of nowhere where you were.
It was. It's a public footpath where the car was parked, where you could walk from one. It was sort of a golf course, so there was a public footpath that could have gone over the road where we parked to the other part of the golf course, but the golf course was closed. Excuse me. The golf course was closed. There was literally nobody back we were there for 3 hours and only 2 cars drove down the road.
Yeah, so it'd be odd, didn't it?
Yeah, there were no torches or anything else, and you'd need a torch to walk down there because it's pitch black.
Pitch black, yeah.
So it was just weird. I mean, I'm not going to say it was paranormal. I've got no evidence to say it was paranormal, but I've got no evidence to say it was actually a real person as well. It was, like I said on the video, it was just interesting, really interesting.
It'd be actually interesting for you to go back, park in the same spot, and leave maybe something. I would next time leave something running in the car, so that when you're off, if you come back, at least you know either. Yeah, I mean,
We're going to take a dash cam. We're going to take a dash cam with us next time. Yeah, we've already spoke about it. We need to go back. So
yeah, I would go back. Plus, it's got a rather inviting name. I half expect that the enchanted forest is at the end of it, and there's the faraway tree.
Yes, that would be a nice thought, wouldn't it?
Yeah. So anyway, what kind of for you, like, was there something in particular? I ask everybody this, but was there something in particular that piqued your interest and made you want to start the paranormal channel and go investigate. Because many of us watch, we all watch, we're all lovely armchair investigators, but usually there's something that makes you go, I'm going to go have a look. I'm going to go check it out. What was your I'm going to go and check it out moment?
Yeah, excuse me. I was always interested since that incident from the Hobbs Hole Lane. It was I thought I saw an apparition down there, and but it was down the Goblin Lane, the man. And his dog. But
Hang on, I'm going to interrupt you for a second. Anyone watching this, you have to. What's the name of that? I'll put a link to that episode as well. It was just the one that was on the other way. If you want to have, oh my God, if you want to have a laugh, you've got to look at Lee's reenactment of the of when he encountered the man walking his dog. Possibly, it sounds like a ghost, but you've got to watch it. And he reenacts both. Twice, I think you do it, don't you? Once with the
scaled everything down.
Yes, you scaled everything down apparently, but you'll understand what I'm saying if you go watch the episode. Anyway, go ahead, Lee. We were talking about your experience.
That was very funny. I wasn't going to keep that in the video, and I thought, yeah, it's funny. Yeah, it made me laugh. So that was it. So I was always interested in the paranormal books and movies and horror films, and then it was during lockdown here in the UK. It was so boring, as you're probably aware. It was when we had lockdown.
Yeah. Same.
Pandemic. It was bad, and I found myself fell down the rabbit hole of watching YouTube videos, and lots of them. And it was a team who we mentioned before we started this called the Ouija Brothers. Yep. And I thought they speak a little bit like me. Turns out they're from my ex-girlfriend lives around the corner from where they're from. And so I thought, they're local. Let's see where they go and what they do. And they were funny, and they went to some cool places. And I had a little bit of inheritance. So because my grandfather passed away just before the pandemic, and I bought myself a camera and took myself out there, and the rest is history. So if you answer your question, it was the Ouija Brothers that got me into going out there myself.
There you go. And I do hope to talk to them soon. They said they would, but well, we'll see. I think
busy boys.
They're busy. They are busy boys. That's why. I mean, they're over 100K subscribers now, so they're
doing so well.
Almost. Yes, they're stars. They may not have time for the little old me.
I'm sure they will.
They will. It's a joke, guys. It's a joke. I can thank Beardo, quite frankly, for introducing myself to their content, and then you're often in the chat with Beardo, and then you were with Parple came along with you on one of your investigations.
Yeah.
And and that's how I fell across your channel, and I just love it. It makes me laugh. Anyway, it does, and that's the important thing. That's why I like that funny story you kept in, and you do that in a lot of your videos. You'll have a laugh. This is normally where I ask a silly question, but I'm going to ask the alien question first. You can still think of a silly question. You know what's coming. So, what do you reckon about unidentified objects, aliens, that kind of thing? Because it is paranormal, because we really still don't know what it is. But what do you think? What are your thoughts on it? Are you a believer? Or?
Yeah, I'm a believer, 100% a believer, without a shadow of a doubt. I was in my probably late 20s, and I wasn't the only person who saw it, but I went to a local supermarket. And as I was coming out, and there was a few people in front of me, I didn't know them, and a triangle-shaped object flew over my head, hovered over the supermarket for about 15-20 seconds. We all looked at it, and then it just
took off.
disappeared. Yeah, it was huge, and it was a triangle, blue sort of outline. And I went back and I told my ex-girlfriend at the time, and she was like, "Okay, how many drinks you had today, Lee?" I haven't. And it was in the local newspaper the following week. and
Oh, so
it
other
was-
people saw it as
Yeah,
well.
yeah, lots of people did apparently, and so, but it's like,
What year would
It's-
that have been, do you reckon?
geez,
The 80s?
no, I'm not that old.
Oh, sorry. Well, you could have been.
No, we took. No, we took.
Oh.
I was in my 20s, so you're probably talking early 2000s, maybe.
Okay. Oh, well, yeah, sorry. I keep forgetting I'm old.
No, it's fine. You're not old.
It's just interesting because the 80s for me were a time where a lot of things were getting seen. Nothing proven, but a lot of like 80s up to the mid 90s. So it was, in Australia in particular. But there you go. Oh, cool. Well, I'm glad you believe, because I believe too. I just don't know.
I mean, you
where they
look
are,
up at the well, no, you look up at the sky, don't you? And it's just you just think, you see all the stars. Most of those stars aren't even there anymore, but we can still see them, and you just think there's got to be something out there. When we say life on other planets, we don't necessarily mean
Like us.
bipeds, yeah, but
Could be
you know,
little crickets, birds.
yeah, microbes, yeah, birds.
Yeah.
We just don't know, but fish of some description, like the
Oh, I
three-eyed
wonder
fish
if
on the
there's a planet
Simpsons.
with dinosaurs, Lee. Oh,
You
could
never
be.
know, do you? You never know. The
Ooh,
dinosaurs,
Jurassic, yeah.
they didn't go from an asteroid. No, they build spaceships with their little tiny T-Rex
Yeah,
hands. and
yeah,
then
I
took
reckon
off.
that's it. T-Rex.
That's it. That's what
T-Rex.
happened. You got
That's
it.
what's happened. The dinosaurs, that's right. They're under the water now. They're little lizard people.
That's it.
You can have fun with it all. So, all right. So the silly question. So I've ascertained through my question that a lot of gentlemen wear boxer briefs, but I'll give you your choice. So there's boxer briefs, which I didn't know were a thing. Briefs, boxers, commando. I got told the other day there's such a thing as an elephant G-string or something, an elephant thong. And I'm like, oh my goodness. So that was someone showing off. But yes, what do you prefer? Commando, boxer?
Boxer briefs.
There you go. See, I've got to get eventually one day, if I get enough subscribers, I must get a sponsor that makes underwear.
Yes, never do
Then we-
commando. No, don't, not commando.
Oh no. Yeah, well, we've been hanging loose, and as I've had this discussion before, it does. I did ask. I can't remember who it was now. I asked. Oh, I think it was Kenny Biddle. I did ask, and I should know the answer to this. I brought up boys, but little boys, it's all nice and snug and tight down there when you're little. But as you get older, things start to, dangle a little bit more.
Get sweaty.
And get sweaty. And I always thought, oh, imagine if you're climbing a fence or something like that, and it could get
Yeah,
caught.
no, you
No.
don't want that.
No, and I still don't understand how boys can ride a bicycle. I like sit on that bicycle seat with those bits and bobs in between your legs,
I
because
ride a bike. I ride a
Oh, doesn't it-
bicycle. Yeah.
doesn't that hurt?
No, I've got the seat I've
padded
got is
seat.
like, it's not padded, but it's got a like suspension on it,
Oh, there
so
we go.
it's fine. So
It's
yeah, it's
easy
like
on that
it's
area.
comfort. Yeah, it's comfort.
Oh God! See the conversations we have, people. This is
It's
it. But
good.
this is part of being silly.
You've got to be
Um,
silly. If you
you've
can,
gotta be
me and Paul have a saying, and if we can, well, it's my saying, and he agrees with it because he does the same. But if I can wake up and if I can make one person smile a day,
Yep.
that's it. My day's done.
Yeah,
So-
I'm the same. I try, as I said earlier, for anyone who wants to know, I was having a little chat with Lee before I started making this episode. It's a matter of life's hard enough too. So, but if you can make people smile, and I do try to keep my channel relatively light whenever I'm on a live or talking to someone, because enough stressful. If you want drama, there's other places you can go to for
Yeah.
drama.
But you are
but-
wonderful, and you make me smile, and that's fantastic, and that's all we need.
Oh, I love you too, Lee. But that's what I mean. And that's why I love Purple and Beardo. And because despite some of the dramas that occur, on the whole, it's all about being truthful with people and searching for truth and actual facts. And that's why I like watching you. That's why I like watching the Ouija Brothers. You know, Dorset Paranormal is another little channel I watch as well. You know, just go in there and just do your best and be respectful. And that's what you do. And that's why I like watching you.
I'm pretty lucky as well. Could I have a lot of good friends who are YouTubers, have got their channels, and they're in the frame. We're all in the same frame of mind. Like Staffordshire Paranormal Explorers, James and Maria, they're wonderful
Sorry, I forgot
people.
you guys, but I am subscribed.
No, it's like it's a I Conjure, Haunting Hunters, and you've got Shadow Hunters, Shook TV, Amy, Bad Cat. You know, they're all the channels that also try and have a laugh and have a smile, and you know, they're just people that we trust, and yeah. So it's nice to have those people around.
And the one thing I like is sometimes it's the person you least expect that supports you. You know, Beardo's been a lovely support to me. Purple's always good to talk to, and that's what I think it's all about. Not getting selfish or anything like that. Help people out, like share all you can on the YouTube, because ultimately what we do is expensive. So
is.
you know, it really is expensive, and it's just helpful to get the content out there, because the more people who see the content, and it's not about super chats or memberships or anything like that. Absolutely, that helps. But it's not about that. It's about the content, because the more people who watch the content, the more likely it is that in some way via the YouTube, you can kind of get something towards something, you know. It's a way.
Yeah.
But it's not, and it's not only that. I don't know how you feel. I'll ask you. It's not, it's more sort of about doing this as something that you enjoy doing. Firstly, makes you happy to do it, and it's like a hobby, but you know, be wonderful to be able to do it full time, that sort of thing. But it's really not about money. It's about, I love doing this. I don't know, how do you feel?
100% agree. I do it when I first started doing it. It was for me, really, and then after thinking about it more, I started doing it for my family members, my nephews and nieces. I've got no children, but I've got nephews and nieces, and when I leave this mortal coil, you know, they're gonna my videos are gonna be on YouTube forever. My nephews and nieces can tell their kids, that's your uncle, that is, it's your great uncle, and that's why I do it. You know, I do it. I work full time as well, and it's just a release as well. You say it's a hobby, and
it is a release from the stress of the day-to-day sorts of things, isn't it?
It is.
It's kind of like being a kid again, sort of. It's a bit of fun. It's an adventure. You know what I mean? It's an adventure.
Yeah.
You go off and you're having an adventure.
My day job is so stressful at times. It really is, and it's full of negativity on a daily basis. And it is sometimes good to get out of the house and be 12. Do you know what I mean? Be 12-year-old.
Yeah.
After having a day of crap.
Yeah.
Get out
And
there and
look,
have
it's
some fun.
interesting you say that too, Lee, because people who've been with me since the start understand. I do it for, you make me smile. I do it for the exact same reason. I have children. And you know, I lost a son. I kind of thought to myself, if something happens to me, like you say, it's there forever. So when my grandchildren say, so who was Nana? My kids can go, look
There
at
she
this.
is.
and there she is. That's her channel. Watch her do silly things like, you know, or watch her talk to people. That's your nan. That's what she was about. And it's that because we can do that now. It's like a record of who
Yeah.
we were.
A time capsule type of thing, and it's a lot of people do this for the wrong reasons. People get into YouTube to make money. I mean, I've been doing these 2 years, and I've only just started to get something coming back from ad revenue, and I get so humbled when people actually do give super chats, and some people do give out memberships to the channel, and
it kind of like I get humbled too. It's a bit embarrassing, isn't it?
No, but that's a good point. It is embarrassing, it really is. But that's why you're on YouTube and people watch, and so
And
people
it's
are
their
entitled if they wanted to do that, right? And
Yeah.
give you that.
Yeah.
But yeah, it is a bit.
It is.
I
It's
mean,
a
don't get me
weird
wrong.
thing. And it's funny, isn't it? Because it's so super helpful when they do it, but I don't
It is.
ask. Do you know what? I don't ask. I would never ask. But I've seen people, hey, you know, if you give me on the 10th super chat, I'll do such and such. And I think, oh, cringe. I can't.
I can understand why people do it, and I do understand why
I
people
do
do it.
understand.
It's a
It's
business.
your full-time job and it's a business,
Yeah.
and you need, I do
But
understand.
people
but
like
it's
us who are little,
yeah, it's still kind of it's kind of like, wow, thank you so much for thank you, like really thank you. And I always force home the fact that, much like yourself, if people do give us anything, it's not going to us going out to the pub on the Friday night or something silly
No.
like that. It's actually going towards our subscriptions for our research or some equipment, or like it's going to come back to them, sort of
well,
thing.
yeah. I mean, I saved up a couple of months worth of. I mean, it's a couple of 3 months worth, so that's how much we get. A couple of 3 months worth of ad revenue in that to buy those DJI microphones, because they're like 200 English pounds, so Great British pound, should I say, £200 for these DJI microphones, and they're not cheap, and I didn't pay for them.
No,
The people who
the
did
help that
memberships and the ad revenue
people.
paid for it. Mhm.
Yeah. So from both Lee and myself to anybody watching, thank you. A thank you to those of you who have helped him out, because honestly, it's what keeps people going, and it's also not the super chats or the money. The fact that people subscribe. I was looking at something the other day on yours where it was your New Year's Eve.
Oh, the Christmas Day one, was it?
Christmas Day, sorry, yeah. And you did mention, and you're correct, a lot of people do watch the content and they do come back, but they don't subscribe. But you know that they're, and I think, oh, it's free. It's free. I've got another YouTuber I watch that I love that says that if you've not subscribed, why not? It's free. And it is free to do it, and it's no skin off your nose. You don't get annoyed by constant whatever, but it helps the person out. And I'm surprised that I'm subscribed to you, but yeah, it's interesting. And the subscriptions is what really helps. That's what helps, because the more people that subscribe to you, the likelihood of getting YouTube to come to the party with ad revenue, etc., is what's actually really helpful. So the subscription, quite frankly, and the people who come back all the time, that's more valuable to me than money. Like, it makes you feel good. They like the content.
Yeah, so they'll press that button and they subscribe, and that's the main thing, or hitting the like button. So we like this video. It's really good. I mean, we're pretty lucky. I mean, we average around 90, 99 or 98% of people hitting that thumbs up. We have like one or two that puts a thumb down, which is fine. It's one of them, isn't it? It doesn't bother me. I would like to.
Yeah, why are they even watching it then if they don't like it?
I'd like to know why they didn't. It would be more beneficial for me and for the viewers if people did put a thumbs down on the video in the nicest possible way, to leave a comment as to why
it was that they didn't like
and we
it.
could look at
But
probably changing that.
it's interesting too. I've been told that it doesn't matter if they put a thumbs down because it still helps the algorithm. So
Absolutely,
they can, you could
100%.
have 100 thumbs down and 2 thumbs up, and it doesn't matter because they're interacting with the algorithm. So it's still
It's true, but
interactive video.
me as a
That's
person, I
cool.
like to go, well, why did you do that? But
Yeah, why
I
didn't
don't
you like it? You
Yeah,
know, half the time it's just some sad individual that
well,
hasn't had
it
a
is.
laugh.
Yeah, exactly. Or, but the thing is, I mean, we don't get. There's 212 likes so far on the last video that I put, which for us, well, for people watching, it doesn't sound a lot, but for us, that's amazing. And only 2 people put a thumbs down, so I don't care about those 2 people. With all due respect to those 2 people, they didn't like
Oh,
it.
yeah,
Fine,
yeah.
it's not a problem.
Yep.
There's
I've-
212 people that put the thumbs up to it, so
Yeah, I'm actually like when I had a live stream on Friday night America time, so Saturday while you were asleep morning. I did a live, and there was I got excited. I had 39 people watching me all at once. I've never had that many people
No,
watching me
it's
all at
great.
once, and I thought, oh, 39 people have actually tuned in to listen to myself and my friend talk nonsense.
that's wonderful, though, isn't it? It is wonderful.
Yeah, and you think, oh,
When I
good,
did
and
a live stream, when people turned up on Christmas Day, granted Beardo sent them over, but there was like what 150, I think there was 200 people at one point on Christmas Day, and I'm going, who are you? What are you doing here? But when I've done live streams before in the past, you know, as well recently, if I'm so happy if I get 25, 30 people in.
me too. Yeah.
So happy.
And the interaction is lovely with the people in the chats too, isn't it? Like you know, and it's nice to know that you've brought a smile to their face. And I wonder what you're likely when you're feeling a bit down. Do you ever hop on if you've done a live? You feel a bit, oh, I'll do a bit of a live, and you get on, and by the time you're finished, and you turn it off, and you right, well, that's it. You feel so much better. Not only have you had an opportunity to talk about what is ailing you, but you've made a little bit of a difference possibly to someone in the chat. I don't know, how do you feel when you finish? Is it good for you too? Is it good for you?
It does. Is it good for you, Lee?
Wow.
Can't do that. It's Beardo. Beardo can only do the grr. So,
Yeah.
No, it's if I've done I don't do many lives. So if I do get a little bit, you know, so, let's put my laptop on or something, I like to be involved, and I like watching, for example, Parpool's live or Beardo's lives or their live streams, or I'll try and join a premiere and get involved with the chat, get involved with other people, and that makes me happy. I like doing that. But the live streams, I mean, Parpool's live streams are wonderful.
They're wonderful, aren't they? That's the kind of
Yeah.
like it's kind of, you get exhausted by the time you finish watching Parpool.
It's great. Well, he gets exhausted as
good.
well, which is quite funny. But I'm actually, you know, when you watch him, and the guy works hard, not just for himself but for other people, and it's, you know, I'm proud to call him a friend. He's a good guy, and I enjoy his lives, and they make me happy. And you know, Beardo's a good guy as well. For other people may not agree, but you know, Beardo's helped me out, and this channel and my friends' channels out immensely. He didn't have to do that, but he has, and I've got a lot of respect for the guy. You know, he's a good guy, no matter what other people say. So.
No, I think so too. And it's that's the one thing I do love about this community. I have found that within the community, in people that I talk to that are subscribers, beautiful people, lovely people, all with their own stories, which some of them have shared, and I'm sure you get the same thing. And then you have people like Beardo, who's taken off, and good on him, he's taken off, or the Ouija brothers, or Parpool, and you know, just supporting each other, being there, and not just so much, you know, even just in the background when everyone's having a bit of a bad time, you know, you can reach out and go, oh, blah 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 blah. And
I do that with Rob. I do that with Rob. I'm we'll check on each other, if not every day, every other day. We'll check
Yeah.
in and we'll message each other and go, just checking in, how you doing? And it's normally me going, it's Monday, I'm having a shit day, and and he's going, it's all right, I've just been and took the dog for a walk, trying, calm down. We're almost at the end of the day, and he's the voice of reason, and he'll be like, okay,
Yeah,
cheers, Rob.
it is a great community, and I think at the end of the day, despite some of these dramas, at the end of the day, the majority of us are looking just for the truth. We just want to find, and we may never actually find it, and we may never actually find anything that people say, "Oh, really? Oh, that's absolutely."
That's part of the fun, isn't it?
But that's half the fun of looking. And we know when we've found something we can't explain, and it wouldn't matter if we showed anybody, because you'll always have that. Oh, well, that was probably, you probably sung yourself, or oh yeah, it was probably someone else there, and you think, okay, well, I understand, and that's good. You weren't there, so you don't know. So, but we know. And that's, I think, what keeps us going, because and it's only ever, that's what makes me laugh about these other channels. It's only once in a blue moon you might get something that could be unexplainable, henceforth paranormal. It's only once in a blue moon, not like all these other places go in, and every time there's somewhere something, bang, boom, bang, boom, bang. And you think, "Geez, and so no, it's a fun thing to do. So what have you got coming up soon for everybody to have a look at? When's your next episode?
So much. We were meant to go out Friday, but if like I was saying earlier about my day job, I was just tired. I felt a bit worn out. So I've had a weekend off for the first time in a long time, which has been lovely. So I'll be filming Friday. We'll be filming for the next few weeks. So my next video will be out probably next week, sort of a week on Tuesday or a week on Wednesday. So, but yeah, and hopefully, touch wood, I think we will having Simon back with us as well.
Because I noted it's just been you and Craig of late, or Rob.
And and for the first time, I think we've got some big things coming up. We've got a multiple paranormal event with several paranormal teams in one building.
Yeah. Are you keeping that quiet at the minute? Because I think I know.
I am keeping it. I will keep it quiet at the minute, but I can tell you the location. Tell you the location, and it's Cross Keys Hotel in Cannock. So if you Google that, Cannock UK, Cross Keys Hotel, Cannock UK, it's meant to be one of the most haunted hotels in England.
Can you sleep there the night? Like, it is a hotel?
We are sleeping there. Yeah, we're sleeping there the night.
So you can get rooms and stay the night?
As it stands at the moment, I think there's 10 or 11 of us at the moment. But as for who's going, I can't say anything yet.
No, keep it quiet. Keeps people coming back.
It keeps people coming back. July, we're at 30 East Drive. And we've got collaborations with lots of teams that I've never met before. So we're meeting up with Broken Capital, for example. We're meeting up. They're good guys. Aaron, he's a good guy. Cabo, Carl. We're meeting up with Amy from Shook TV, Shadow Hunters UK. We've never met them before, even though we've spoken. There's so many. The list goes on about who we're meeting up with this year. It's ridiculous.
Well, who knows? When I'm there in September, let's see how we go, because everybody knows that Beardo and Mrs. Geek will be coming with me to the Ancient Ram Inn for a sleepover, so that will be fun. If anything, it'll just be fun. As I say, I'm still skeptical, but I want to go there. I think that's on a lot of people's bucket lists because of the history of the building. It's so old. Like, it's so old. So that'll be fun. And maybe, who knows, because who knows, might be able to meet up with you. That'll be fun. Even if it's just for a cup of tea. Yeah.
Just about to say
Even
that.
if it's just for a cup of tea. Yeah. And a scone, a proper scone.
Oh, a
Uh,
proper scone. Okay. Yes, we'll do
like
that.
yeah, I love scones and jams. Ashley, what do you put first on your scone? I always put butter. I put butter, jam,
Right.
and then the cream on top. How do you
I
do
don't
yours?
put butter on. I just go straight in, cream
Cream
and
first.
jam. Yeah.
Ooh.
People do it differently, and
Yeah,
it's a
well,
bit
I'll have to look it
controversial.
up. Yeah, we'll try and have a high tea.
Now you're
I am
talking.
in England after all.
Got to be done, hasn't it?
Yeah, I know.
Excuse
Well,
me for
that's
drinking my tea anyway. I'm sorry, I've
Oh,
been
you're
drinking that
all
all the
right.
way through. I've not long got up. I've only literally been awake about an hour and a half.
Oh, look, I'm sorry, and it's almost 9 p.m. here in Australia as I'm talking to Lee. So I've had a lovely chat. This has been lovely. So all right, so everyone that's watching, please go to Lee's channel, and hit the subscribe button and watch a couple of his videos, especially the one on what's it called again? Hobbs Knob.
Hobbs Knob.
Oh
You
my
dirty
God.
Gertie. No, Hobbs Hole Lane.
Well, Hobbs
Right.
Hole is it much better, Lee?
Yeah. No, it's not actually, is it? But it also stands for Goblin's
By
Meadow.
the way, yeah, but please go to that episode because if you want to laugh like I'm laughing now, that's the episode to watch. I just
Thank
still
you.
the reenactment of his ghost story is brilliant. Hobbs Knob.
Hobbs
So
Knob.
please go to his channel, watch some of his content, give it a thumbs up, hit the like button,
Thank you.
especially hit the subscribe button. I mean, and you'll like it. It's lovely. It's refreshing. And I will put a link to some of those episodes. Obviously, the link to his channel will be in the description below. If there's any questions or anything after you watch this that you might want to know or whatever, pop them in the comments below this video, and I'll get to them. I answer all of my comments, and if it's anything I don't know, I'll email Lee and ask him. But
Well,
yes,
I'll jump in. I'll jump in the comment section anyway. So I'll
all right.
I'll
All right,
as well.
cool.
So
Yeah, so I hope everybody's enjoyed my little time here with Lee all over the place. I'm glad he talks as much as I do, and we've interrupted each other as much as
it's
dear.
been a roller coaster. This has, bro, a roller coaster.
It has, but it's been fun. So thank you, everybody. Thank you so much for watching. And who knows who I'm going to be talking to next? We'll find out. But yeah, so go over to Lee's channel and check it out. Bye, everybody. Thanks, Lee. Bye.
Bye now. Bye.
Hey, everybody. Welcome to this episode of 5 Haunting Questions. And this week, the marvelous, funny, and I'm learning quite adorable Kenny Biddle has agreed to come on and do this with me. So let's welcome him in. There you go, Kenny. Hello.
I'm adorable.
You
call me
are adorable.
That's
Yeah,
awesome.
you're adorable. Well, you know, there you go. Now,
try.
don't get too cocky. Don't get too cocky.
Okay. All right. Shake it off. Here we go.
So, Kenny, look, there could be a few people watching that aren't aware of who you are or what you do. Or what you like, your channel, all that sort of thing. So, do you want to sort of introduce yourself to the folk that may not know who you are and let them know what you're about, really?
Sure. So my name is Kenny Biddle, and I am currently the chief investigator of paranormal claims for the Committee for Skeptical Inquiry based in Buffalo, New York. So we are a subchapter of the Center for Inquiry, which is a huge organization, a skeptical, science, and secular humanist organization here in the States. But we are international, so we have offices around the world. And my job, I am the sole investigator of weird stuff. So basically, my full-time career is investigating like haunted houses and UFO sightings and Bigfoot sighting, all this kind of weird stuff. So best job in the world. Wasn't always like that. I used to be a ghost hunter way back in the 90s. I was a ghost hunter, ran around, and then I had an experience where I was mistaken for a ghost. And yeah, people actually thought that I was a ghost because we were out on some battlefields, and they started spreading the story. And even though I was there and was able to provide information that completely explained what was going on, they insisted on
Going
sticking
with
to
that
their story.
narrative.
Yeah, they went with that because they were getting attention. That's what it really came down to. They were getting attention. So they loved it. And on my side, it really struck me as, well, wait, like, what's going on here? You guys are one of me. I'm one of you. Like, why are we doing this? And then it really dawned on me, like, how many times have I done this? How many times have I ignored facts because I wanted it to be something I believed in? I wanted a house to be haunted. I wanted, you know, that weird light in a photograph to be a ghost. How many times did I ignore the facts? So I got into the more skeptical literature. I found Skeptical Inquirer magazine, which I have a copy here. This is the latest issue of our magazine. And after reading that, finding the work of like Joe Nickell, Ben Rafford, and many others, and how you do a scientific investigation, I started learning more about that and getting on that side of things. And I mean, it just blossomed from there. I started writing for the magazine as a freelancer. Then I started doing videos, producing videos for them for their YouTube channel. And then this position opened up. The previous guy, Joe Nickell, retired, and they asked me to fill in the spot. So here I am. I write for the magazine, the print version, the online version. I do videos for a series called Ghosts in the Machine on YouTube for CFI. I also do a live stream every Friday night here in the States, 8 p.m. Eastern, called the Skeptical Help Bar. And that's where people can either, I have a guest and we talk about their expertise in different areas of study, or it's basically an Ask a Skeptic kind of show where we learn together. You ask questions, I give you my opinion based on what I've done, or if I don't know it, we learn together. I share the screen, we Google it, we start learning about it together, and we have a better understanding. And other than that, I do lectures. I lecture about photography, how to solve mysteries, like various strategies and research techniques that I use. I've done that across the country, that's pretty much me in a nutshell.
Oh, well, that reminds me of what's me in a nutshell. I'm sorry. That's super cool because yes, I think I mentioned it before, not on this, but the fact that you can start out being a believer, and then by researching and realizing, oh crap, hang on, that could have been such and such, or that you've got to continue to grow and learn. And it doesn't mean that there's nothing real out there, but I would dare say it's probably like hen's teeth, very rare.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, just because I'm on the skeptical side and I'm considered, and I'm going to use air quotes here, professional skeptic, it doesn't mean I'm not looking for it or that I'm not open for something like that. I would love to see a ghost. I would absolutely love, just as much as anyone else would. I would love to see a ghost or a monster or an alien. I would love to see all this stuff. I'm just more picky about the quality of evidence. And I think that's the big difference between me and what I used to do as a ghost hunter.
Yeah. And look, and that's I think the research for me, and which I think is obviously, you've just said it, important for you too, the research, like going into, I've seen so many, as you would have, so many people go into a location, the owner or their tour guide, oh, someone hung themselves. There's always a hanging, interestingly enough, a hanging, or someone shot themselves, or there's a demon in the basement.
Right.
Probably a raccoon. Like, and you think, and then they go, oh, really? Oh, wow. And then boom, that's the whole episode. Well, let's go down to the basement where the demon, and they've researched nothing about the property or the people that currently own it. I mean, without being creepy, like you just look at the background and think, right, you know, who owns it? Who owned it before? Who built it?
Right.
Who did die there? Are there any actual records of that, etc., etc.? And there's so many people going and do these investigations and tout that, oh, this is real. And they're actually, that's the problem with them. They're not like the Sam and Colbys or whatever. They're not like that, you know, it's like it's fun. These people are the ones that are putting it out there as evidence. Like, look at my evidence. But they've really got none. Like, there's nothing. I can't see it. I can hear it. I can think, well, that could have still been something. That even with my own, you know, everyone that watches this on my channel knows my singing ghost. Even with my singing ghost, which is clear, it still puts doubts in my mind because I was not alone. You know, so I put an EVP out the other day for people to listen to and give their opinion, because I definitely heard it, but then again, doubt in my mind. Well, maybe it was somebody and I didn't see him. Maybe someone did sneak up behind him because there were other people there. So you've just got to go, yeah, that was interesting, pretty cool, but don't know.
What's the quality?
You've got to follow it up and research it.
Right.
And I go to places now, just on my own. That's my new thing. Just
I mean,
me.
I agree with you. The quality of research is severely lacking in the paranormal community. And like you mentioned, like people just go to like a house or a hotel and they listen to the owner and that's the story they go with. There's no fact checking. I mean, before I go to a location, I do a background check on everyone that I know is involved. I want to know who, if anyone, has a criminal record, because that could be a potential danger to me. And I don't want to be in that situation. And I also want to make sure that they don't have a history of hoaxing or lying or making up stories. So that's important. And the stories themselves, I want to know the stories before I go, because I want to fact check them. I want to make sure, like there was a good example in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, in the States. There's a fort that I've been to, and I love this fort. It's Fort Mifflin. It's a beautiful.
Oh, yes, I know.
Oh, have you been there?
I haven't been there. I want to go there. I know
it's a great place. Lots of history. It's from the Revolutionary War, so it's got a lot of history. But they had a lot of stories associated with it, a lot of stories, and they came out in a book that I think it was published in the 90s. And after reading it, I was sucked in. I was like, wow, there's a screaming lady that used to be like she ran away with an unlisted man and her mother disowned her. So the mother is like haunting the place. There's also this and that. And there's so many stories. So a TV show came out and really butchered the history of the fort. So the administrator of the fort at the time asked if I would look into it. So I was able to find all these documents that refuted all the known stories. Like all the history was just not how it was rehashed all the time, like year after year after year. There was just nothing to support it. And that kind of, for me, that takes away, it only takes away the non-history, because it really wasn't history. They were just stories that somebody made up. But there's still good history, like Civil War, the Revolutionary War. There's still good, solid human history there. But just the ghost story origins didn't exist. And that's important to me, to research a place before I go, because like I really didn't have to go. You know, everything was debunked before I even left my house.
You got there. Do you find a lot of, this isn't one of my 5 haunting questions. This is an added bonus. Do you find the history of the places, when you research them and you actually look into people that really did exist at that place at that time, you look at those people and you think, wow, you're fascinating and I've never heard of you. You're dead, so I can't talk to you, but you're fascinating, so that when you do go into a place, you absolutely know who lived there, who died there, whatever. And if you want to investigate, at least you can say their name out loud. Do you know what I mean? You can but I find the places themselves breathe history. It's like the place. Do you find that?
I do enjoy getting into the history of a person, of people that have been in a location. And I don't go in and do ghost hunting. Like I don't do that anymore. I used to. I
Yeah.
don't do that anymore. For me, when I investigate a haunted house or something, I'm investigating the claims, not the
Yeah.
house itself, until I
Yep.
have to get there. So sometimes that means, yes, going into like Ancestry and looking at records and finding where people were, where they lived, who lived at this location, the families that were involved, and getting to know like what they did for a living, tragedies, who passed away, kids that were born, all of this. And yes, you get into their lives. You
Yeah,
understand
yeah.
their lives. And I can look at a room and go, oh, I have a photo of the original guy that was there that built that house standing in
Sitting
front of
in
this
that room, yeah.
yeah.
Or,
And
yeah,
it's
yeah. It's
I
awesome.
love that.
It's fun.
Love it.
I love it. Yeah. So
But I
that's
don't
good to know that you do too.
personally, I don't do I don't go in there and say, well, George built this house in like 1862. I don't go in and do an EVP session talking to George.
George.
I let the other people that I'm with do that, and I
Yeah.
mostly just observe.
Well, I'm still. I went to the Washoe Club, and Virginia City. I love it, but gosh, the stories. I went to the Washoe Club. I did as much of a deep dive as I could before I got there, and I know who did die there and how they died and all that sort of thing. And I did because I was there by myself, and I so wanted something to happen. Like you say, you want to see a ghost. You want to. Nothing happened, but while I was there, I did speak out loudly to a person who had harmed themselves there, and I thought, well, I'll talk to him because he lost a child, and it said that that's what led to his depression and final demise. And I spoke out loud and said, hey, me too, da 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 da, if you want to talk to me, yo, I'm here, and I hope you're not here. Like, I really hope they're not there. Do you know what I mean? And I never had him talk to me. How rude. And nothing happened. I saw a bat. I heard the next door neighbor's TV from the apartment next door. I heard karaoke from down the street. I
Wow.
don't know.
See, these are
Nothing
good
happened.
things. That's good
Yeah.
information to keep noted, because
Yeah.
who knows what comes up when somebody else comes to you and says, "Oh, you didn't get anything there? I got all these EVPs and I got these distant voices, because it sounds like they're far away, yet I could still make them out." You have information to say, "Well, this happened, there's karaoke down the street, there's this and that." I have notes that offer plausible explanations for this.
Yeah.
And
Oftentimes, though, if you know, they don't want to hear it.
yeah.
They don't
Oh, I
wanna
know
know.
that well.
So, in regard to paranormal, because look at the experience, do you think, and talking to you, I don't know, but have you ever had something happen to you paranormal wise and thought, shit, I can't even explain that? Like, what was that? And I guess if you have, it's probably on a personal level, much like mine have been.
So there's a few things that I can say. Actually, to be blunt, I can say there's quite a few things that I can't explain. And
Yep.
that doesn't mean paranormal. That just means
Mm.
I don't have enough information to understand
Mhm.
what happened. So I have a good story from, well, it's a short story. When my grandfather passed away and I was still young, my grandfather was living with my parents and I, and living in our basement. And when he passed, I started living in the basement because I wanted
Yep.
my own space, more than my bedroom, which was on the same floor as my parents. So,
Yep.
and I thought like he was there. Once in a while, I thought he was there. But these experiences happened usually when I was sleeping or just waking up or just falling asleep,
Mhm.
in the
Mhm.
dark, thinking about it.
Yep.
He was on my mind because he was a big part of my life when I was younger. So at the time, yes, I would have said this was probably his spirit, visiting me. Now I look back and think, well, there was a lot of factors that I didn't consider about like just sleeping or just waking up or just going to sleep. I'm already thinking about him. So I was influencing myself. I was priming
Yeah.
myself for this experience.
For that. And
yeah.
and that is, have you noted that? I note that a lot. Excuse me. When people often tell an experience, it's often that they were just going to bed to go to sleep, or they'd been asleep and were woken by a noise, or it's a lot to do with that subconscious, where you get to that lull subconsciously, where if you have been told, for example, if you're investigating, if you're staying over at somewhere, you've been told stories, so that's in the back of your mind as you're dozing off. And do you just get woken up by a noise and then see something, but it's really not there? It's, you're still half asleep.
Right.
But I hear a lot of stories like that, and that's the first thing that pops into my mind, because I had the same sort of thing happen to me years ago after my father-in-law took his own life. I woke up, or at least I thought I woke up. I thought I was still awake and saw him yell at me, and I screamed and I got a fright, but I bet you I was asleep. It felt real, but I'll bet you I was asleep, and it was playing on my mind. And I knew he didn't like me too much. And, but you do hear a lot of that. If I ever heard someone say, and they're wide awake, like I was sitting reading, even then I say, you sure you didn't doze off while you were reading your book? I don't know. I've become skeptical of everything now. I listen.
It's
And
very difficult. I mean, there's a lot of factors again that we have to consider. Like when you're sleeping already, we have to remember that even when you doze off, when you think that you doze off for a moment, it's usually a few minutes at least.
Yeah.
And there's plenty of times, I know everyone that's watching this has dozed off and thought, oh, I just closed my eyes
Yeah,
and I'm up.
that, like,
And then you realize like an hour later, you know,
Yeah.
and that's the same thing. Once you doze off, if you're in bed or in a chair and it's late and you doze off, you might think it's only a second or so. And that time gets distorted because it's actually
Yeah.
like 10, 15, an hour later, you know,
Yep.
and a lot of time has passed. And when we dream, when we go into REM sleep, we do it several times a night. So you
Yeah.
don't have one dream a night. You have like 6, 7, or 8
Same here.
dreams every single night. And it's just when you wake up, you just remember the last one. So if you had dozed off and it was long enough for you to enter REM sleep, and then you suddenly hear a noise that wakes you up, you're going to have that memory of that last dream and think maybe it's real. And
Yep.
especially if it's only been like 10 minutes or so, and you're like, oh, I only closed my eyes for a second and I'm up, but that's not what really happened. So
No.
all these
Yep.
factors we have to take into account. And it's kind of, I love that part. I love the science behind it. I love the logic behind it, but it kind of sucks when you have to try to explain it to other people that don't understand this, and they are confident that their experience was real and it did only last a second, and no matter what. And it's kind of a you can debate it, but it's usually not worth continuing because you're never gonna
You're never going to. And look, it's speaking from a point of view of grief, and I haven't asked you if you've ever gone through that, and I won't. That's personal. But from my side of things, going through the loss of a child, oftentimes you want so desperately for some of the dreams you've had to have actually been real, and you know they're not. You know it's just a dream. But then that's where other people that you speak to in talking about this sort of thing will have an experience. I saw my mother, I saw my grandpa. And as much as you can explain that logically to them, it's sometimes, so long as they're not putting out there like making television shows about it, if that's their experience, even though in my head I think that was probably this, I won't take that away from them because it gives them comfort. And they're just like, they're not someone on the tally, they're not someone selling books, they're just a person who's gone through a loss, and they've seen something that has made them feel good. And so be it. So I won't take that from them. But if it's someone putting it on screen and saying, oh, look, blah, 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 I was asleep, and this, I'd think, yeah, nah, come on.
Yeah, this is something I've touched on a few times, and it's just my personal philosophy. Like, if you have a personal experience like that, it's something that, and some people would call it like a grief apparition, because they see the figure of a person that just recently passed away, and it means a great deal to them. It brings them comfort. That's cool. I have no problem with that.
No, exactly.
And if you come to me and ask like, hey, I had this experience and you want to tell me about it, that's great. I'm not going to initiate a debate about it.
Yeah.
That's up to you. If you ask me what I think of it, my first response will always be, are you sure you want to have this kind of conversation? You know, because if it does make you feel better, if it brings you comfort, there's no reason for me to try to explain it away. There really isn't.
Mm.
You know,
No, exactly. Yeah.
but as you said, like there's a difference if someone takes that story and starts exploiting it. You know, if they want
Exactly.
to put it in a book or they go on TV and like, oh, everybody come to my house because it's really haunted. Don't worry, I only charge $60 a night, you know, for you to visit. And if you want to ghost hunt with your team, it's $200 a night. You know, like when it
Or
gets to
more.
that point,
Yeah.
like, yeah, then it's open. Once you put it out there, it is open for discussion. And
Exactly.
I want to make it clear, it's not open for hate. It's
No.
not open for just like disrespectful attack. It's open for discussion.
Discussion.
And I will offer my opinion, and I will try to be as polite and professional as possible with it, you know, considering the sensitive nature of it. But if you are actually just you're trying to make money off of it, then you know, I really
Yeah,
think
you've
less
got to
of
look
you.
out for it.
Yeah.
Actually, write a book, go on the telly and everything, and all of a sudden that good family name, that otherwise normal little house is
Right.
now a cesspool of activity with demons, and there was this on the floor. This is why I do what I do. And no, I'm not going to change people's minds. People go in there all the time and there's a demon and I got scratched and this and that. But the sad thing is, I did watch Sam and Colby. I did watch them go in because I went there. I watched it because they went there and it was a recent thing. And I thought, oh, I wonder what they find, but I wanted to see the inside of the house and stuff as best as I could. And I noted, which they tend to do all the time, they had the lady that let them in sit there and tell them these stories. And while the amount of BS that come out of that woman's mouth, I thought, no wonder people pick up the keys and go, thank you. Like we said before, listen to what you're being told. You know, oh, I've seen her. Like, really?
Right.
Thank you. And yep, great. I just,
Yeah.
I've become so passionate about different stuff. So I'm doing that with a lot of places. And I know that I'm ruffling feathers and I really don't care. But that's why I think I'll probably edit this rant out. That's why I just get really annoyed with people that do this, go into these places and tell people BS and make money from it.
Right.
And don't think to really look into the truth. So
And
that's you know,
the
I don't
truth.
know.
The truth, it doesn't matter to that. I mean, when you have a venture like that, that's a business, you know.
Yep.
And like the places like the
Well,
Conjuring
thank you.
House is
Yep.
great example.
That's
where
another classic. Yeah.
it was exploited. The stories were exploited and charge all the money that they charge. Like, it's ridiculous. I probably will never go there because it's
Yeah,
just,
I have
I'm
no
not-
interest.
no interest in paying that money.
Mm-mm.
But yeah, it becomes a business. And like you said, it only takes one person to say I was attacked, because honestly, violence and sex sell. That's it. If you
I
put
must
anything,
remember that, Penny. I must remember that.
that's why people like me struggle to get out there, because
That's why I
know
only have
sell-
600 subscribers. There's not enough sex and violence.
exactly. There's nothing sexy here going on.
No.
But I mean, there's violence, but
Like a light switch when you're moving your body around and around. Now I don't wanna fight this. You know how to just
but yeah, I mean, that stuff sells, and
Yeah.
that they know it. So if you can go in and just have one person say, "I was attacked," or "There was a demon," or "There's, you know, I was scratched all the time." Like, who hasn't gotten scratched anymore? But all you need is one time, and then
You just
the
need
rumors
that
will
one
fly.
person.
Yeah, and then the
All right.
YouTubers.
So the other question I usually ask, and I can edit this one out too if you're uncomfortable
Don't
with it, but
edit
I've asked,
anything.
I've asked everybody. This is just my silly question. Do you prefer wearing briefs, boxers, or do you go commando?
Boxer briefs.
Ooh.
4. There you go. Didn't see that coming, did you?
No. Yeah, I've asked a few people. I asked women a similar question, just not. Oh, well, I have asked that question.
So,
I just
so
figure every
boxers,
now and then.
boxers
Yeah.
are too loose.
Yes.
Briefs are too tight.
Too tight.
Commando is just way too
Way too
cavernous.
much. Yeah, yeah,
Like,
yeah.
I don't need this sweaty stuff all over the place.
Sweaty balls.
They're made from a secret Shweddy family recipe. No one can resist my Shweddy balls.
You know, and like I do a lot of work around like the house and stuff. I don't need
Oh, yeah,
to
you get,
feel
and you
myself
could.
like a
I
swing.
don't know. Do they ever get caught on things? I always,
Yeah.
I always wondered about that because I kind of, sorry guys, but they kind of dangle around down there, and I sort of thought, have you ever, like, you know, when you're
You
getting
don't-
over a fence or something, like, or on
Nah,
a
well,
bike? I
yeah,
don't know
I
how
mean-
boys can ride a bicycle.
A fence once in a while. If you sit down on a hard chair too quickly and you don't get
Ooh.
everything in position right, yeah, you could
Ooh.
pretty much kick yourself in the nuts.
Well, thanks for answering that question.
That
and
was
sorry,
awesome.
sorry to anyone who's offended by that, but bad luck. Well, inquiring minds want to know. All right, now, I probably already know the answer to this one, but we'll see. Aliens, fact or fiction? What do you think?
Well, so it's not that simple.
No, it's not, is
We
it?
can't just. It's not a black and white question. It is basically. Do I think there's life out in the universe? Yeah, I do. I think it's much too expansive to say otherwise. And I mean, look how much life is on this planet, just on this little marble in the middle of nowhere. But do I think they have visited this planet? No, I do not. There is no evidence. There's no legitimate, objective evidence to show that any other civilization or species has visited this planet from somewhere else. The distance is just too far. In order to do it, it would just have to be too involved. I mean, we're talking a generational ship. It would have to be a large enough ship. Basically, if you ever watched WALL-E, it has to be that spaceship because you have to have generations of people on there in order to
Yeah.
make it to the next habitable planet.
Yep.
And if you do that, you're not coming here to put graffiti in our cornfields. That's just
Yeah.
ridiculous to me.
Or steal a cow.
Or steal a cow, or just do a lot of butt stuff with people. You just don't do that. That's not. You're gonna make a presence because the
I
ship's
wonder
gonna
if
be
they do
huge.
that all at once: steal a cow, do the butt stuff, and make make the corn.
This is
I
one of
love-
the wildest shows I've been on.
Oh, sorry. I like to keep it pretty light.
like it.
Sometimes I go off on a rant. People know I get passionate about things, but life's short. Got to laugh.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm of a similar. I absolutely believe in life forms somewhere else. I'm in two minds about the reverse engineering and all that sort of stuff. But the people that are supposedly talking about it are pretty legitimate sort of people. But again, we still don't have any evidence.
There's nothing. Yeah.
But here it is.
Right.
So
for all
one
the-
day, yeah,
the-
one
the
day
U-
if it happens, great.
The UFOs that are leaked, and I use that term very, very loosely. I don't
Mhm.
think they're leaked at all. I think they're
No,
deliberately
they're
put
put
out.
Yeah.
Because of just the way they're put out, the amount that is put out. They are, if they're UFOs, they are unidentified, so we don't know what they are. So
No.
calling them aliens, spaceships, is just being, it's showing your ignorance of the subject because it's not what they are. When you don't know, when it's unidentified, that's basically
can't
it.
say-
You don't know
yeah.
what it is.
Yeah.
But if it is identified, and most of them have been, a lot of these leaked, quote unquote, leaked footage have been identified, or at least not like a specific aircraft, but identified by the traits of the camera that are used to take this footage. We know what's going on. We know the target is likely a terrestrial aircraft because of the speed, direction, height, all of this information that we do have. So we can figure out generally what it is. may not specific. Like I can't tell you it's definitely like an F-18 Hornet. I can't tell you exactly what it is, but I can tell you it's an aircraft that has twin engines, and we've seen that. We have that. We know what it looks like.
Yeah. And the other interesting thing is a lot of that footage, like, you know, the and I watched with great interest the congressional hearing, and Bob Lazar, love to have a cup of tea with him. Like, I'm not saying that I don't know, like nobody knows.
Bob Lazar, I mean, that's a topic all by itself.
Oh,
Bob,
it is. But
Bob
he
is
seems
just-
like a very nice man. Like, you know, so I don't know. We don't know. We're not going to know.
I'm going to respectfully disagree. I think he is someone that just is an attention whore.
Ooh.
And he just that's why he put a lot of that, because a lot of his information just doesn't add up. It doesn't pass the test of
Yeah,
fact check.
actually, I've got a fellow that is once a week comes on and talks to me. Enzo, one of my friends, he was the same. He's in two minds. Like, some of it's very interesting, and some just doesn't quite add up. So fair enough, but still, I don't know him. I don't know him, so I'm not going
I
to
don't know him
whatever.
either. I don't know him either.
So maybe
So-
if you and I both sat down with him and had a cup of tea and a biscuit, we'd think you're a lovely man, and then we'd leave it at that.
as long as I can have rum in my tea.
Rum in the tea. Yeah. Oh gosh. Yeah. So I don't know what I think. Sometimes I used to think maybe they're already here. They just live under the ground or something. But then I thought, you'd see them more. So I don't know. But I love the magic of thinking that they might visit.
Oh, yeah, I agree.
You know,
It's
I love
magic.
Star Trek. What can I say? I'm a Trekkie.
I'm Star Wars. I'm big on Star Wars.
Well, I love the first Star Wars. I do love.
first,
Because
yes.
I had a super crush on Han Solo back in the day when I was just a little girl. So yeah, no, I love the original Star Wars. They lost me with the last few.
Yeah. I agree.
But that kind of, but the original ones with Princess Leia proper and all that sort of thing, I love those. Yeah, no, and Yoda. Do you see how my conversations go? I go right off track. You've noticed. So let's see. I think I've asked you nearly every one of my 5 haunting questions, except for the last one, which will be basically to ask you what people should be looking out for with you, like what could be coming up with you. And you've already sort of covered that a bit in your intro, but yeah, definitely shout out anything you want people to take notice of in regard to you, Kenny, in regard to you. And yeah.
Definitely check out Skeptical Inquirer magazine. Great magazine. I love working for them. I love the information because it doesn't cover just paranormal topics. It covers politics and science and medicine and a whole bunch of other stuff. We also do another magazine called Free Inquiry, and it's the secular humanist side of things, and it deals more with religions, and it dives into that. I don't really do much for that part of it, but we do offer it. You can also find me every Friday night on YouTube and Facebook. I stream at 8:00 p.m. Eastern time for the Skeptical Help Bar, and that's always fun. I always have either great guests or we have a great time just having conversations and asking questions and learning. I get to learn a lot of stuff.
You
That's
do.
why
I've seen you take notes.
Yeah, like this is just from our show today.
Oh wow! Oh my God! Sorry.
No, sorry. I constantly write things down.
No.
But besides that, you can check me out. Yeah, Skeptical Inquirer. I do online, mostly online because I write a lot. I talk a lot and I write a lot, so it doesn't fit well in the magazine because they have space constraints. So online is much better for me.
Okay.
And then we also do our big conference every year in Las Vegas, Nevada, in October. That's SciCon, and I usually do either a workshop or a lecture for that science conference, and it's a lot of fun. I mean, it's so much fun. It's in Vegas. I mean, how can you not have fun?
Well, I'm going to get the information for everybody watching. I'm going to put links to the magazines and to SciCon. Is that what you call it?
Yeah,
SciCon?
SciCon. Yeah.
And I might even check that out myself. I mean, I don't know how I'll go this year because I'm not a millionaire. And I'm already coming to Virginia. Well, I think I'm coming to Virginia City in July. If people buy tickets, I'm coming in July. And then September, I'm going to England for a month. Yeah. I suppose October's just, I've got to stay home sometimes and mow the lawn. But yeah, but I would certainly look out for that for the following year. If you do it every year, then
Okay,
I could
yeah.
look at that for the following year. But I'll put the links, everybody. I'll put the links below. So check that out. And I'd be interested in that magazine too. Do they post it out? Do they, Kenny?
Yeah,
If
you
buy
can go
the-
to skepticalenquirer.org, and you can see a lot of articles are on there. You can subscribe and you get some additional content. A lot of the articles in the magazine are usually behind the subscription, but for the most part, there are a wealth of articles that are available for free. And you
Oh,
can check
cool.
it. We have almost 50 years worth of articles on all kinds of fringe topics. So
All right.
wealth of
Well, I'll
information.
be subscribing. I'm going to subscribe because now the route that I'm going down with my research and everything, that could be really helpful.
Good.
So that's
Good.
really cool. All right. I think I've covered all my 5 haunting questions. I could talk to you for hours, but maybe I'll just try and get you on a live stream with me one day. And then we'll look and go, oh, look, we've been on for 10 hours. But thank you, Kenny. This has been awesome. And I look forward to meeting you in person one day. And I certainly look forward to hopefully doing some more live streams or chats with you because you're super interesting.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, no, guys, go check out everything Kenny's spoken about today, his channel on the Friday nights. I usually go live on a Friday night, so I'm going to have to maybe work out how to do it so that I can not. I want people to watch you too.
So what time is it? What time and day is it there?
Oh, Struth. Well, for me, I do my live stream in
No, I mean right
Australia.
now.
Oh,
Like
right now. Oh, you're good. It is 8 a.m.
8 a.m. on
Oh, it's Monday.
it's Monday. Okay. All right. See, like right now it's 5 p.m. Sunday here.
Okay.
So yeah, you're way ahead of me.
Yeah, no, I'm in the future. Yeah. Someone made a joke. Who was it? Oh, a friend of mine called Sonny made a joke and said that he told his nephew that he was talking to me in the future because it was Saturday morning or something. He's talking to me, and I told him who won the football, and that's why he wins all of his bets. I thought that's cute.
That's funny.
But yeah, I often make that joke. I am in the future. 10 hours, I think, I'm ahead. But anyway, people, see, I can talk. They're used to my live streams. I say, I'm going now. And 10 hours later, I've said goodbye. This has been an absolute joy. Thank you. And guys, I'll talk to you later. I hope you've enjoyed this and look out for the next one. Dave Schrader's coming up. So watch out. Watch this space. Okay. All right. Thanks, guys. Bye.
Bye.
Hey everybody, welcome to my 5 haunting questions. And as you've seen from my little intro, our guest today for the 5 haunting questions is the marvelous Crow of Judas. Hey Crow.
Hey, Karen. Thanks for having me on. I'm excited about this.
I'm glad you are. To give everybody a little idea of what it is you do on YouTube, do you want to describe your channel for them a little bit?
Yeah. So basically, I started in April of 2019. I really don't consider myself a YouTuber, but it just kind of happened. But I started off as a debunker. I was just basically a regular person watching paranormal on YouTube, and started noticing that something just didn't look right, and this was kind of like, hold on, this is a little too good to be true. And started searching around on YouTube, and there pops up a little weird guy in a hockey mask named The Shape, and I was like, and this is back when he had a little shed that he used to film in, and he had this real prude like hockey mask, and he was like, yeah, people are fake and blah. I'm like, who is this dude? But he's onto something. He knows what other people don't know, and so I started watching him, and I was obsessed with it. I was like, oh my god, these people are faking. This is how they're doing it, and I was really into it. And then eventually, a couple months later, I loved it so much I just couldn't sit back and not do anything about it. So I started making my own videos, and that's how I started, and that's kind of progressed to where I'm at now. And my channel does have a lot of debunking videos, but there's also some other different videos as well. And that's what I'm trying to focus on now, is trying to do more different topics I'm interested in versus just debunking. I'm kind of burnt out, to be honest with you. But I love a lot of different subjects, from paranormal, aliens to different things like that. And so yeah, that's pretty. And then I love comedy. I have to make it funny, and that's where my channel is kind of interesting, because I think by adding the comedy, it makes it more interesting and fun to watch. But my thing is that when I can put a video out and somebody says in the comment section, I laughed so hard, I woke my husband up, in bed or whatever. I love those. I live for those comments, because to make somebody cry laughing or really get a laugh it's an awesome feeling. So that's what I was trying to go for. My videos is the comedy.
Some real evidence caught on video. This is a huge day in the paranormal. I just want to thank James the Fam and Omar Gosh TV for awesome real footage as usual. Let's roll it.
Wait, okay, see right there in front of me? Like right that way? Do you see what that is? Oh, bro, why do you push me, bro? I wasn't even anywhere near you right now. Yeah. What? Oh! Why did you push me, dude?
Look, guys, I love the part where he's like, why'd you push me, bro? Really, dude? He's like 20 feet back. Of course, he has to say that to try to make it more believable. Look, guys, just admit it's entertainment already. Stop insulting our intelligence. But the sad thing is, guys, there's still hundreds of thousands of people out there that still believe in this crap. How? I mean, my 8-year-old niece laughs at this shit. Anyway, I'll see y'all next time.
Yeah, and it's always, I mean, there's enough sad stuff in the world. It's always good to give somebody a laugh and a giggle while educating them.
Yes, there you go.
While educating them. And so I guess that sort of covers also where your passion for it came from, thanks to Shape. Shape's introduced you to the world. But in regard to other things that you're interested in, like you touched on the aliens, and all that sort of stuff, but that content will be coming soon, I assume. And so will your interest in AI, which is excellent. But before we get to that, just because obviously I'm doof paranormal,
right?
Which is, I really feel a little bit cheeky using the paranormal word in my title, because I touch on more historical, really. But I am interested in the paranormal, and I will go and do some paranormal. But what about you, Crow? What kind of paranormal experience have you had personally that you might like to share with people? Oh no, I've lost him. So, as I was saying, what kind of paranormal experience have you had that you could share with people?
Well, there's really I have two, but the first one was when I was around 16. I think we're actually 17 years old, and I was sleeping at my my girlfriend's house on the floor, and I was being a good boy, and it was this old house in Tennessee. I don't think it was from Civil War era or anything, but it was very old and creepy. But So I just went to the bathroom, came back, laid down back on the floor, and I just felt this. I hate it sounds corny because people say it all the time, but I literally felt this thing like overcome me. Like it just felt. It's crazy to say this. It wasn't like, oh, I just felt like I couldn't move. No, I felt like this evil presence just kind of wash over me, and I could feel it. And then, but once it got a hold of me, I couldn't move. And then people are going to say, "Oh, there's sleep paralysis." No, but I get that all the time. I still have that in my life, but this was not. I was awake for this, and it was crazy. But this is that I couldn't scream, couldn't move, but I felt it. I could feel. I could hear the whispers. I could feel the evilness. I swear to God. And I'm not one of those people either. I'm not one of those guys that goes into rooms like, oh, this room feels very heavy to me. I'm not that person. But I just know what I felt, and it felt terrifying and horrible. And eventually it let me go. But and then I turned all the lights on. I freaked out. It was crazy. To this day, I don't know what the hell that was, because it is similar to sleep paralysis. Because when you have that, you wake up and your
Yep.
jaws are clenched. You can't say anything. You're trying to scream out. It was kind of the same feeling, but I don't. When I have sleep paralysis now, I don't have that same evil feeling I had that night with the whispering sounds and like the feeling. But
And the
that's
difference was, from what you're describing, you weren't asleep yet, like you
right.
were awake.
Nope.
Like, so you hadn't closed off. You were just laying there, and all of a sudden that happened. So it is a little bit different. Ugh.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm glad.
Yes.
I'm glad it left you alone.
That's really it. And but till last year, my stepdad had passed away, and then I received some things in the will, and about a week later, I received a bunch of his stuff. I had like music equipment, and all kinds of stuff in my room, and I think that might have been the start of when I started getting different things happening around the house, especially in this room where his stuff was. Like I have his rings, and personal effects of his. Got to cough real quick.
Go for it.
And so I had some really weird experiences. Like I was sitting there, and all of a sudden I heard like a throat clear, like right next to me, like and I'm like, it was really loud. I'm like, what the hell was that? And I live in a mobile home, and there's not anybody around me, close to me, and it was like it was
it's
right next to me.
you. Yeah, and
Yeah.
we've talked about this before, but in regard to, did you find that after you got rid of some of these things, did that make a difference, or did it just dissipate? Like, did you still have his things, but just after a little while it stopped?
Yeah, still have his things, but it just dissipated within about a week. Say one more thing real quick though. One more thing. And I don't know if this is called you call this paranormal or not, but I think you probably like this, okay? Because there's a song that I did on my channel, a Nirvana song, a Nirvana cover.
Yep, it's very good.
And I had been listening to it for a lot. Is on my mind a lot because I love that song. And that I just put it in my recorder. I was fixing to start doing vocals on it and stuff. And so, but I inherited my stepdad's truck. So we get it all the way down here from Tennessee, and we get it here, and I'm outside. It's like nighttime, and I'm like looking through there and stuff, and I'm sitting in the passenger side. I turn the key on just so I can turn the lights on, and what song comes on? It's like as soon as I turned that thing, it was already playing that Nirvana song, and I'm like, and I just sat there and cried.
Yeah.
Because it wasn't just that song. I almost felt it in a way. You know what I mean? Like I knew instantly. Like wow, that's it. Almost, and I'm not one of those people. It's like, oh, I saw a butterfly. And I knew it was him because he loves butterflies. It just, it washed over me. It was like, wow, I got chills right now.
I've heard other people say that things like that happen. A song
you know, and they say it's kind of like that person reminding you that they're around and they're watching.
And this was his truck too. This is his
That's
pride,
weird.
you know. And when I was
Yeah.
sitting in it too, so it's almost like, because you know he had his hair barrettes and stuff still on the shift gear, and like all of his personal stuff was there. You're sitting in his domain. I got chills all down my arms right now. So that was really weird too. So there you go.
Weird things happen. So next question. Next question. Aliens, fact or fake?
Fact for sure.
I'll agree
Yeah.
with you on that. Yeah.
Yeah, I think you basically said the same thing. You think they're living in the oceans and stuff, and I definitely agree with that. You know, because besides all the stuff that I've read from like military personnel from our country and other countries
Yep.
that have seen them, they've actually reported them, flying around the aircraft carrier and then going into the water, and they can see the light go down into the depths of the ocean,
Yep.
and and then come out. When military personnel, when they see things like that, it's you could take it a lot more serious, because these are people with reputations. They're not going to sit there and play around and be looked at like as crazy for no reason. I mean,
And for so long, they've not told the things. They've not told those stories, because even when they've gone to their commanders or whatever, they're like, don't know what you're talking about.
Totally.
And they not, so now at least the Pentagon released that footage. And I think it was the New York Times wrote the story on that. And now we've seen the footage, and people can still say, oh, it's fake, or that could be anything. I don't know what else it could be. I mean, nothing moves that quick. And that's why I think they're under the water, and maybe have been for centuries. And that's where they come and go from. And they watch us little idiots kill ourselves off. And, they were probably here when the dinosaurs were.
When I read a book called Chariots of the Gods, and it shows not just from the Bible, but from buildings and paintings and things on Earth, like even like in Chinese culture, part of their their religion is they follow these beings that come down from other planets. They even draw them in the spaceships, but you look at, people are saying, well, if there's aliens, why aren't they here? To me, if your eyes are shut, they're not here. But if you open your eyes and look at all the evidence we have, from like cave paintings to the eyewitnesses to some of these great buildings that have been created, that we still can't figure out how they did it. And I'm sorry, I don't believe in the whole well, if you tie some rope up and
no way.
some of these
It's massive. They're
some
massive.
yes, and some of these stones are 80 tons, and they're from 500 kilometers away. I don't know that there might have been a civilization that we forgot about that was had a lot of technology. But I'm sorry, but when you start really seeing the precision at how these things are cut, and
the Sphinx, they say that's carved out. That's the whole Sphinx. If I'm right, someone can correct me. But the Sphinx itself, they believe now, they actually believe it scientifically, that it was in fact not, how it's got the face of, I think it's supposed to be a pharaoh.
Right.
They say it's not a lion, but they think that it was actually, because it's geometrically not correct with that
Totally.
face, they think it was something completely different. And then another civilization's come along after that one, because it's older than when they should have been able to build the Sphinx, and it's carved out of one rock. So it was carved there, had to have been carved there. And they say that they've done the face, like if someone else come along and gone, oh, what's that? Oh, let's change the face to a pharaoh, or let's do this or that, So there's a lot of new evidence showing that some of these things, the pyramids, etc., some of these things were probably not built by the Egyptians. That they were
Totally.
built, but inherited
from the Egyptians from some other place, and the rabbit hole. But yeah, it's really fascinating, all the new archaeological finds that they're coming up with and trying to think. So I'm just saying that they've also worked out that there's been great floods over a period of thousands, millions of years or whatever, that wipe out what's on the earth, like on the land, wipe it out, and then everything has to start again. So I'm just saying, if aliens lived under the ocean, a big flood or something like that, it's not going to affect them. They'll just keep on
That's
living.
true.
They'll just come up and go, oh, well, let's see what the next lot of bloody idiots do with themselves, and just observe us like ants in an ant farm. But the other thing, you know how they're supposed to look with the big eyes,
Right.
like big eyes and they're grey and stuff. If you live under the ground all the time, you're not going to look like us. You're going to you're going to what do you call it? Evolve. So you're going to get the big eyes because you've got to see in the dark or whatever, and you're not really going to have a need for certain body things or whatever. And I don't know, but yeah, I'm going down the rabbit hole now. But I just reckon the little greys and stuff, they look like that because they live underground.
Well, I would say this too. I'm not sure if that's where they're. My theory is that they're using like certain mountains. For example, there might be bases in mountains that also, but like we know more about space than we do our own ocean floor.
Yeah.
And there's certain parts of our ocean floor we've never even been to before, and I think they're using it as a base. I don't think they've actually are from there. Or I believe they're using it as bases, and that's why they're able to just stay here and not to go back and forth. But I don't, I know it sounds crazy. I just don't. I don't know where they're from. You would think they're from another planet, but
They
now
might
that
not be.
right, we could be completely wrong about it.
Who knows? Our mind boggles. I'm waiting to see the comments at the bottom of this this video. They're going to say, "Oh, Karen and Crow are crazy."
Well, the Tic Tac UFO, and it's an actual video I really looking forward to doing. It's because the pilot's testimony is a guy and a man and a woman that chased this thing around for a while.
Yep.
And I love this whole thing. The Nimitz aircraft carrier story is just amazing because it starts off.
One of the pilots have been on Joe as well, Rogan.
Right. He's been on. Yeah. And there's also a second pilot that's not related to this one. It's even more eerie. I got chills just thinking about it. But anyway, on this one in particular, the Nimitz, when they first saw this thing on radar, it dropped out from like way on the edge of our atmosphere all the way down to the ocean in a matter of a second, and they just assumed that it was a faulty radar reading.
Yep.
And now when they said, hey, and they were on a training mission, they told them, hey, go out there and check this thing out. They get there, and it's a little Tic Tac shaped thing, and they see it, and then to hear them describe it, and they finally get close to it, and they're way above it. It's down by the ocean, and I think he actually said it goes in the water, comes out. But anyway, they start descending it down to it in a spiral manner, and then the Tic Tac UFO starts ascending up to them in the opposite spiral. So they're kind of like coming up, and they can see that they got real close to it, and they saw it, and there was no markings, there's no propulsion system, and this thing is just moving, with no sound, of course. And I told you this earlier when we were talking about it. I think sometimes like, especially now that we're in an age of artificial intelligence and robots and stuff.
Yep.
What if these things, these a lot of these craft, they're not even driven by any kind of being at all. It's just a computer program. But then it kind of gets me thinking about, what if it's more than just a artificial intelligence brain inside, or what do you want to call it? What if these things have evolved in the future? They're so evolved, it's almost like its own being. Like this ship is not just a ship; it's an actual electronic being. That's why it's the way it flies around. It's just like it's its own bird. but sometimes I wonder if a lot of these things we're seeing, if there's any. Now I'm sure there's beings in some of them, but I just wonder if some of these things we're seeing are
No,
sent from other
well,
planets.
when you consider the fact that for our technology, what we know about technology, there's nothing human that could withstand the G-force of
Right.
those things. So if you take that on board for face value for what it is, therefore your theory about it being artificial intelligence, absolutely, because anything of flesh and blood or whatever wouldn't be able to withstand the G-force.
Well, the theory is with UFOs, and Bob Lazar talked about too, is that the gravity propulsion system, when you're inside the disk or inside the ship rather, you're not moving around at all because you're center of gravity. So you can stop on a dime and go the other way at 10,000 miles an hour and not feel it because you're the center of gravity. I know now we have a lot of hypersonic craft that are probably flying at the edge of the earth, and they're probably amazing. They probably go Mach 10, who knows? But I still don't think we're there to what
No.
because even for me, like the pilots, they're driving F-22, these F-22s, and they're the best jets in the world, and they're saying that there's no way these things are man-made. If it was, it'd be very surprising if they were.
Yeah, and I'm agreeable on that one because it's just fascinating. But I do believe you're going to be, well, you are working on a video about artificial intelligence, so that kind of takes you down that path to what your next little offering will be to the world on YouTube.
Yes.
So I'm excited for that. And you reckon that's only a couple of days away?
Yeah, maybe what's this?
We'll
Maybe
give you a
what,
week. We'll give you a
well,
week.
yeah, we'll just say by the end of the week. You know what? You're right. Because if I say 3 days, usually it means a week. So there you go.
Yeah, but I am excited to see it, so that'll be really good. And we had this little discussion once before, but I'll ask again. Hot dogs, cheeseburgers.
I'm definitely more of a. I mean, I joke around about hot dogs. I think because it's just funny and cheeky, you know. But I'm
A
definitely
hot dog is a lot easier to use as a joke than a
totally. I mean, I love hot dogs, but dude, cheeseburgers is where it's at. It's like my staple food. I'm
Yep.
addicted. I can't lie.
No. And I have talked about this before with you as well, but because cheeseburgers are good, especially if it's good patty, a good beef patty. Is that what you call it in America? A beef patty? What do
Yep.
you call it? Yeah.
Yep. Beef. Yep. There you go.
Yeah. Yeah, two all beef patty, two all beef patty, special sauce, lettuce, cheese, pickles, onions on a sesame seed bun.
Yep. You got
Yeah.
it. I actually had one of those today. As a matter of fact.
Oh, there you go. But yeah, here I love a hamburger with a lot, which oh well, if I ever come to visit you, I'll just make you one. That's if they sell beetroot. Do they sell beetroot in
I'm
America?
pretty sure.
In a tin?
I'm
It's the
pretty
red
sure
stuff
they
in
do.
glasses. But yeah, most people rip the beetroot out. But you just make a hamburger with a lot. So the bun, the lettuce, the patty, cheese, bacon, onion, tomato, ketchup, and then a ring of pineapple and some beetroot. And yeah, usually just ketchup, nothing else. But that's a hamburger with a lot in Australia. But I know a lot of people go, ugh, pineapple on a burger, but it actually doesn't taste too bad. So I'll make you one day, and if you hate it, you can just pull the pineapple out.
Right. Yeah. I'm definitely down to try it. So.
Yeah, there's some things that everyone goes, ooh, and then you think, and then you try, because I must admit that was something, that's the Aussie thing to do, you know, a piece of pineapple. Same as we have pizzas over here, ham and pineapple pizzas. Do you do ham
Right.
and pineapple pizzas?
Yeah. We do same. Yeah. Pretty much. They call it a Hawaiian
Hawaiian
style.
pizza.
Yeah.
Yeah, Hawaiian style. So just the meat and whatever. All right. Well, I don't know. Anything else you want to spruik or promote or talk about?
No, I would just say, yeah, I'm on TikTok now. I'm doing more TikToks. It's just Crow Judas TikTok and Crow Judas Instagram, and that's basically it.
Yep.
I've been on a little 6-month hiatus for personal reasons, but I'm trying to come back strong and like I said, I'll be doing videos on yeah, interesting things, and I try to. I don't want to be just doing one. I don't want to be pegged down to just UFOs or robots, which I love robots and artificial intelligence. So I gotta get that out of me, you know.
Do a video on how they used to mummify things in Egypt. That'd be good.
Oh, I know. I mean, honestly, because see, this whole thing started back. When I used to go to my grandma's house. She had a. This is where I think my whole interest in like into mysteries and stuff started, because I used to go to my grandma's house, and she had a National Geographic book, and it was like, you know, the something like Mysteries of the World, and it had stuff from like crop circles to the pyramids and the Sphinx to all this. Oh yeah, the Easter Island bunnies and stuff. And I was like, whoa. So that's the start of this whole thing. But yeah, I was actually watching some stuff earlier about the ancient aliens and ancient UFO theory. And like I said, there's a book called Chariots of the Gods. And I definitely recommend reading this book. I know it sounds far fetched, especially if you're, you know, very religious, or you're, you know.
Yeah, I've had the Chariots of the God. I read it many years ago, so I can't
Okay.
quote it all. But there's a lot in it that makes sense, which is odd.
Right. You know, because see, one night I was sitting there, and this is back when I smoked a lot of marijuana, but I was sitting there at like 4 a.m, and I was like I said, I got into aliens when I was about 12. I started off reading the book Communion,
Yeah,
and there's actually a movie called Communion. If you ever watched the movie Communion,
it's pretty scary.
yes, it's awesome. And so that got me. So I became an alien freak. I mean, I had X Files. I was watching back then. TLC Discovery would have like those UFO specials. I record them and rewatch them.
Yep.
And I was obsessed with them until about 35 years old, and I hit a wall. I got burnt out, and I think that's when I started doing other stuff. But because I got to a point where I was getting tired of looking at like little pictures of lights in the sky or metal things in the sky. I got sick of it. I was like, you know what? I'll just take a break, and hopefully they just land somewhere and show themselves eventually. But
Hurry up.
right. But like I was just wanted to touch on, like, if you ever doubt like this whole ancient alien theory, you know, because if you look at like the book of Ezekiel in the Bible, it starts off as, you know, there was a will upon the earth. That's how it starts off. And then it says basically, and within that will, there was a being. And everywhere the will went, the being went. And keep in mind, these are people that have never even seen a bicycle before. So they're just trying to explain what they're seeing. And then, and also it said there's eyes all around it, which I take as lights. And then the part that really cemented me into believing this is possible is that they said when this wheel moved, it was very big, by the way, as well. When it moved and when it went flying in the air, it had the sound of 1,000 oceans. And that meant, to me, that was like, wow, that this person who wrote this is trying to convey, when this thing moved, the sound was unbelievable. And also, if you keep on reading Ezekiel, he talks about getting in the ship and going far into the heavens and looking down and seeing his.
Ezekiel had been smoking marijuana.
Yeah, yeah, dude. He looked down at his home and was scared. The way he describes it, I'm like, this is. And I was sitting there, and I'm looking at the Bible, and I'm like, I got chills just then, because I still remember this moment I had. I'm like, you looked at the Bible and said, what if? Because I always used to wonder, like, how did this book stay so important and stand the test of time, and it's all over the world? And I had this moment where I went, wow, is this book our record of human contact with aliens? What if it's just there at the time? These people, they're calling them angels.
Yeah,
they're
but maybe they're not.
maybe the angels are the aliens. And if you read the passages in the Bible about, God will say, he sent this angel, go down there and find out what they're doing there. Go down. I'm like, why is he having to tell them to go down there and find. And so they go down there, and like you said, they'll go to a city and they'll talk to people and stuff. It's like, why are these angels? And also if you read how the people describe the angels. So all I'm saying is that if you really get into this whole thing, it's like,
It's
what
a
if
rabbit
it's
hole.
yes? What if it's not just like miracles and godly things? It's actual. Because if you don't even get me going into Moses, because they followed around a star in the desert for a very long time, and this star would send down commands through the what was it called, the Ark of the Covenant,
Yes.
and it would give them instructions on what on the what to build and what to do, and it makes me wonder: is this whole book a record of us communicating with aliens that were just trying to help us or lead us, help us, whatever they were doing? For God's sakes, this crazy stuff happens in the Bible if you read the whole thing.
Yeah.
But honestly, the more I read it, is like, this makes more sense to me.
If
This
you look
book
at
being
from
a
that,
record
yeah.
of our contact with these things versus it just being angels with wings flying around. I could much rather believe a being that grew up on a planet just like we did, that breathes air or whatever it breathes, right? I can believe that more so than a person flying around with wings. It's just more believable to me. So
And here ended the lesson.
right. Yeah, I just, dude, seriously, I really
No,
believe
there's
aliens have been here the whole time. And
yeah, there's so many things that if you think about it, your brain hurts. You
right.
just your brain hurts. It's just like, oh, I don't want to go. Like, my brain hurts thinking about that, because what you're saying is, I mean, they've been saying that for quite some time, sort of talking about the Bible and certain things, even paintings. Like, is it Leonardo da Vinci's painting? Or there's a painting where off in the sky somewhere there's a little looks like an alien ship with a man in it, and I can't think. I'm pretty sure it's. I could be wrong about the artist, but it's a famous painting, and you sort of think, well, why would that artist back in the day, like all those hundreds of years ago, paint a spaceship that's round with lights and a little being in it?
Totally.
All right. So the school in I don't think it was Clayton. It was next to Clayton, next to Springvale, Victoria, where I used to live as a little girl. My dad remembers it happening because maybe I was born, because I think I was just little. Dad said something or other about the kids coming home from school that day, and he remembers it. And it was in the newspapers. So the saucer landed in the field just off from the oval on the school. The kids all ran over to it. I'm trying to remember if the kids here in Australia or if it was the kids in South Africa, because there was two things that happened at a similar time. But I'm pretty sure they said that there was little people got out of it, little people with big eyes and some kind of helmet on, got out. It was, look, basically all the kids saw it. The teacher there at the time saw it. The principal saw it.
Wow.
Everyone was it. The army showed up along with the police, etc. The kids were told not to talk about it, and there's a documentary somewhere about it actually that includes that story. But they were basically told not to talk about it, that it wasn't a flying saucer, and not to talk about it at all. Blah 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 blah. But everyone was interviewed, and the teacher, now was he the principal or the teacher, math teacher maybe, got a visit from some men, an army man in an army uniform. He gives an interview on this, so it's probably better to find the interview. But they basically knocked on his door, and he was threatened and told that he will not speak of this again. He won't talk to the news or the newspapers. It's going to be written off as, some kind of whatever, air balloon or whatever.
Freak accident, yeah.
Whatever. And that should he continue on with the story of an alien spaceship and whatever, that this story will go out that he's been drinking on the job, that he's an alcoholic, and he'll lose his job and his reputation. So you talk about, basically told him, you talk about the alien ship landing at the school and we'll ruin you. So he shut up. But now, many moons later, he's come out and spoken about it because he can, because they can't ruin him anymore. He's retired. So, yeah. And there was also the same sort of thing happened in a school in South Africa. And now all of those kids that were at those schools in the 60s have come together and given they've all come together after many moons, actually not seeing each other for a long time, and given their interpretation of what they saw, and it all matches. So I don't know what the answer is. I don't know, but I believe them. Oh, you've done it again, Crow. Okay, so look, Crow, I just want to say thanks because this is really good, and I hope that now everybody has a little bit more insight as to who you really are and why you do what you do. So I'm hoping that everybody goes to find your channel, Crow of Judas, everybody. I'll put a link in the description below, looks at the stuff that you have done, and looking forward to the episode that may come out within the next week. All fingers crossed and toes. And thank you, Crow. You're gorgeous. Love you lots.
Thank you so much for having me on. I had a lot of fun.
All right. Okay, everybody. Goodbye. Hope you enjoy. Don't judge us. Love you lots. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Let's start again. I was just saying thank you. Yeah, just thanks for watching. And Crow, if you're still listening, if you ever want to get on live and talk to someone with as much passion as you have on UFOs, give me a call. Because yeah, I'm pretty interested in it. But yeah, Wisdom, have a few more beers or whatever it is you're doing and have a good night's sleep. I'm going to go outside while there's still some hours of daylight and do a little bit of gardening, and then I'll cook dinner, and then I'm going to relax. And who knows, Crow might go live because he doesn't sleep. All right, thanks everybody for watching. If anyone's still listening, and I'll see you at some point over the next few weeks. I won't be going live on Sunday because I'll be on holiday in Vietnam. I'm going to Vietnam, but I will be taping, filming some things there. Not ghosts. I'm going to go to, oh, well, unless I see one, I'm going to go to a few of the war historical spots, the tunnels that they used to use in the Vietnam War, the War Museum. I'm going to go to Monkey Island. Oh. And apparently, guess what's on Monkey Island? Monkeys. So I'll be super happy. So I'll definitely film some stuff and share it with you as I can. But I'll see if I can go live. I can always give it a shot if the internet in Vietnam's any good. But anyway, thanks for watching the marathon, and I'll catch up with you all very, very soon. See you later and have a very nice night. Bye.